Solamnic Knight Sturm Brightblade heads north in search of his father, accompanied by Kitiara, a woman mercenary looking for work and adventure. Hitching a ride on a flying ship piloted by eccentric gnomes, they find themselves thousands of miles above Krynn, headed for an unknown adventure on Lunatari, the enchanted Red Moon. Prequel to Kendermore, RC 37715, 1989. From the book jacket. Before the darkness, Sturm Brightblade and Kitiara Uthmatar. Darkness and Light is the story of Sturm's search for his father and Kitiara's early mercenary days. 5 years before war engulfs Krynn, Sturm and Kitiara hitch a ride on a flying ship piloted by a band of professorial gnomes and find themselves crash-landed on, of all places, Lunatari. The Red Moon of Neutrality is a desolate place of wonder and danger, of tree people ruled by a mad monarch, giant ants formed of living crystal, and a mysterious brass dragon dwelling in an obelisk. Together, the honor-bound Solamnic Knight and the remarkable warrior woman must overcome magic and power, and love. Darkness and Light is one of the long-awaited stories set before the best-selling Dragonlance Chronicles. About the authors. Paul B. Thompson remembers clearly the first real book he ever read, a prose translation of the Iliad. This was followed by the Arabian Nights entertainment, and his tastes were set for life. His first novel, Sun Dipper, was published in 1987 by St. Martin's Press. The next year, he began collaborating with Tanya Carter. Thompson and Carter have also written Red Sands, a novel in the TSR Books line, contributed to the popular Dragonlance anthology Love and War, penned Volume 1 of the Dragonlance Preludes trilogy, Darkness and Light, and Volume 1 of the Preludes 2 trilogy, Riverwind the Plainsman. Tanya R. Carter received a degree in journalism from the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, where she met her husband, Greg Cook, and her collaborator, Paul Thompson. In addition to her collaborative work, she has written a number of fantasy, science fiction, and horror stories. She enjoys traveling, skiing, and forcing her husband to read what she publishes. He insists, "Just don't say I gave you scientific advice." Chapter 1. Separate Ways. Autumn painted Solace in gay colors. Each porch, each window was filled with red, orange, and yellow foliage, for the shops and houses of Solace were nestled among the stout branches of a veil of Vollenwood trees, well above the mossy ground. Here and there were clearings in the tree town. These were the town's commons, where there might be a market one week and a traveling carnival the next. On this bright afternoon, 3 figures stood in a sunlit clearing, 2 men and a woman. 2 swords played back and forth, flashing with fire when the sun's rays caught them. 2 figures circled warily, feinting with sudden flicks of their naked blades. The third one stood back, watching. The swords scraped together with a kiss of tempered steel. "Well met," said Caramon Majir, the onlooker. "A very neat parry, Sturm." The tall young man with the drooping brown mustache grunted a brief acknowledgment. He was rather busy. His opponent sprang forward, lunging at his chest. Sturm Brightblade cut hard at the onrushing point, backpedaling as he swung. It missed him by a scant inch. Sturm's foe wobbled as she came down off balance, her feet too far apart. "Steady, Kit," Caramon called. His half-sister recovered with the practiced grace of a dancer. She brought her heels together with a smack of boot leather and presented Sturm with only her slim profile as a target. "Now, my friend," she said, "I'll show you the skill that comes from fighting for pay." Kitiara cut tiny circles in the air with her sword tip. Once, twice, 3 times, Sturm watched the deadly motion. Caramon watched too, open-mouthed. At 18, he was the size of a full-grown man, but he was still a boy inside. The wild and worldly Kitiara was his idol. She had more drive and dash than any 10 men. From his place, Caramon could see every nick in the edge of Kitiara's blade, mementos of hard-fought battle. The flat of the blade was shiny from frequent and expert polishing. By contrast, Sturm's sword was so new that the hilt still showed the blue tinge from the smith's annealing fire. "Watch your right," said Caramon. Sturm closed his free hand over the long pommel and awaited Kitiara's attack square on, as a Solamnic knight would. "Hi!" Kitiara whirled on one leg, cleaving the air with an upward sweep of her sword. Caramon's breath caught as she carried her swing forward. Sturm did not move. Her sword would complete its arc at his neck. Caramon shut his eyes and heard a solid ring of steel. Feeling foolish, he opened them again. Sturm had parried straight across, hilt to hilt, with no finesse at all. He and Kitiara stayed locked together with their sword points high. Kitiara's wrists shook. She stepped in and braced her sword arm with her empty hand. Sturm forced her guard down. Her face paled, then flushed red. Caramon knew that look. This friendly bout was not going to her liking, and Kitiara was getting angry. Vexed, she shifted her stance and strained against Sturm's greater size and strength. Still, her hilt fell. The knobbed quillon of Sturm's new sword brushed her chin. With an explosive gasp, Kitiara ceased the struggle. Both sword points stabbed into the green sod. "Enough," she said. "I'll buy the ale. I should have known better than to let you bind up my guard like that. Come on, Sturm. Let's have a tankard of Otik's best." "Sounds good to me," he replied. He freed his blade and stepped back, breathing heavily. As he moved, Kitiara thrust the flat of her weapon between his ankles. Sturm's feet tangled, and he sprawled backward on the grass. His sword flew away, and in the next instant Kitiara stood over him holding 32 inches of steel poised at his throat. "Combat is not always a sport," she said. "Keep your eyes open and your sword firmly in hand, my friend, and you'll live longer." Sturm looked up the blade at Kitiara's face. Sweat had stuck dark curls of hair to her forehead, and her naturally dark lips were pressed firmly together. Slowly they spread in a lopsided smile. She sheathed her weapon. "Don't look so downcast. Better a friend knock you down as a lesson than an enemy cut you down for good." She extended a hand. "We'd better go before Flint and Tanis drink all of Otik's brew." Sturm grasped her hand. It was warm and calloused from gauntlets and sword grips. Kitiara pulled him up until they were nose to nose. Although a head taller and 50 pounds heavier, Sturm still felt like a callow youth beside her. But her bright eyes and engaging smile dispelled his anxiety. "I see now how you've managed to prosper as a fighter," he said, stooping to retrieve his sword. He buried the blade in its sheath. "Thank you for the lesson. Next time I will keep my feet out of reach." "Later, will you teach me some of your moves, Kit?" asked Caramon eagerly. He carried a short sword himself, a gift from his adventurous sister. She'd picked it up on one of her many battlefields. Flint Fireforge, who knew metal work as few did, said that Caramon's sword had been made in southern Qualinesti. Only by clues such as this did her friends know where Kit's wanderings had taken her. "Why not? I'll tie one hand behind my back to make it fair." Caramon opened his mouth to retort, but Kitiara clapped a hand over his lips. "Now to the inn. If I don't get a draught of ale soon, I'll perish." When they reached the base of the great Vollenwood tree that supported the inn of the last home, they found their friend Flint sitting at the bottom of the ramp. The dwarf had a split of kindling in his massive knobby hands, and was shaving off hair-thin slices with a single-edged knife. "Well, you came back with your skin whole," said Flint, eyeing Sturm. "I half expected to see you carrying your head under your arm." "Your confidence in me is enormous," the young man replied sourly. Kitiara halted and draped an arm across Caramon's broad shoulders. "Better watch yourself, old dwarf. Our master Sturm has an uncommonly strong arm. Once he learns not to hold to outdated knightly codes—" "Honor is never outdated," said Sturm. which is how you landed flat on your back with my sword at your neck. If you would—"
"Don't start," groaned Caramon. "If I have to hear another debate on honor, I'll die of boredom."
"I won't argue," Kitiara said, slapping her brother on the rump. "I made my point."
"Come with us, Flint. Kit's buying," said Caramon.
The elderly dwarf rose on his stumpy legs, sweeping a cascade of white wood slivers off his lap. He straightened his clothing and tucked his knife back in his leggings. "No ale for you," Kitiara said to Caramon with mock maternal sternness. "You're not old enough to drink." Caramon ducked under her arm, sprinted up to Sturm, and said,
"I'm 18, Kit."
Kitiara's face showed surprise. 18? Are you sure?" Her little brother was an inch or so taller than Sturm. Caramon gave her a disgusted look.
"Of course I'm sure. You just haven't noticed that I'm a grown man."
"You're a baby," Kitiara cried, whipping out her sword. "Any more out of you and I'll spank you." "Ha!" Caramon laughed. "You can't catch me." So saying, he dashed up the stairs. Kitiara returned her sword and bounded after him. Caramon's long legs covered the steep boards quickly. Laughing, he and his sister disappeared around the tree trunk. Flint and Sturm ascended more slowly. A light breeze rustled through the tree, sending a shower of colored leaves across the steps. Sturm gazed out through the branches at the other tree homes.
"In a few weeks you'll be able to see clear to the other side of the commons," he mused.
"Aye," said Flint. "It's strange not to be on the road right now. For more years than you've been alive, boy, I've tramped the roads of Abyssinia from spring to autumn, plying the trade." Sturm nodded. Flint's announced retirement from his itinerant metalworking had surprised them all.
"It's all behind me now," Flint said. "Time to put my feet up. Maybe grow some roses."
Sturm found the image of the bluff old dwarf tending a rose garden so unnatural that he shook his head to dispel the thought. At the level platform midway up to the inn proper, Sturm paused by the railing. Flint went a few steps beyond before halting. He squinted back at Sturm and said,
"What is it, boy? You're about to burst to tell me something."
Flint didn't miss a thing.
"I'm going away," said Sturm, "to Solamnia. I'm going to look for my heritage."
"And your father?"
"If there is any trace of him to be found, I shall find it. It could be a long journey and a dangerous search," Flint said. "But I wish I could go with you."
"Never mind." Sturm moved away from the rail. "It's my search." Sturm and Flint entered the door of the inn just in time to receive a barrage of apple cores. As they wiped the sticky pulp from their eyes, the room rocked with laughter.
"Who's the rascal responsible?"
roared Flint. A gawky young girl, no more than 14, with a head of robust red curls, handed the outraged dwarf a towel. "Otik pressed some new cider, and they had to have the leavings," she said apologetically. Sturm wiped his face. Kitiara and Caramon had collapsed against the bar, giggling like idiots. Behind the bar, Otik, the portly proprietor of the inn, shook his head.
"This is a first-class inn," he said. "Take your pranks outside if you gotta pull 'em."
"Nonsense," said Kitiara. She slapped a coin on the bar. Caramon wiped the tears of laughter from his eyes and stared. It was a gold coin, one of the few he'd ever seen. "That will ease your temper, Otik?" Kitiara said. A tall, well-favored man stood up from his table and approached the bar. His motion was oddly graceful, and his high cheekbones and golden eyes eloquently proclaimed his elven heritage. He picked up the coin. "What's the matter, Tanis?" Kitiara asked. "Haven't you ever seen gold before?"
"Not as large a coin as this,"
Tanis half-elven replied. He flipped it over.
"Where was it struck?"
Kitiara lifted her mug from the bar and drank. "I don't know," she said. "It's part of my wages. Why do you ask?" "The inscription is Elvish. I would say it was minted in Sylvanesti." Sturm and Flint came over to examine the coin. The delicate script was definitely Elvish, Flint said. Far-off Silvanesti had practically no contact with the rest of Ansalon, and there was much curiosity as to how an Elvish coin managed to drift so far west.
"Plunder," said a voice from the corner of the room. "What did you say, Raist?" asked Caramon.
In a corner of the inn's common room, a pallid figure could be seen. Raistlin, Caramon's twin brother. As usual, he was immersed in the study of a dusty scroll. He rose and moved toward the group. The colored light filtering through the inn's stained glass windows gave his pale skin odd tints.
"Plunder," he repeated. "Robbery, rapine, booty." "We know what the word means," said Flint sharply.
"He means the coin was probably stolen in Silvanesti and later turned up in the coffers of Kit's mercenary captain," said Tanis. They passed the coin from hand to hand, turning it around and feeling the heft of it. More than its crude monetary value, the elven coin spoke of far-off places and distant, magical people. "Let me see," said an insistent voice from below the bar. A small, lean arm thrust between Caramon and Sturm.
"No," said Otik, taking the coin from Tanis's hand. "When a Kender gets hold of money, you can kiss it a quick goodbye."
"Tas," cried Caramon, "I didn't see you come in."
"He was in the room the whole time," Tanis said.
Tasselhoff Burfoot, like most of his race, was both clever and diminutive. He could hide in the smallest places, and was known to be light-fingered. Curious, as he said. "Ale all around," said Kitiara, "now that my credit is good." Otik filled a line of tankards from a massive pitcher, and the friends retired to the great round table in the center of the room. Raistlin took a chair with the others, instead of returning to his scroll.
"Since we are all here," Tanis said, "someone ought to make a toast." "Here's to Kit, the founder of the feast," said Caramon, raising his clay mug of cider.
"Here's to the gold that pays for it," his sister responded.
"Here's to the elves who coined it," offered Flint.
"I'll drink to elves in any form," Kitiara said. She smiled over her mug at Tanis. A question formed on his lips, but before he could speak it, Tasselhoff stood on his stool and waved for attention. "I say we drink to Flint," said Tas. "This is the first year since the cataclysm that he won't be on the road." A chuckle circled the table, and the old dwarf reddened.
"You whelp," he growled. "How old do you think I am?"
"He can't count that high," said Raistlin.
"Well, I'm 143, and I can lick any man, woman, or Kender in the place," Flint declared.
He thumped a heavy fist on the table.
"Care to test me?"
He had no takers. Despite his age and short stature, Flint was powerfully muscled and a good wrestler. They toasted and drank from then on with good cheer, as afternoon became evening and evening became night. To stave off tipsiness, one of Otik's large suppers was ordered. Soon the table was groaning under platters of squab and venison, bread, cheese, and Otik's famous fried potatoes. The red-haired girl brought each platter to the diners. At one point, Caramon put his gnawed chicken bones in her apron pocket. The girl responded gamely, dropping a hot potato slice down Caramon's collar. He squirmed out of his chair as the girl skipped back to Otik's kitchen.
"Who the blazes is she?"
asked Caramon, wiggling the crispy potato slice out his shirt tail.
"She is in Otik's care," said Raistlin. "Her name is Tika."
The night passed on. Other patrons came and went. It grew late, and Otik had Tika light a fork of candles for the friends' table. The merry banter of the early evening gave way to calmer, more reflective conversation. "I'm going tomorrow," Kitiara announced. By candlelight, her tanned face seemed golden. Tanis studied her and felt all the old pangs return. She was a most alluring woman.
"Going where?"
asked Caramon. "North, I think," she answered.
"Why north?" Tanis asked.
"Reasons of my own," she said. But her smile softened the flat answer.
"Can I go with you?" Caramon said.
"No, you can't, brother."
"Why not?"
Kitiara, seated between her half-brothers, glanced at Raistlin. Caramon's gaze went from her to his twin. Of course, Raistlin needed him. Though twins, they were not much alike. Caramon was a genial young bear, while Raistlin was a studious wraith. He was frequently ill, and had an uncanny habit of antagonizing large, belligerent types. After the birth of the twins, their mother had never recovered her strength, so Kitiara had fought for young Raistlin's health. Now it was Caramon who watched out for his twin. "I'm leaving too," put in Sturm. "North." He glanced at Kitiara. "Foo," said Tasselhoff. "North is dull. I've been there. Now, east, there's the way to go. There's lots to see in the east. Cities, forests, mountains." "Pockets to pick, horses to borrow," said Flint. The Kender stuck out his lower lip. "I can't help it if I'm good at finding things. Someday you'll find from the wrong person and they'll hang you for it." "I have to go north," Sturm said. He leaned forward, resting his chin on his hands. "I'm going back to Solamnia." They all stared at him. They knew the story of Sturm's exile from his homeland. 12 years had passed since the peasants of Solamnia had risen against the knightly lords. Sturm and his mother had escaped with only their lives. The knights were still despised in their own country. "Could you use a good right arm?" offered Kitiara. Her offer caught everyone by surprise. "I wouldn't want you to go out of your way," said Sturm noncommittally. "North is north. I've been east and south and west." "Very well, then. I'd be honored to have you with me." Sturm turned from Kitiara to Tanis. "What about you, Tan?" Tanis pushed a hunk of bread through the remains of his dinner. "I've been thinking of doing some travel myself. Nothing specific, just a trek to see some places I haven't seen. I don't think my journey will take me north." He looked at Kitiara, but her gaze was directed at Sturm. "That's the idea," Tasselhoff said briskly. His right hand dipped into his fur vest and came out with a flat copper disc. He rolled the disc over the back of his knuckles. It was an exercise he sometimes did to keep his fingers nimble. Not that he needed practice. "Let's go east, Tanis, you and me." "No." The flat turn-down froze the copper disc midway across the back of the Kender's small hand. "No," said Tanis again, more gently. "This is a trip I must make alone." The table was silent again. Then Caramon let out a single great hiccup, and the laughter returned. "Pardon me," said Caramon, reaching for Kitiara's tankard. She was not fooled. As his hand closed around the pewter stem, she rapped his wrist with her spoon. Caramon snatched his hand back. "Ouch!" he protested. "You'll get worse if you try it again," said Kitiara. Caramon grinned and made a fist. "Save your energy, brother," Raistlin said. "You'll need it." "How so, Raist?" "Since everyone has decided to undertake journeys, this seems like a good time to announce one of my own." Flint snorted. "You wouldn't last 2 days on the road." "Perhaps not." Raistlin folded his long, tapering fingers. "Unless my brother goes with me." "Where and when?" asked Caramon, pleased to be going anywhere. "I cannot say where just now," Raistlin said. His pale blue eyes stared fixedly at his nearly untouched plate of food. "It may be a long and perilous voyage." Caramon jumped up. "I'm ready." "Sit down," Kitiara said, dragging on her brother's vest tail. Caramon plumped down on his stool. Flint sighed a great gusty sigh. "You're all leaving me," he said. "I'll not go a-tinkering this season, and all my friends are going their own way." He sighed again, so heavily that the rack of candles flickered. "You old bear," Kitiara said. "You're feeling sorry for yourself. There's no law that says you have to stay in Solace by yourself. Don't you have any relatives that you can impose on? Yes, Tasselhoff added, you can visit your gray-haired old mother. The dwarf bellowed his outrage. Those sitting closest to Flint, Caramon and Sturm, slid quickly away from the furious dwarf. Flint banged his tankard on the tabletop, sending a splash of ale at Tasselhoff. Rivulets of sticky golden ale ran off the Kender's nose and soaked into his topknot of wild brown hair. He rubbed the brew from his eyes.
"Nobody makes sport of my mother," Flint declared.
"Not more than once, anyway," Tanis observed sagely. Tas wiped his face on his sleeve. He picked up his own scaled-down tankard. It was empty, and tucked it under his arm like an absurd helm. Assuming an air of injured dignity, he declaimed, "Now we must fight a duel." Kitiara said gleefully, "I'll be your second, Tas." "I'll stand for Flint," Caramon cried. "Who has choice of weapons?" asked Tanis. "Flint's challenged. It is his choice," Sturm said, smiling. "What'll it be, old bear? Apple cores at 10 paces? Ladles and pot lids?" asked Kitiara. "Anything but ale mugs," Tas quipped, his pose of haughty dignity replaced by his usual grin. The laughter didn't stop until Tika returned. Shh, it's late. Will you people be quiet?" she hissed. "Go on before someone spanks you," Caramon said, without turning to look at her. Tika slipped in behind his stool and made horrid faces at him. The others laughed at her. Caramon was puzzled. "What's so funny?" he demanded. Tika deftly lifted the dagger from Caramon's belt sheath. She raised it over her head with a terrifying grimace, as though to stab Caramon in the back. Tears ran down Kitiara's face, and Tas fell off his chair. "What?" shouted Caramon. Then he snapped his head around and spied Tika in mid-grimace. "Aha!" He started after her. The girl darted around the nearby empty tables. Caramon blundered after her, upsetting chairs and stumbling against stools. Otik appeared from the kitchen with a lamp in his hand. His nightshirt was askew, and his sparse white hair was standing up in comic tufts. "What's this row? Can't a man get some sleep around here? Tika, where are you, girl?" The red-haired girl peeked over the rim of a table. "You were supposed to hush them, not join in a party." "That man was chasing me." She pointed at Caramon, who was busy studying the candle-lit rafters. "Go to your room." Tika went, regretfully. She cast a last grin back at Caramon and stuck out her tongue. When he started toward her, she flipped his dagger at him. It struck the floor, quivering, inches from his feet. Tika vanished through the kitchen's swinging doors. Otik planted his fists on his hips. "Flint Fireforge, I expected better of you. You're old enough to know better, and you, Master Sturm, a well-bred fellow like you, ought to know better than to be roistering this late at night." Flint looked properly abashed. Sturm smoothed his long mustache with his right forefinger and said nothing. "Don't be an old sop," said Kitiara. "Tika was very amusing. Besides, this is a going-away party." "Everything is amusing to people who've got 4 kegs of ale in their bellies," growled Otik. "Who's going away?" "Well, everybody." Otik turned back to the kitchen. He said, "Well, for pity's sake, go quietly," and left. Caramon returned to the table. Through a gaping yawn, he said, "That Tika's the ugliest girl in Solace. Old Otik will have to put up a big dowry to get her married off." "You never know," said Raistlin with a glance at the kitchen. "People change." It was time to part. There was no reason to delay any longer. Sensing this, Tanis stood with folded hands and said, "Though we friends will separate, our good wishes cannot be diminished by time or distance. But to keep the circle in our hearts, we must come together again, each year on this day, here in the inn." "And if we cannot?" asked Sturm. "Then 5 years from today, everyone here tonight shall return to the Inn of the Last Home, no matter what.
Let's make this a sacred vow. Who will take it with me?"
Kitiara pushed back her stool and put her right hand in the center of the table. "I'll take that vow," she said. Her eyes fixed Tanis in a powerful hold. 5 years. Tanis lowered his hand on hers.
5 years. "Upon my honor, and in the name of the House of Brightblade," Sturm said solemnly, "I vow to return in 5 years.
He placed his sword hand on Tanis's.
"Me too," said Caramon.
His broad palm hid even Sturm's hand from sight.
"If I am living, I will be here," said Raistlin with a strange lilt in his voice.
He added his gracile touch to his brothers.
"And me. I'll be here waiting for all of you."
So saying, Tasselhoff stepped up on the tabletop. His tiny hand rested next to Raistlin's, both lost in Caramon's wide hand.
"Lot of confounded nonsense," Flint grumbled. "How do I know what I'll be doing 5 years from now? Could be a lot more important than sitting in an inn waiting for a pack of errant rascals."
"Come on, Flint. We're all taking the oath," said the Kender.
"Humph."
The old dwarf leaned over and set his age and work-worn hands around the others.
"Reorx be with you until we meet again," he said.
His voice caught, and his friends knew him for the sentimental old fraud he was. They left Flint at the table. The twins departed. Tanis, Kitiara, and Sturm strolled to the foot of the stairway. Tasselhoff trailed after them.
"I will say good night," said Sturm, with a glance at Tanis, "but not goodbye."
They clasped hands.
"Kit, my horse is stabled at the farrier's. Will you meet me there?"
"That's good. My beast is there, too.
Sunrise tomorrow?"
Sturm nodded and looked around for Tass.
"Tass," he called. "Where did he get to? I wanted to say goodbye."
Tanis gestured toward the inn above.
"He went back up, I think."
Sturm nodded and strode away into the cool night. Tanis and Kitiara were left with the crickets, which sang from the massive trees, a symphony of hundreds.
"Walk with me?"
asked Tanis.
"Wherever you like,"
Kitiara replied. They strolled a dozen paces from the inn before Kitiara took the opportunity to slip her arm through Tanis's. "I have a thought," she said slyly.
"What's that?"
"That you should stay with me tonight. It may be 5 years before we see each other again." He halted and drew his arm free.
"I cannot," said Tanis.
"Oh? And why not? There was a time not so long ago when you couldn't keep away from me."
"Yes, in between the times you spent far away campaigning for whoever would pay you."
Kitiara lifted her chin. "I'm not ashamed of what I do. I don't expect you to be. The point is, I've come to realize more and more clearly that you and I are of two worlds, Kit. Worlds that can never hope to be reconciled." "So what are you saying?"
"I had a birthday while you were gone.
Do you know how old I am? 97. 97 years old, Kit. If I were a human, I'd be a withered ancient, or dead." She eyed his willowy form appreciatively. "You're not withered or ancient. That's the point. My elvish blood will extend my life far beyond the normal span of humans." Tanis stepped closer and took her hands. "While you, Kit, will age and die." Kitiara laughed. "Let me worry about that." "You won't. I know you, Kit. You're burning your youth out like a two-ended candle in a gale. How do you think I feel, knowing that you might be killed in battle for some petty warlord, while I would live on and on without you? It has to end, Kit. Tonight. Here and now." Though it was dark, and the white moon Solinari was hidden by boughs of Volanwood, Tanis saw the hurt in Kitiara's expression. It was there but an instant. She mastered it and forced a superior smile. "Maybe it's just as well," she said. "I never did like being tied down. My poor fool of a mother was like that. She never could get along without a husband to tell her what's what. That's not my style. I take after my father. Burning in the wind, am I? So be it. I ought to thank you, Tantalus Half-Elven, for holding a mirror up to the truth." He interrupted her tirade with a kiss. It was a gentle, brotherly kiss on the cheek. Kitiara glared. "It's not what I want, Kit," Tanis said with great sorrow. "It's how it must be." She slapped him. Being the warrior she was, Kitiara's slap was no light tap. Tanis staggered and put a hand to his face. A thin smear of blood showed in the corner of his mouth. "Keep your pretty gestures," she spat. "Save them for your next lover, if you find one. Who will it be, Tanis? A full-blooded elf maiden? But no, the elves would despise you as a half-breed. You need a female version of yourself to love." She marched away, leaving Tanis staring. "You'll never find her," Kitiara called from the darkness. "Never!" The crickets had quieted under Kitiara's shouts. In their own time they began to sing again. Tanis stood alone in the night, finding no comfort in their song. Chapter 2. High Crest. The sky had not yet lost its violet hue when Sturm reached the farrier's shop. Tyrion, the farrier, had his establishment in a Vollenwood tree. The winding ramp to Tyrion's shop was doubly wide and strongly braced for horses. Tyrion, ruddy-faced from leaning over forge fires, and with heavily muscled arms and shoulders from wielding his farrier's hammer, was already up and about when the night arrived.
"Sturm," he boomed. "Come in, lad. I'm just straightening some nails."
Tyrion's helper, a boy named Murcott, plucked a red-hot spike from the furnace with a pair of tongs. He set the bent nail in the groove atop Tyrion's anvil, and the brawny farrier smote it twice. Murcott flicked the straight nail into a bucket of water. A serpent's hiss and a wisp of steam arose.
"I need my horse, Tyrion," said Sturm. "Right. Murcott, fetch Master Brightblade's animal."
The boy's eyes widened. Rings of soot around them made him look like a startled owl. "The chestnut gelding?"
"Aye, and be quick about it," said Tyrion.
To Sturm he continued,
"Reshot him, as you asked. A good mount."
Sturm paid his bill, while Murcott led Tall Fox, his horse, to the lower platform. Sturm had bought Tall Fox from the Kukiri tribesman only a few weeks before, and he was still learning the horse's manners. He shouldered his bedroll and pack and descended the ramp to where Murcott had tied his mount. Tyrion's hammer rang out again, banging twisted scrap iron into arrow-straight horseshoe spikes. Sturm distributed his baggage over Tall Fox's sides and rump. He filled his water bottle and heard, "You're late." Kitiara was slouched in a corner under the livery's eaves. She was wrapped to her ears in a red horse blanket. "Am I?" asked Sturm. "The sun is just rising. When did you get here?" "Hours ago. I slept here," she said, casting off the blanket. Underneath, Kitiara still wore the clothes she'd had on the previous night. She stretched her arms and braced the knots out of her stiff back. "Why in the gods' names did you sleep here?" asked Sturm. "Did you think I'd forget and leave without you?" "Oh, not you, noble friend. It seemed like a good place to sleep, that's all. Besides, Pyra needed a shoe repaired." Sturm led Tall Fox down to the ground. He swung into Tall Fox's saddle and waited for his companion. Kitiara came loping down the ramp, leading a rather nondescript brown and white spotted mare. "Something wrong?" she asked, mounting beside Sturm. "I just imagined that you would prefer a fiery stallion for your mount," he replied. "This quaint animal doesn't suit you at all." "This quaint animal," We'll still be walking a steady pace long after that beast of yours is no more than bones and hide, Kitiara said. Her fitful sleep had not improved her temperament since her parting with Tanis. I've been on 6 campaigns with Pyra, and she's always carried me home.
My apologies.
They rode out of Solace, north by east. The new sun pierced the hills around Solace and warmed the air. Sturm and Kitiara breakfasted simply on jerky and water. The fine dawn became an even finer morning, and Kitiara's spirits rose. I can't be unhappy on the road, she said. There's too much to see and do.
We should be on guard as well, Sturm said. I heard travelers in the inn say there were brigands about.
Pshaw. Peasants on foot may have reason to fear brigands, but 2 warriors, armed and mounted. It's the robbers who'd best be afraid. Sturm made polite assent, but still kept his eyes on the horizon and his sword hilt handy. Their route was simple enough. Once clear of Solace's hills, the 2 would turn northwest and make for the coast. On the shore of the Straits of Shalsea was a small fishing port called Zaradin. From there, Kitiara and Sturm could easily take passage to Kergoth in southern Felgard. North of Kergoth lay Solamnia proper, their ultimate destination. Such was their plan. But plans, as said the sage wizard arcanist, are like figures drawn in sand, easily made and just as easily disturbed. The forests and hills of Abenissinia thinned with the miles. Kitiara filled the hours with tales of her past adventures. My first hire was with Mikian's marauders. They were a bad lot. Mikian was a low-born lout from Lemish. He had the bad fortune of always losing parts of himself in battle. An eye, an arm, half an ear. Pretty ugly he was, and mean. I walked into his camp sure of my skill with a blade. In those days I had to pretend to be a boy, else the churls would have ganged up on me, she said. How does one go about getting hired as a mercenary? In Mikian's band there was only one way. Kill one of his men. Mikian had only so many openings on his payroll, and he wouldn't expand it for anybody. Kitiara wrinkled her nose at the memories conjured up by Mikian. Worthless rogue. The foot soldiers made a big ring and put me in it with a snaggle-toothed axeman called... Now, what was his name? First man I ever killed. Trignith? Drignith? Some name like that. So we went at it, axe against sword. It was not a pretty fight, I tell you. We had to stay in the dead center of the ring, or Mikian's boys would poke us with daggers and spear points. Drignith fought like a woodcutter, chop, chop, chop. He never laid an edge on me. I got him with a straight thrust right through the neck. She regarded Sturm. He looked shocked. How long were you with Mikian's company? He asked finally. 12 weeks. We sacked a walled town near Takar, and Mikian finally lost a part he couldn't do without. Sturm raised an eyebrow. His head, said Kitiara. That was the end of the marauders. It was every man for himself, and the whole company broke up, looting and killing. The townsfolk rose up and fought back, wiping out the whole damn gang. Save for yours truly. She smiled crookedly. Kitiara had a deep fund of such stories, all exciting and nearly all bloody. Sturm found himself confused. He'd known her for about 2 years now and was no closer to understanding her. This handsome, bright woman possessed no small measure of wit and charm, and yet was enamored with war on its basest level. He had to admit he marveled at her strength and cunning, but he feared Kitiara a little too. The road petered into a path, and after a score of miles it merged into a stretch of sandy pine barrens. The air grew still and heavy with moisture. They camped in the barrens that night, and the wind gave them their first smell of the sea. Pine knots made an acrid, smoky campfire. As Kitiara fed the flames, Sturm watered the horses. He returned to the dim circle of firelight and squatted on the sand. Kitiara handed him a cold mutton joint. Sturm gnawed the peppered meat, and Kitiara leaned back, her feet to the fire and her head pillowed by her bedroll. There's Paladine, she said. See? She pointed to the heavens. Paladine? Mishakal, Branchala, she said, naming each constellation in turn. Do you know the sky? My boyhood tutor, Vidro, was an astrologer, Sturm said, not really answering. He lifted his eyes. It is said that the will of the gods can be divined by the movement of the stars and planets. What gods? Kitiara replied lazily. You don't believe in the gods? Why should I? What have they done for the world lately, or for me ever? Sturm could tell she was baiting him, so he decided to drop the subject. What is that group there? He asked. Opposite Paladine. Takhisis, the Queen of Darkness. Oh, yes, the Dragon Queen. He tried to see the authoress of evil, but to him it was only a spatter of stars. The white orb of Solinari climbed above the horizon. In its glow, the sandy hillocks and solitary pines were pale ghosts of their daytime selves. Not long after, in the middle quadrant of the sky, a red glow of equal size appeared. Now that I know, said Sturm. Lunitari, the red moon. Luin to the Urgathites, red eye in Goodland. A strange color for a moon, don't you think? Said Kitiara. He tossed the naked mutton bone aside. I didn't know there were proper colors for moons. White or black are proper. Red means nothing. She propped her head up so that Lunitari was directly in her line of sight. I wonder why it's red. Sturm reclined on his bedroll. The gods ordained it so. Lunitari is the abode of neutrality, of neutral magic and illusion. Vidro theorized that the color came from the blood sacrifice to the gods. He offered this cautiously. Other philosophers claim the red color represents the heart of Huma, the first knight of the Dragonlance. There was only silence from his companion. Kit, he said quietly. A rasp from the shadows revealed the result of his lecture. Kitiara was asleep. The village of Zaradin was a low brown smudge on the gray-white shore. There were perhaps 50 weather-worn houses of varying size, none with more than 2 stories. Sturm and Kitiara rode down the face of a steeply sloping dune toward the village. On the way, they had to thread through lines of sharpened stakes, buried in the sand with the points slanting out. Here and there, the stakes were scorched by fire. A hedgehog, Kitiara remarked. A defense against cavalry. The villagers must have been raided not long ago. Behind the stakes was a shallow trench, which was spotted with black clots of blood, soaked into the sand. The faces of the people of Zaradin were not friendly as Sturm and Kitiara rode up the single sandy track that was the main street. Sullen eyes and work-gnarled hands clenched into fists seemed to be everywhere. Kitiara reined up and dismounted in front of a sagging gray tavern that bore the name Three Fishes. Odd white posts and rafter ends showed between the weather-worn clapboards. Sturm tied Tallfox to one of the posts. It was bone, from some enormous, long-dead sea creature. What do you suppose it was? He asked Kit curiously. Kitiara glanced at the bone and said, Sea serpent, maybe. Come, there'll be shipmasters in here. The Three Fishes Tavern was well filled with patrons for so early an hour. The first master that Kitiara approached growled, Mercenaries, and spat at her feet. She almost drew her blade on him, but Sturm caught her wrist. Cut one, and we'll have to fight them all, he muttered. Be patient. We must have a boat to cross the straits. They tried half a dozen sea captains and were rebuffed each time. Kitiara was fuming. Sturm was puzzled. He'd voyaged before and knew that mariners usually liked to take on a few passengers. They paid better than fishing or cargo did, took care of themselves, and didn't take up much deck space. So why are the masters of Zaradin so hostile, he wondered. They drifted to the bar. Kitiara called for ale, but all the barkeep had was black wine of no star. After a sip of the bitter vintage, Sturm shoved his cup aside. Better to be thirsty, he thought. Kitiara plunked one of her Sylvanesti coins on the dirty bar. Even in the dim tavern, the glow of gold caught the barkeep's eye. He came to the end of the bar, where Sturm and Kitiara leaned. "You want something?" said the man. A sheen of sweat coated his shaved head. "Words," said Kitiara, "merely a few words." "For that amount of gold you can have all the words you want." The barkeeper tucked his greasy rag under his arm. Sturm wondered idly which was dirtier, the rag or the barkeep's canvas shirt. "What happened here?" asked Kitiara. "They don't like mercenaries here. 10 nights ago, horsemen attacked the village, carried off everything they could grab, including some women and children." "Who were they?" Sturm asked. "Did they wear insignia?" "Some say they wasn't true men at all," said the barkeeper. "Some say they had hard, dark skin, and—" He looked from side to side to see if anyone else was listening. "And some say they had tails." Sturm started to ask another question, but Kitiara stopped him with a glance. "We need to buy passage to Kergoth," she said. "Will anybody in Zaradin take us?" "Dunno. Some of them lost heavy in the raid. They'd as like to slit your throats as take you to sea." The barkeep went back to dispensing his awful wares. Sturm surveyed the room. "I don't like this," he said. "Raiders with tails. What sort of monsters could they have been?" "Don't take that one's mutterings too seriously," Kitiara said. "The farther you get from safe havens like Solace, the wilder and weirder the tales you'll hear." She tossed back the Nostarian wine without a shudder. "Skinhead is right about one thing. We have no friends in this room." From behind their backs, a voice said, "Be not certain of that, me hearties." Sturm and Kitiara faced the speaker. He was a full head shorter than Kitiara, with sharply pointed features and a clean, boyish face. Signs of elven blood. Kitiara saw a flash of Tanis as she had last seen him, blood on his lips, his cheek red from her slap, staring at her in shock. "Tyrolan Ambredel, at your service." He bowed from the waist. "Mariner, mapmaker, gem cutter, and piper." Tyrolan reached for Kitiara's hand and raised it to his lips. He didn't kiss it, but touched it to his forehead. She smiled. Sturm introduced them both and asked, "Can you provide us with transport to Kergoth, Master Ambredel?" "Easily, sir. Me craft High Crest is laden with dunnage for that very port. Will it be just the two of you?" "And 2 horses. We're traveling light," Kitiara said. "For 2 passengers and 2 horses, I shall require 5 gold pieces each." Sturm gaped at the high price, but Kitiara laughed scornfully. "We'll give you 4 gold pieces for the both of us," she said. 8 for both," countered Tyrolan. 5, she said, "and we'll pay in Sylvanesti gold." Tyrolan Ambredel's arched brows bunched over his thin nose. "True gold of Eli?" Kitiara picked up the coin from the bar and flashed it in the mariner's face. Carefully, almost tenderly, Tyrolan reached for the elven gold. He held the coin, caressed it, and ran his fingertips over the worn inscription. "Very fine," he said. "Do you know that this coin is more than 500 years old? Minted just before the lords of the East withdrew into the forest, severing all ties with the human world. How many of these relics have you tossed away for meat and wine?" "I had a dozen," said Kitiara. "Now I have 5. They are yours, if you ferry us to Kergoth." "Done." "When do we sail?" asked Sturm. "The tide ebbs with the first moon's rise. When the silver moon clears the grip of the sea, we up anchor and away." Tyrolan slipped the coin into a suede pouch on his belt. "Now, follow me, and I'll take you to the High Crest." Sturm dropped some coins on the bar, and they exited the tavern. They led Tallfox and Pyra through the streets of Zaradin, following as Tyrolan Ambredel led. People turned from them everywhere they went. One old crone uttered a charm against bad luck as Tyrolan passed. "The natives are very superstitious," he said. "Anything or anyone foreign is believed dangerous these days." Sturm looked back at the circle of stakes in the dunes above the town.
"They have reason to be afraid," he said.
Zaradin had a single decrepit wharf. Sturm was uncertain the warped planks would hold Tallfox's weight, but Tyrolan assured him that it was safe. Cargo far heavier than horses passed over the wharf every day, he said. "Where's your boat?" asked Kitiara.
"The ship is beyond the headland yonder."
"Why anchor so far out?" Sturm asked.
"The vessel and crew are not well liked in Zaradin. When we must call here, we moor in deep water so as to avoid trouble with the natives."
A wide shell-like lighter was tied to the pier. A man lay asleep in the stern, a ragged cap over his face. Tyrolan jumped into the lighter, startling the man into wakefulness.
"This your boat?" said Tyrolan in a loud, cheerful voice.
Yeah."
"Well, then hop to it, man. You can earn your grog money for the week."
The horses were led to a gangplank. Kitiara spoke soothingly to Pyra, and the mare entered the rocking lighter without too much trouble. Tallfox, on the other hand, balked completely. Sturm wrapped the reins around his fists and tried to drag the terrified animal into the boat.
No, that's not the way," said Tyrolan.
He hopped to the narrow gunwale and walked agilely to the foot of the gangplank.
"May I, Master Brightblade?"
Sturm reluctantly gave over the reins. Tallfox began to calm the moment Tyrolan's slim hand stroked his neck. Tyrolan spoke soothingly to the horse.
"Strong as you are, and you're afraid of a little boat ride? I'm not afraid. Am I better than you? Am I braver?"
To Sturm and Kitiara's astonishment, Tallfox shook his head energetically and snorted.
"Then," continued Tyrolan in quiet, golden tones, "step down and take your place with your friends."
The chestnut gelding stepped daintily into the lighter and stood quietly next to Pyra. Their tails switched gently in time with the rocking of the boat. "How did you do that?" asked Kitiara. Tyrolan shrugged.
"I have a way with animals."
After sculling away from the pier, the boatman raised a tattered lateen sail. The lighter skimmed between bobbing fishing craft and past the few major merchant ships in the harbor. The laden boat ran uneventfully all the way to the southern headland. Then the wind died, and the boatman went back to his sweep. Dark slate and indigo clouds piled up on the southern horizon. Against the blue and green of the sea stood the white hull of the High Crest. Its shape was quite unlike the other boats in Zaradin harbor. The sheer line rose from the low, sharp bow to a high poop. The single lofty mast was painted white too, and in the freshening air a green pennant rippled from the masthead.
"Me vessel," said Tyrolan proudly. "Isn't she beautiful?"
"I have never seen a white ship before," said Sturm. "It's very handsome," Kitiara said. She frowned privately at Sturm and gestured to him. Amidships, they huddled between their mounts. "This is getting stranger by the minute," whispered Kitiara. "An elven captain shunned by the local folk, a strange white ship anchored far from other vessels. There's more to this than meets the eye. I'm glad I lied about how many gold coins I have." Sturm said, "I agree. The way he charmed Tallfox wasn't natural. I think he used a spell." To Sturm, steeped in the Solamnic tradition, there was no worse sign than the use of magic. Kitiara put a hand to his shoulder and said, "Keep your sword handy."
"All is well,"
called Tyrolan over his shoulder. "Very well," said Kitiara. "Oh, your ship is big." They were now only 100 yards from it, and the High Crest filled their view. The white ship rode steadily in the waves, anchored at both bow and stern. The deck and rigging were empty, but a boarding ladder hung over the bulwark, waiting. Tyrolan snared a dangling rope and tied the lighter fast to the High Crest.
"Ho there, me hearties! Show yourselves!"
he sang out in a clear tenor. The ship's ghostly inactivity vanished in a flurry of bare feet and whoops. A score of agile sailors, all sharp-featured and beardless, poured onto the deck. Sturm found himself seized by eager hands and hauled to the deck. Kitiara followed, carried by 4 smiling sailors. She laughed, and they set her on her feet beside Sturm. A sailor with white hair, yet quite young-looking, approached Tyrolin and bowed to him.
"Hail, Cade Baroon," said Tyrolin. "Hail, hail, Tyrolin Ambradel. We've 2 fine horses to bring aboard, Cade. See to it, will you?" "Horses? I haven't seen horses since—"
Cade Baroon glanced at Sturm and Kitiara. "Since we left home?" He shouted some orders in a strange tongue, and the lively sailors rushed to the rail overlooking the lighter. They looked at Tall Fox and Pyra with unconcealed admiration. The chatter ceased.
"Sling a boom," called the boatman in the lighter. "I'll fasten the harness and you can hoist them up."
The High Crest crew did so, and they all were quickly aboard the ship. Beneath the rapidly setting sun, the sailors fell to quickly, and soon had the High Crest ready for sea. The sail was raised, a fat triangle of brilliant green fabric. The High Crest stirred and stood out from the Abyssinian headland. Tyrolin took the wheel and buried the ship's bow in the tossing waves of the Straits of Shalsea. Kitiara discarded her black leather jerkin. The breeze stirred her light linen blouse. She closed her eyes and ran her fingers through her short black curls. When she opened her eyes, she spied Sturm brooding by the bowsprit. "Cheer up," she said, whacking him on the back. "The wind is fair, and Tyrolin seems to know his trade. We'll be in Cairgoth in no time." "I suppose," Sturm answered, "but I can't help being worried. The last time I made a sea voyage in these waters was as a boy. There was magic on that ship, and things went badly for my mother and me for a time." "But you came through, didn't you?" "We did." "Then be calm. You're a knight in all but the ceremonial sense, going to reclaim your rightful heritage. Maybe you don't realize it, but I've got family in Solamnia, too." "The Uthmatars?" She nodded. "I've not had contact with them since my father left us. In all my travels, I've never penetrated the Solamnic plain. When you declared your intention to go north, it seemed as good a time as any to do some exploring up there." She raised an eyebrow. "The Uthmatars are a knightly line, too, you know." "No, I didn't." He realized he knew so little about her, really. She left him by the bowsprit and went below. Sturm slipped the strap off his chin and removed his helmet. The twin brass horns were smudged. He'd have to polish them tonight. For now, he cradled the helmet against his chest and let the sea wind wash through his long, tangled hair. Chapter 3. The Severed Head.
"Hail, Captain Tyrolin," said Sturm, blinking in the bright morning light. "Hail, hail, Sturm Brightblade. We've reached the Cape of Care in splendid time. Did you rest well?"
"Well enough. Why have we anchored so far from the harbor?" Sturm asked. Cade handed his captain a loose hooded coat, which Tyrolin slipped on.
"The city folk here are even less fond of elves than those at Zaradine. Here comes one of me boys now with a lighter for you," he said.
"I'll tell Kit we're going." He lifted the latch on the cabin door and bowled right in to find that Kitiara was up and dressing. A linen blouse, beautifully embroidered with red and blue, slid up over her bare shoulders. She'd already exchanged her heavy corduroy riding pants for baggy or Gothic-style trousers. He could not help but stare. "I'm just about ready," she said. "How does the city look?" He swallowed and said, "We're a mile or 2 out. Tyrolin fears the anti-elf sentiment in Cairgoth. He's rowing ashore to scout things, and I'm going with him." "Good." She picked up her sword belt and buckled it around her hips. "I'm ready, too." The 4 of them lowered the horses with a block and tackle. Cade held the painter line, while Tyrolin, Sturm, and Kitiara climbed down into the boat. The first mate cast them off, and Tyrolin dug in with the oars. It was a sultry morning, hotter than any they'd had yet, and a steamy calm hung over the water. No one spoke as Tyrolin rowed toward the hazy line of the coast. Cairgoth was a major port, and the watercraft thickened as they drew nearer. Skiffs and dories, ketches and pinnaces plied to and fro, laden with fish, crab, and clams. Larger boats shuttled goods from the big merchant ships at rest in the main harbor. Tyrolan swung his arms untiringly back and forth, maneuvering the yawl between the bigger vessels skillfully. Kitiara craned her neck to see up the steep side of an Ergothic argosy. A quartet of sailors in woolly caps leaned over the rail and hooted at her. She waved gaily and said to Sturm, "I'd like to see how bold they'd be if we faced each other with swords in our hands." Once clear of the heavier ships, the trio noticed a very strange vessel, drawn up to the deep water docks. It was high and square, with a pair of what looked like wagon wheels attached to each side. The short mast was very thick, and a signal fire seemed to be burning from its top. A patch of grimy smoke drifted away from the ugly ship. "What in the world is that?" asked Tyrolan. Creeping nearer, they saw that a heavy boom had been rigged to the craft's starboard side. A barge lay alongside it, and 2 enormous wooden crates were already on it. A third crate, fully as large as Tyrolan's yawl, was slowly being hoisted off the deck of the queer, smoking ship. "It's going to fall," said Tyrolan. "Watch!" The boom swung out, revealing that the crate was wrapped up in a cargo net. Clusters of small figures heaved against the weight of the crate, in vain. The net sagged, a corner poked through, and the crate ripped free and crashed into the water, just missing the loaded barge. A string of little people, shrieking in high-pitched voices, tumbled over the side. Tyrolan chuckled loudly. "I should have known," he said. "Gnomes." Sturm knew the little people only by reputation. They were incessant tinkerers, makers of weird machinery and purveyors of endless theories. Disdaining magic, gnomes were the most fervent technologists on Krynn. For centuries, the gnomes and the knights of Solamnia had maintained a pact of mutual aid, since both groups distrusted the workings of magic. Tyrolan rowed around the stern of the gnome ship. Kitiara pointed to an endless string of letters painted across the stern, along the side, under the bow. It was the name of the ship. The portion on the stern read, "Principle of hydrodynamic compression and etheric volatility, controlled by the most ingenious system of gears invented by the illustrious inventor, he who utters polynomial fractions while sleeping," and on and on. "Should we lend a hand?" Sturm asked. "Not unless you want to get wet," said Kitiara. Sure enough, the gnomes on the barge who tried to rig up a lifeline succeeded only in falling overboard themselves. Tyrolan rowed on. "I wonder what the crates contain," Sturm said, as the gnomish pandemonium passed astern. "Who knows? A new machine to peel and core apples, perhaps," said Tyrolan. "Here's the dock." The elf captain shipped his oars, and the yawl coasted in to the dock. Sturm slipped the bowline over a cleat, and the 3 of them climbed the short ladder to the platform. With a large block and tackle, anchored to the dock for loading and unloading cargo, they easily transported their horses to the dock and shore. "Where to now?" asked Sturm. A row of grog shops and taverns lined the wharf, and beyond them were great warehouses. "I don't know about you fellows," Kitiara said, gazing at the line of public houses, "but I'm starved." "Can't you wait?" objected Sturm. "Why should I?" She hitched her sword belt into its proper angle and set off, trailing her horse behind her. Tyrolan and Sturm reluctantly followed. She chose, for no obvious reason, a tavern called the Severed Head. Kitiara tied her horse outside, kicked the door open, and stood there, surveying the room. Figures stirred in the dim recesses. An odd, fetid odor wafted out the door. "Faugh!" said Tyrolan. "That smell is not human." "Come, Kit, this is no place for us." Sturm tried to take her by the elbow and steer her away, but Kitiara would have none of it. She jerked her arm free and stepped in. "I'm tired of barren roads and snug ships," she said. "This looks like an interesting place." "Be on your guard," Sturm muttered in Tyrolan's pointed ear, Kit's a good friend, but long months of the quiet life in Solace have made her reckless. Tyrolan winked and followed Kitty-Yara inside. There wasn't an actual bar in the Severed Head, just a scattering of tables and benches. Kitty-Yara swaggered to a table near the center of the room and threw one leg over the back of a chair. "Barkeep!" she shouted. In the darkness, heads swiveled toward her. Sturm saw more than one pair of eyes glowing in the shadows. They were red, like the coals in a farrier's furnace. Sturm and Tyrolan sat down warily. A squat, lumpish creature appeared by Kitty-Yara's elbow. It puffed like a leaky bellows, and each breath brought a fresh wave of foulness. "Huh?" said the lumpish creature. "Ale," she snapped. "Ale," she said a little louder. The creature shook its upper body in negative fashion. Kitty-Yara slapped the tabletop. "Bring the specialty of the house," she said. This elicited an affirmative grunt. The servant trundled around. "Double quick!" Kit screeched, and the creature ambled off. Something rose out of the tavern's shadows. It stood a good half-head taller than Sturm and was at least twice as wide. The shambling hulk approached their table. "This is not a place for you," said the hulk. Its voice was deep and hollow. "I don't know," Kitty-Yara said airily. "I've been in worse." "This is not a place for you," it repeated. "Maybe we should go," said Tyrolan quickly. "There are many taverns." He eyed the door, gauging the distance to it. "I already ordered—" "Sit down." The hulk leaned over and rested a hand as big as a dinner plate and with 4 fingers on the table. The hand was dry and scaly. "You go, or I send you out," said the hulk. Tyrolan sprang up. "There's no need for trouble." The creature's other arm shot out, catching the elf in the chest. Tyrolan staggered back. His hood fell off his head, revealing his elven features. There was a general intake of breath in the room. The hiss was enough to make the hair on Sturm's neck bristle. "Courtron!" said the menacing creature. Sturm and Kitty-Yara stood smoothly but quickly. Swords flicked out of sheaths. Tyrolan produced an elvish short sword, and the 3 closed together back to back. "What have you gotten us into?" Sturm asked, keeping his blade on guard. "I just wanted a little fun," Kitty-Yara replied. "What's the matter, Sturm? Do you want to live forever?" A 3-legged stool hurtled out of the dark. Sturm knocked it aside with his blade. "Not forever, but a few more years would be nice." Somewhere in the gloom, steel glinted. "Move for the door," Tyrolan said. "There are too many of these things in here to fight." A clay mug shattered on an overhead beam, showering them with shards. "And I can barely see them." "It would be nice to have a candle or two," admitted Kitty-Yara. One huge figure moved out of the shadows toward her. It wielded a blade as wide as her palm, but she parried, disengaged, and thrust into the darkness. Kitty-Yara felt her sword point strike flesh, and her attacker howled. "Candle? I can do better than that," Tyrolan said. He whirled and jammed his sword into the center of their table. He began to sing in Elvish, hastily and shakily. The blade of his weapon glowed red. 2 creatures closed on Sturm. He beat against their heavier weapons, making a lot of noise but accomplishing nothing. "Tyrolan, we need you," he barked. The elf sang on. The short sword was nearly white now. Smoke curled up from the tabletop. An instant later, the table burst into flame. The enemy stood out in the first flash of fire. There were 8 of them, great brawny lizard-like creatures in thickly quilted cloaks. The light dazzled them, and they retreated a few steps. Kitty-Yara gave a battle cry and attacked. She avoided a cut by her towering opponent and brought the keen edge of her sword down on the creature's arm. The big sword clattered to the floor. Kitty-Yara took her weapon in both hands and thrust it deep into her foe's chest. The creature bellowed in rage and pain and tried to get her with its clawed hand. She recovered and thrust again. The creature groaned once and fell on its face. Sturm traded cuts with two creatures. The burning table filled the room with smoke, and the creatures backed away, gasping. Tyrolan, on Sturm's right, was not doing well. He'd recovered his now cool sword, but the short weapon was doubly outclassed. Only his superior nimbleness was saving him from being cut down. With a bang, the creatures stormed the tavern door and smashed it aside. Flames had spread down the table's legs to the tinder-dry floor. "Out! Out!" Sturm cried. Kitiara was still dueling, so Sturm grabbed her by the back of the collar and pulled her away. "Let go! Leave me alone!" She threw an elbow at Sturm. He blocked the blow and shook Kitiara. "Listen to me. The place is burning down around your ears. Get out!" he cried. Reluctantly, she complied. The smoke billowing from the upper-story windows had drawn a crowd of curious Kergothians. Tyrolan, Sturm, and Kitiara erupted into the street ahead of the flames. Sturm scanned the watching crowd, but the strange lizard creatures were gone. The three of them leaned on each other and coughed the rancid smoke from their lungs. Gradually, Sturm became aware of the silence of the crowd around them. He lifted his head and saw that they all were staring at Tyrolan. "Elf," someone said, making the word sound like a curse. "Trying to burn down our town," said another. "Always causing trouble," added a third. "Back to the boat," Sturm murmured to Tyrolan, "and watch your back." Kitiara offered Tyrolan's fee, but he took only half. The elvish sailor started off as Sturm and Kitiara mounted their horses. He stopped, though, turned, and tossed a shiny purple-carved gem to Kit. A wink of his eye made her smile. "A gift," was all he said. The three of them then parted. Chapter 4. A Hint of Purple. Kitiara and Sturm rode up a winding trail to the sand cliffs overlooking the bay. The high crest had shrunk to toy size in the distance. After a last look at the elf ship, they turned their horses inland. They soon reached the road outside the walls of Kergoth. From the sutlers and traders who lined the road, they bought bread and meat, dried fruit and cheese. The road ran as straight as an arrow east. Domed and cobbled, it was one of the few public works remaining from pre-cataclysmic times. Kitiara and Sturm rode side by side down the center of the road. Its shoulders were fairly thick with travelers on foot, at least for the first 10 miles or so from the city. By mid-afternoon, they were alone. They said little. Kitiara finally broke the silence, saying, "I wonder why there are no travelers on the way to Kergoth." "I was puzzled by that myself," said Sturm. "A bare road is a bad sign. War or robbers beset empty roads. I have heard no rumors of wars, so it must be the latter." They paused by the side of the road long enough to don their mail shirts and helmets. No sense catching an arrow when they were so close to reaching Solamnia. The eerie desolation persisted to the end of the day. Now and again they passed the burned-out remains of a wagon or the blanched bones of slaughtered horses and cattle. Kitiara rode with her sword across her saddle. They were tired from the day's morning mayhem and decided to camp early. They found a pleasant clearing in a ring of oaks 100 yards from the road. Tall Fox and Pyra were tied to a picket line to graze on grass and broom straw. Sturm found a spring and fetched water, while Kitiara built a fire. Dinner was bacon and hard biscuit toasted over the fire. Night closed in, and they moved closer to the flames. Smoke wound in a loose spiral toward the stars. The moons were up, Solinari and Lunatari. Souls rise up like smoke to heaven, Sturm thought. "Sturm?" Kitiara's voice brought him out of his reverie. "Yes?" "We'll have to sleep in turns." "Quite so. I'll stand watch first, all right?" "Suits me." Kitiara circled around the campfire with her bedroll. She unrolled it beside Sturm and lay down. "Wake me when the silver moon sets," she said. He looked down at the mass of dark curls by his knee. Veteran that she was, Kitiara soon dropped off. Sturm fed the fire from a handy pile of kindling and sat cross-legged with his sword across his lap. Once Kitiara stirred, uttering faint moans. Hesitantly, Sturm touched her hair. She responded by snuggling closer to him until her head was resting on his crossed ankles. He never felt the lethargy creep over him. 1 minute Sturm was awake facing the fire with Kitiara asleep in front of him, and the next thing he knew he was lying face down on the ground. There was dirt in his mouth, but for some reason he couldn't spit it out. Worse, he couldn't seem to move at all. One eye was mashed shut against the ground. With tremendous effort he was able to open the other. He saw the fire, still burning. There were several pairs of legs around it, clad in ragged deerskin leggings. There was an odd, unpleasant smell, like singed hide or burning hair. Kitiara was beside him, lying on her back, her eyes closed.
"Nothin' but food," said a scratchy bass voice. "There's nothin' in this bag but some lousy food."
Me, said another shriller voice.
"Me find coin."
One pair of legs ambled out of Sturm's sight.
"Where the coins?"
He heard a tinkle of metal. One of Kitiara's last Sylvanesti gold coins dropped on the ground. The shrill speaker said, "Aye," and dropped on his hands and knees. Then Sturm saw what they were. There was no mistake. The pointed heads, angular features, gray skin, red eyes. They were goblins. The smell was theirs, too. Sturm tried to muster all his strength to stand, but it felt as though bars of lead were piled on his back. He could see and feel enough to know that he wasn't tied. That, and the suddenness with which he was taken, meant that someone had cast a spell on him and Kitiara. But who? Goblins were notoriously dim-witted. They lacked the concentration necessary for spell casting.
"Stop your bickering and keep searching," said a clear human voice.
So, the goblins were not alone. Hard, bony hands grabbed his left arm and rolled him over. Sturm's one open eye stared into the face of two of the robbers. One was warty and had lost his front teeth. The other bore scars on his neck from a failed hanging.
"Aye, him eye open," squawked the warty one. "He see."
Scarface produced an ugly fork-bladed dagger.
"I fixed dat," he said.
Before he could strike the helpless Sturm, another brigand yelped. The others quickly converged on him.
I found,
babbled the goblin. What he had found was the arrowhead amethyst Tyrolan had given Kitiara. She had tied a string around the carved shoulders of the stone, and had been wearing it around her neck. The finder held it up and capered away from his fellows. They slapped and clawed at him for the pale purple stone.
"Let me see that," said the man.
The dancing goblin halted and contritely carried the amethyst into the shadows beyond the fire.
"Rubbish," said the man. "A flawed bit of crystal."
The arrowhead arced through the air. It hit the dirt between Sturm and Kitiara and bounced into Kitiara's slack and open palm. The goblins scampered over to retrieve it.
"Leave it," the man commanded. "It's worthless."
Pretty, protested Warty.
"Me keep."
"I said leave it, or shall I get the wand?" The goblins, Sturm estimated there were 4, shrank back and gibbered.
"We'll take the coins and the horses. Leave the rest," said the robber's human master.
"What about the swords?" said Scarface. "This is good iron." He held out Sturm's sword for his leader to see. "Yes, too good for you. Bring it. It will fetch good money at Trader Lovo's. Get the woman's too." Warty hopped over to Kitiara. He kicked her arm aside and bent over to draw the sword which lay under her. As he did, her hand clamped around the goblin's ankle. "What?" said the wart-faced goblin. Kitiara yanked his leg out from under him, and the goblin went down with a thud. In the next instant she was up, sword in hand. Warty groped for his dagger, but never drew it. With one cut, Kitiara sent his ugly head bouncing away.
"Get her! Get her, you miserable wretches! It's 3 against 1, yelled the man from the shadows.
Scarface pulled a hook-bladed bill off his shoulder and attacked. Kitiara knocked the clumsy weapon away repeatedly. The other 2 goblins tried to circle behind her. She turned so that the fire was at her back. Sturm raged against the spell that kept him helpless. A goblin's foot passed within easy reach of his right hand, but he couldn't even flex a finger to help Kitiara. Not that she needed any help. When Scarface lunged with his bill, she lopped the hook off. The goblin stared stupidly at his shortened shaft. Kitiara thrust through him. "Now it's 2-1, she said. She leaped over the campfire, landing between the last 2 robbers. They screeched in terror and dropped their daggers. She cut one down as he stood there. The last goblin ran to the edge of the clearing. Sturm heard him die among the oaks. There were a few other sounds, feet running, loud breathing, and a howl of pain. "Thought you could get away, eh?" Kitiara said. She had caught the hidden magic user and brought him back into the firelight. He was a gaunt fellow, twice Sturm's age, dressed in a shabby gray robe. Tools of his art dangled from a rope tied around his waist. A wand, a bag of herbs, amulets wrought in lead and copper. Kitiara kicked the magician's legs out from under him, and he sprawled in the dirt beside Sturm. "Take the spell off my friend," Kitiara demanded. I can't." "You mean you won't?" She poked him with her sword. No, I don't know how. I don't know how to take it off." He seemed ashamed. "I never had to take a paralysis spell off before. The goblins always cut their throats." "Because you ordered them to." No. Kitiara spat. "The only thing worse than a thief is a fool weakling of a thief." She raised her blade to her shoulder. "There's only one way to break the spell that I know of." She was right, and when the magic user was dead, the leaden feeling vanished from Sturm's limbs. He sat up, rubbing his stiff neck. "By all the gods, Kitiara, you're ruthless," he said. He looked around the campsite, now a bloody battlefield. "Did you have to kill them all?" "There's gratitude for you," she said. She wiped her blade on the tail of the dead magician's robe. "They would have cheerfully cut our throats. Sometimes I don't understand you, Sturm." He remembered the goblin's fork-bladed dagger and said, "You have a point. Still, killing that scruffy magician was no honorable deed." She slid her blade into its sheath. "I didn't do it for honor," she said. "I was just being practical." They gathered their belongings from where the robbers had scattered them. Sturm saw Kitiara pick up the amethyst necklace. "Look," she said, "it's clear." In the light from the fire, Sturm saw that the once purple stone was now ordinary transparent quartz. "That explains it," he said. "You were able to move when the amethyst fell into your hand, yes?" The light dawned on her. "That's right. I was wearing it over my blouse and under my mail. When it touched your skin, the paralysis spell was broken. The dissipation of the spell bled all the color from the stone. It's just an arrowhead-shaped piece of quartz now." Kitiara slipped the loop over her head. "I'll keep it just the same. Tyrolan probably never realized he was saving our lives when he gave me the stone." Their baggage recovered, Sturm began to gather dead wood from the circle of oaks and heaped it on the fire. The flames leaped up. "Why are you doing that?" asked Kitiara. "I'm making a pyre," said Sturm. "We can't leave these corpses lying about. Let the vultures have them. It's not out of respect that I do this. Evil magicians, even one as lowly as this one, have the unhappy habit of returning undead to prey on the living. Help me put them on the pyre, and their menace will truly be over." She agreed, and the goblins and their master were consigned to the flames. Sturm flung dirt on the embers. Then he and Kit mounted their horses. "How do you know so much about magic?" asked Kitiara. "I thought you despised it in all forms." "I do," Sturm replied. "Magic is the greatest underminer of order in the world. It's difficult enough to live with virtue and honor without the temptation of magical power. But magic exists, and we all must learn to deal with it. For myself, I have had many talks with your brother, and I've learned some things I've needed to defend myself." "You mean Raistlin?" she asked, and Sturm nodded. "His lectures on magic always put me to sleep," she said. "I know," said Sturm. "You go to sleep awfully easily." They turned the horses toward the new morning's sun and rode away. Chapter 5. Cloudmaster. The day after the robbers' attack was oppressively humid. Tall Fox and Pyra needed frequent watering, for their heads would sag and their gait falter. They entered a district of orchards and farms, with a good view from the road on all sides. Kitiara and Sturm discarded their mail for shirt sleeves, and by noon Kitiara had pulled her blouse loose and tied the tails together around her waist. Thus cooled, they paused in a fig grove for lunch. "Too bad they're green," said Kitiara, pinching an immature fig between her thumb and forefinger. "I like figs. I doubt that the orchard's keeper would share your enthusiasm unless you paid for what you ate," said Sturm. He hollowed a large biscuit and filled the hole with chopped dried fruit and cheese. "Oh, come on, haven't you ever snitched apples or pears, stolen a chicken and roasted it over a bark fire while the farmer hunted for you with a pitchfork?" "No, never." "I have, and few things in life taste as sweet as the food you season with wit." She dropped the fig branch and joined Sturm under the tree. "You never considered what your witty little thefts might do to the farmer, did you, Kit? That he or his family might go hungry for a night because of your filched meal?" She bristled. "A fine one you are to talk, Master Brightblade. Since when did you ever work for the food that went into your belly? It's very easy for a lord's son to speak of justice for the poor, never having been poor himself." Sturm counted silently until his anger subsided. "I worked," he said simply. "When my mother, her handmaid Karen, and I first arrived in Solace 12 years ago, we had some money that we'd brought with us, but soon it ran out, and we were in dire straits. My mother was an intensely proud woman and would not take charity. Mistress Karen and I did odd jobs around Solace to put food on the table. We never told my mother." Kitiara's prickly demeanor softened. "What did you do?" He shrugged. "Because I was able to read and write, I got a job with Darameus the scribe, copying scrolls and manuscripts. Not only was I able to earn 5 silver pieces a week, but I got to read all sorts of things. I never knew that. In fact, I met Tanis at Darameus' shop. He brought in a ledger that he kept for Flint. Tanis had spilled some ink on the last pages and wanted Darameus to replace them with new parchment. Tanis saw a 16-year-old boy scribbling away with a gray goose quill and inquired about me. We talked and became friends." This statement was punctuated by a roll of far-off thunder. The sultry air had collected in a mass of blue-black thunderheads piling up in the western sky. They were moving quickly eastward, so Sturm crammed the last of his lunch in his mouth and jumped to his feet. He mumbled something through bread and cheese. "What?" said Kitiara. "Horses. Must secure the horses." Lightning lanced down from the clouds to the hills where the robbers had been vanquished. Wind blew out of the upper air, swirling dust into Sturm and Kitiara's eyes. They tied Tall Fox and Pyra to a fig tree and hastily rigged their blankets as a shelter to keep the rain off. Down the road, Kitiara could see a wall of rain advancing toward them. "Here it comes," she said. The storm broke over the fig grove with all its fury. Rain hammered the skimpy screen of blankets down on their heads. In seconds, Sturm and Kitiara were completely soaked. Rain collected between the rows of trees and filled the low places. Water climbed over Kitiara's toes. Tall Fox couldn't bear it. A nervous beast by nature, he reared and neighed as the storm played around him. His terror infected the usually stolid Pyra, and both horses started straining against their tethers. A bolt of lightning hit the tallest tree in the orchard and blasted it into 1,000,000 burning fragments. The horses, driven beyond terror, tore free and galloped away. Tall Fox fleeing east and Pyra veering north. "After them!" Sturm cried above the din. He and Kitiara splashed off after their respective mounts. Tall Fox was a long-legged sprinter, and he galloped in a straight line. Pyra was a hard-cornering dodger. She wove among the leafy fig trees, changing direction a dozen times in 20 places. Kitiara stumbled after her, cursing her favorite's agility. The orchard ended in a gully. Kitiara slid down the muddy bank and into calf-deep water. "Pyra," she called. "Pyra, you pea-brained nag, where are you?" All she got for her shouting was a mouthful of water. She scanned both sides of the gully for tracks. In the lightning's glare, Kitiara saw a strange thing. An angular black shape, like a warrior's shield, was silhouetted against the clouds some 40 feet overhead. The dazzling glow faded, but not before she saw a long line trailing below the shield to the ground. Kitiara slogged forward, not knowing what she would find. Tall Fox easily outran his master, but Sturm was able to follow the chestnut's prints in the mud. A wall of closely growing cedar saplings blocked the end of the orchard. There was only one gap wide enough for a horse to pass through, and sure enough, Sturm found Tall Fox's trail there. He plunged into the dense tangle of evergreen. Broken saplings told well which way his horse had gone. The lightning was unusually active overhead. It crackled and pulsed from cloud to cloud. One prolonged stroke illuminated a wonder to Sturm's eyes. An enormous bird fluttered in the storm wind. The bird wobbled from side to side, but never flew off. Another bolt of lightning crackled, and he saw why. Someone had tied cords to the bird's feet. Kitiara climbed a hill of solid mud. Her hair was plastered to her head, and her clothing felt as if it had absorbed a ton of water. At the top of the hill, she could see down into a wide clearing. There was no sign of Pyra. There was, however, plenty to see. In the center of the clearing was a thing such as Kitiara had never seen. It was like a huge boat, with large leather sails furled along each side. There were no masts, but the prow was long and pointed like a bird's beak, and there were wheels on the underside of the hull. Above the boat, tied to it by a rope netting, was a big canvas bag. A huge egg-shaped bag squirmed and writhed in the wind like a living thing. A swarm of little men surrounded the boat thing. Beyond them, a couple of tall poles rose straight up from the ground. From the tops of these 4 poles, long ropes whipped about, and at the end of the ropes were more of the warriors' shields that Kitiara had seen. At the same time, Sturm emerged from the cedars on the opposite side of the same clearing. He gaped at the thing. Wordlessly, he headed toward it. A little man in a shiny hat and long coat greeted Sturm. "Greetings and felicitations," he said cheerily. "Hello," said a bewildered Sturm. "What is going on here?" Even as he spoke, a bolt of lightning struck one of the birds tethered on a pole, the same thing Kitiara had mistaken for a shield. Blue-white fire coursed down the line to the pole. From the pole, it flashed along another line, a foot off the ground, until it reached the boat thing, where it vanished. The boat swayed on its wheels, then settled back. "Doing? Well, charging up, as you can see," said the little man. When he flipped the wide brim of his hat back, Sturm saw his pale eyes and bushy white brows, and realized that he was a gnome. "It really is a wonderful storm. We're so lucky." Kitiara wandered around the odd-looking craft, warily keeping her distance. By one especially vivid bolt of lightning, she saw Sturm talking to the little fellow. She cupped her hands around her lips and yelled, "Sturm! Kit!" She joined him. "Did you find the horses?" "No, I was hoping they ran to you." She waved her arms in great circles. "I fell in a ditch." "So I see. What are we going to do?" "Ahem," said the gnome. Do I understand that you two have lost your means of transportation?" "That's right," said Sturm and Kitiara in unison. "Fortuitous for fate. Perhaps we can help one another." He flipped the brim of his hat down again. A tiny torrent of water spilled down his coat. "Will you come with me?" "Where are we going?" asked Sturm. "For now, out of the weather," said the gnome. "I'm for that," said Kitiara. The gnome led them up a ramp into the left side of the boat. The interior was brightly lit, warm, and dry. Their guide removed his hat and coat. He was a mature male of his race, with a fine white beard and bald pink head. He gave Sturm and Kitiara each a towel, which, being sized for gnomes, was no bigger than a hand towel. Sturm dried his hands and face. Kitiara loosened some of the mud from hers, wrung out the towel, and tied it scarf fashion around her head. "Follow me," said the gnome. "My colleagues will join us later. They're busy now gathering the lightning." With this amazing statement, he led them down a long, narrow passage between two banks of machinery of unfathomable purpose. All the rods, cranks, and gears were skillfully wrought in iron or brass and carefully hollowed out. Their guide came to a small ladder, which he ascended. The upper deck they entered was subdivided into small cabins. Hammocks were slung from hooks, and all sorts of boxes, crates, and great glass demijohns were packed on every inch of floor space. Only a narrow track down the center of the passage was clear for walking. They climbed a second ladder and were in a house built in the center of the deck. There were portholes in the walls, and Sturm could see that rain still lashed at them. The deck house was split into two large rooms. The forward room, where they entered, was fitted like a ship's wheelhouse. A steering wheel was set at the bow end, which was extensively glazed with many glass panels. All sorts of levers sprouted from the floor and ceiling, and there were mysterious gauges labeled altitude, indicated airspeed, and density of raisins in breakfast muffins. Kitiara introduced them. The gnome's eyes widened, and he smiled benignly when he learned that Sturm was the son of an ancient Solamnic family. Ever curious, he inquired after Kitiara's antecedents. She turned his query aside and described their journey so far, their goal, and the general frustration at having lost their horses. "Perhaps I can be of service," said the gnome. "My name is He Who Stutters Appropriately in the midst of the most abstruse technical explanations." Sturm interrupted, knowing the length of gnomish names. "Please, what do those not of the gnomish race call you?" The gnome sighed and said very slowly, "I am often called Stutz, a wholly inadequate approximation of my true name." "It has the virtue of brevity," said Sturm. "But brevity, my dear knight, is no virtue to those who love knowledge for its own sake." Stutz folded his stubby fingers across his round belly. "I should like to offer you a position, if, under the circumstances, you are interested." "What sort of position?" asked Kitiara. "My colleagues and I arrived here today from Kergoth." The awkward spectacle of the gnome ship in Kergoth harbor came to the humans' minds. "We came to this region of Solamnia because the weather patterns are well known for violent thunderstorms." Sturm brushed his drying mustache with his fingers. "You were seeking a storm?" Precisely. The lightning is vital for the operation of our machine." Stutz smiled and patted the arm of his chair. "Isn't it a beauty? It is called the Cloudmaster." "What does it do?" "It flies." "Oh, of course it does," Kitiara said with a chuckle. "Very ingenious of you, gnomes. What does that have to do with Sturm and me?" Stutz's small face flushed a deeper shade of pink. "Ahem. We've had a bit of bad luck. You see, in calculating the optimal lift-to-weight ratio, someone failed to consider the effect of the Cloudmaster coming to rest on soil in an advanced state of hydration." "What did you say?" "We're stuck in the mud," said Stutz, turning pink again. "And you want us to dig you out?" asked Kitiara. "For which we will gratefully fly you to any point on Krynn that you wish to go, Anstar, Balafor, or Far Carthay." "The plains of Solamnia were where we were headed," said Sturm. "That's as far as we need to go." Kitiara swung an elbow into Sturm's ribs. "You're not taking this little lunatic seriously, are you?" she hissed from the corner of her mouth. "I know gnomes," he replied. "Their inventions work with surprising regularity." "But I don't." Stutz hopped up. "You'll want to discuss it. May I suggest you clean up, have a good meal, and then decide? We have a cleansing station on board like nothing you've seen before." "I'm sure of that," Kitiara muttered. They agreed to bathe and dine with the gnomes. Stutz pulled a light chain that hung from the ceiling by the steering wheel. A deep-throated "Auga!" echoed through the flying ship. A young gnome in greasy coveralls and with very bushy red eyebrows appeared. "Show our guests to the cleansing station," said Stutz. The bushy-browed gnome whistled a string of notes in reply. "No, one at a time," Stutz said. Bushy Brows whistled again. "Does he always talk like that?" queried Kitiara. "Yes, my colleague," here he recited about 5 minutes of gnome name, "has evolved the theory that spoken language was derived from the songs of birds. You may call him—" Stutz paused and looked at the bushy-browed fellow who tweeted and chirped. Stutz continued, "Bird Call." Bird Call took Sturm and Kitiara below deck to the stern. There, with whistles and gestures, he indicated 2 cubicles on either side of the corridor. The doors bore identical signs that read, "Rapid and Hygienic Cleansing Station, perfected and provided to the flying ship Cloudmaster by the Guild of Hydrodynamic Masters and Journeymen and the apprentices of Mount Nevermind, Level 12, Sandchrist Ancelon Kryn." Sturm looked from the door to Kitiara. "Do you think it works?" he asked. "Only one way to find out," she replied, pulling the filthy towel from her head and dropping it on the floor. She stepped through the door, and it swung shut behind her with a soft click. The tile walls inside the cleansing station were covered with writing. Kitiara squinted at the hand-painted script. Some of it ran sideways, and some of it was upside down. Most of the writing concerned proper and scientific bathing procedure. Some of it was nonsense. She saw a line that declared, "The absolute value of the density of raisins in the perfect muffin is 16. And some of the writing was rude. "The inventor of this station has dung for brains." She peeled off her outer clothing and put it in a convenient wicker basket. Kitiara stepped to a raised wooden platform. There was a ghastly, rubbery hissing sound, and water began to spray from a pipe above her head. It caught her by surprise, so she clamped a hand over the spouting end. No sooner had she stopped one spray than another started from the wall on her left. That one she plugged with a finger. Then the real melee began. With mud and water trickling down her face, Kitiara heard a rattling and squeaking behind her. She twisted around without unstopping the spouts. A square tile on the wall had popped open, revealing a jointed metal rod that was unfolding and reaching out for her. On the end of the rod was a round pad of fleece, rapidly spinning. Wheels and pulleys set along the jointed rod made the sheepskin turn. "What a time to be without a sword," Kitiara said aloud. The rod wavered and came toward her. It was a moment of decision. She accepted the challenge and released the pipes. Water gushed out, sluicing the mud from her body. Kitiara grappled with the whirling fleece, grabbing it with both hands. The pulleys whined and the cords twanged. Finally, she succeeded in snapping the rod off at the first joint. The water stopped. Kitiara stood, panting, as the water drained through slots in the floor. There was a knock on the door. "Kit," Sturm called, "are you finished?" Before she could reply, a heavy piece of cloth dropped from the ceiling over her head. She yelled and threw fists at her unseen attacker, but all she hit was air. Kitiara pulled the cloth off her head. It was a towel. She dried off and wrapped herself in it. Sturm was in the corridor, likewise swathed in a dry blanket. "What a place," he said, grinning more widely than Kitiara had ever seen him do. "I'm going to have a few words with Stutz," she declared. "What's wrong? I was attacked in there." Stutz appeared. "Is there a problem?" Kitiara was about to voice her outrage, but Stutz wasn't actually speaking to her. He bustled on by and opened a panel in the wall. Inside, a rather harried-looking gnome lay in a tangle with a 3-legged stool. At the gnome's waist level was a hand crank labeled Cleansing Station No. 2 Rotary Washing Device. "Is that what I was fighting?" Kitiara said. "Looks that way," said an amused Sturm. "The poor fellow was just doing his job. The fleece is like a washcloth, only he does the scrubbing for you." "I can do my own scrubbing, thank you," she said sourly. Stutz mopped his face with his sleeve.
This is all very distressing. I must ask you, Mistress Kittyara, not to damage the machinery. Now I shall have to write a report in quick quintuplicate to the Aerostatics Guild." "I'll keep an eye on her," Sturm said. "Kit has a tendency to bash things she doesn't understand." Bird Call came down the corridor, whistling furiously. Stutz brightened. "Oh, good. Time for dinner." The gnomes dined in the rear half of the deckhouse. A long plank table was suspended from the ceiling, as on an ocean-going ship, but the gnomes had improved on the sailors' arrangement by hanging their seats from the ceiling, too. They swung happily from side to side. Thus, Sturm and Kittyara had to squeeze into narrow chain swings just to sit at the table. Dinner proved ordinary enough. Beans, ham, cabbage, muffins, and sweet cider. Stutz apologized. They had no scientifically trained cook on board. The warriors were grateful for that. The gnomes ate rapidly and without conversation, because it was more efficient. The sight of 10 bowed, balding heads, accompanied only by the sound of spoons scraping on plates, was a little unnerving. Sturm cleared his throat and said, "Perhaps we ought to introduce ourselves." "Everyone knows who you are," said Stutz without looking up. "I sent out a memorandum while you were being cleansed." "Then you can introduce your crew to us," said Kittyara. Stutz's head snapped up. "They're not crew. We are colleagues." "Pardon me." Kittyara rolled her eyes. "You are pardoned." He spooned the last of his beans swiftly into his mouth. "But if you insist—" Stutz slipped from his swinging seat and walked down the row of eating gnomes. He gave a yawningly elaborate profile of each of his colleagues, including the name by which those not of the gnomish race could call each one. Sturm distilled all of this into a short mental list. Bird Call, chief mechanic in charge of the engine. Wingover, Stutz's right-hand gnome, in charge of actually flying the machine. Citer, astronomer and celestial navigator. Roperig, expert with rope, cord, wire, cloth, and so forth. Fitter, Roperig's apprentice. Flash, collector and storer of lightning. Bellcrank, chief metal worker and chemist. Cutwood, in charge of carpentry, woodwork, and all non-metal parts. Rainspot, weather seer and physician by designation. "How did you come to build this, machine?" asked Sturm. "It is part of my life quest," said Wingover, a taller-than-average gnome with a hawk-like nose. "Complete and successful aerial navigation, that's my goal. After years of experimenting with kites, I met our friend Bellcrank, who has discovered a very rarefied air which, when enclosed in a suitable bag, will float and support other objects of weight." "Preposterous," said Citer. "This so-called ethereal air is humbug." "Listen to the stargazer," the tubby Bellcrank said with a sneer. "How do you think we were able to fly to this point from Kergoth, eh? Magic?" "The wings supported us," Citer replied with heat. "The lift ratios clearly show—" "It was the ethereal air," retorted Rainspot, who sat by Bellcrank. "Wings!" shouted Citer's side of the table. "Air!" cried Bellcrank's allies. "Colleagues, colleagues," Stutz said, holding up his hands for quiet. "The purpose of our expedition is to establish with scientific accuracy the capabilities of the Cloudmaster. Let us not argue needlessly about theories until the data is available." The gnomes lapsed into sullen silence. Rain drummed on the skylight over the table. The hostile silence lingered for an embarrassing length of time. Then Rainspot lifted his eyes to the dark panes and said, "The rain is stopping." A few seconds later, the steady thrumming ceased completely. "How did he know that?" asked Kittyara. "Theories differ," said Wingover. "A committee is meeting even now on Sandcrest Isle to study our colleague's talent." "How can they study him when he's up here?" Sturm wondered. He was ignored. "It's his nose," Cutwood said. "His nose?" Kittyara asked. "Because of the size and relative angle of Rainspot's nostrils, he can detect changes in relative air pressure and humidity just by breathing." "Hogwash," Roperig said. "Hogwash," echoed Fitter, the smallest and youngest of the gnomes, from his place by Roperig. "It's his ears," continued Roperig. "He can hear the rain stop falling from the clouds before it reaches the ground." "Unmitigated tommyrot." That was Citer again. "Any fool can see that it's his hair that does it. He can feel the roots uncurl when the moisture in the air falls." Bellcrank, sitting opposite Citer, snatched up a muffin from the table and bounced it off his rival's chin.
Flash and Fitter pounced on the fallen muffin and broke it open. 12, 13, 14, Flash counted. What's he doing? Sturm asked. Counting raisins, answered Stutz. That's his current project, to determine the world average density of raisins in muffins. Kitiara dropped her face into her hands and moaned. The dinner debacle over, the gnomes left the flying ship to dismantle their equipment in the meadow. Kitiara and Sturm, now dry, dressed in enough clothing to hike back to their campsite in the fig orchard and pick up their gear. The storm had blown itself out, and stars showed in the ragged holes between the clouds. Are we doing the right thing? Asked Kitiara. These gnomes haven't got all their bootlaces tied. Sturm glanced back at the queer machine lying cockeyed in the muddy field. They are lacking in common sense, but they're tireless and creative. If they can get us to the high plains of Solamnia in a day, then I, for one, don't mind helping to dig them out of the mud. I don't believe that thing can fly, she said. We never saw it fly. For all we know, the storm blew it here. They reached the sodden remains of their camp and packed up their scattered belongings. Kitiara hoisted Pyra's saddle on her shoulder. Blast that horse, she said. Raised her from a filly, I did, and she never looked back once she got loose. I'll bet she's halfway to Garnet by now. Tall Fox was a bad influence, I fear. Tyrion warned me that he was skittish. It may be that Tall Fox had the right idea, Kitiara said. How so? Said Sturm. She slung the damp bedroll over the saddle. If the gnomes can do half the things they claim, we may end up wishing we'd run away in the storm, too. Chapter 6 1,081 hours, 29 minutes. Higher, higher! Get that balk in place! Sturm grunted against the massive weight of the gnome's flying ship. He and Kitiara strained against a rough-hewn lever they'd made over the gnome's protests. Crude levers, the gnomes protested. Bellcrank claimed that any gnome could invent a device 10 times better for lifting heavy objects. Of course, it would take a committee to study the stress analysis of the local wood, as well as to calculate the proper pivot point for raising the ship. No, Kitiara had insisted. If you want us to help get your ship out of the mud, then we'll do it our own way. The gnomes had shrugged and rubbed their bare pates. Trust humans to do things the crudest way. The gnomes rolled several large rocks up to the hull. These would be the fulcrums. After Sturm and Kitiara had made the ship level, the gnomes shoved short, thick timber balks into place to brace it upright. It was slow, sweaty labor, but by noon of the day after the storm, the flying ship was finally on an even keel. A problem, Wingover announced. Now what? Kitiara asked. The landing gear must have a firm surface on which to roll, therefore it will be necessary to construct a roadbed. Here, I've made calculations as to how much crushed stone and mortar we'll need. Kitiara plucked the paper from his hand and tore it in two. I've gotten wagons out of mud before, she said, by putting straw or twigs in the ruts. Might work, Sturm said, but this thing is very heavy. He spoke to Stutz, who promptly removed the protesting gnomes from their important, though completely useless, improvement work, and set them to gathering windfall branches and brushwood. They all turned out except Bellcrank, who was busy with his pots of powders and vials of noxious liquids. I must attend to my first task, generating the ethereal air, he said, pouring iron filings from a keg. When the airbag is filled, it will help lighten the ship. You do that, said Kitiara. She leaned against the hull to watch. She didn't like strenuous work. Work was for dullards and peasants, not warriors. The gnomes returned with a scant armful of brush. 9 of you, and that's all you have, Sturm said incredulously. Roperig and Siter disagreed on which kind of sticks to bring, so in the spirit of cooperation we didn't pick up either of their choices, Wingover said. Wingover, Sturm said pleadingly, please tell Roperig and Siter that the kind of wood doesn't matter in the least. We just want something dry for the wheels to run over. The tallish gnome dropped his bundle of sticks and led his fellows back to the woods. Meanwhile, Bellcrank had managed to enlist Kitiara's aid in inflating the Cloudmaster's airbag. On the ground beside the ship, he'd set up a big clay tub, 5 feet wide. He poured powdered iron and other bits of scrap metal in the tub and smoothed the pile out around the edges. Lower away, he told Kitiara, and she set a domed wooden lid like the top half of a beer barrel on top of the ceramic tub. Belcrank worked around the outside, poking a long strip of greased leather into the joint.
"It must be tight," he explained, "or the ethereal air will seep out and not fill the bag."
She hoisted the gnome up and set him on top of the barrel. With a corkscrew, Belcrank popped a large cork in the top of the barrel.
"Hand me the hose," he said.
"This?" asked Kittyara, holding up a limp tube of canvas.
"The very thing."
She gave it to him, and he tied it over the neck of a wooden turncock.
"Now," said Belcrank, "for the vitriol."
There were 3 very large demijohns sitting in the tall grass. Kittyara stooped to pick one up. "Oof!" she gasped. "Feels like a keg of ale."
"It's concentrated vitriol. Be careful not to spill it. It can burn you very badly."
She set the heavy jug down by the tub. "You don't expect me to pour that stuff in there, do you?"
Belcrank said, "No, indeed. I have a most efficacious invention that will circumvent such tiresome duty. Hand me the excellent mouthless siphon, would you?"
Kittyara cast about, but saw nothing that resembled an excellent mouthless siphon. Belcrank pointed with his stubby finger.
"That, there, the bellows-looking item. Yes."
She gave him the mouthless siphon. Belcrank put the beak of the bellows into the demijohn and pulled the handles apart. The sinister brown liquid in the jug sank by an inch.
"There," the gnome said triumphantly. "No sucking on tubes, no spillage."
He pushed the beak into the hole in the barrel where the cork had been and emptied the vitriol.
"Ha-ha! Gnomish science overcomes ignorance again."
Belcrank repeated the siphoning 4 more times before Kittyara noticed vapor escaping from the leather hinges of the excellent mouthless siphon.
"Belcrank," she said hesitantly. "Not now. The process has begun, and it must be kept going at a steady pace."
"But the siphon—" A drop of vitriol seeped through a hole that it had eaten in the hinge of the siphon and splashed on Belcrank's shoe. He carelessly flung the siphon away and began hopping around on one foot, trying desperately to pry the shoe off his foot. The vitriol ate the buckle strap in 2, and with a mighty kick, Belcrank flung the shoe away. It missed the returning fitter's nose by a whisker.
"Oh, reorks," said Belcrank sadly.
The excellent mouthless siphon was a pile of steaming fragments. "Never mind," Kittyara said. She wrapped her arms around the vitriol jug and planted her feet firmly. "Hi-yup," she grunted, and raised the demijohn to Belcrank's level. He guided the jug's mouth, and soon a steady stream of the acrid fluid was spilling into the ethereal air generator. The hose from the keg to the airbag swelled. The sagging bag itself began to fill out and grow firmer inside its web of netting. Soon all the rope rigging and tackle was taut. The bag strained against the confining ropes. At Belcrank's signal, Kittyara lowered the heavy demijohn. Sturm came around the bow with the other gnomes.
"The ruts are full of brush," he said.
"The bag is full of ethereal air," said Belcrank. "My back is killing me," said Kittyara. "What next?"
"We fly," said Stutz. "All colleagues to their flying stations."
Stutz, Wingover, and the 2 humans went into the forward end of the deckhouse. The other gnomes lined the rail.
"Release ballast!" cried Wingover. "Release ballast!" Stutz called out an open porthole.
The gnomes took up long sausage-shaped bags that lined the rail. The ends opened, and sand poured out. The gnomes flung sand over the side, getting as much in their own eyes as they did out of the ship. This went on until Sturm felt the deck shift under his feet. Kittyara, wide-eyed, grabbed the brass rail that ran around the wheelhouse at the gnome's shoulder height.
"Open front wings!" cried Wingover. "Opening for front wings!" Stutz replied.
He leaned against a lever as tall as he was and shoved it forward. A rattle, a screech, and the leather sails that Kittyara and Sturm had noticed on the hull unfolded into long, graceful, bat-like wings. The goatskin covering the bony ribs was pale brown and translucent.
"For front wings open,"
Stutz reported. Wind caught in them, and the ship lifted an inch or 2 at the bow.
"Open rear wings." "Opening rear wings."
A slightly wider and longer pair of leather-clad wings blossomed aft of the deckhouse.
"Set tail."
The gnomes on deck ran out a long spar and clamped it to the stern. Rope rig and fitter clambered over the spar, attaching lines to pulleys to hooks. They unfolded a fan-shaped set of ribs, also covered in goatskin. By the time they finished, the Cloudmaster was swaying and bucking off the ground. Wingover flipped the cover off a speaking tube.
"Hello, Bird Call, are you there?"
A shrill whistle answered.
"Tell Flash to start the engine."
There was a sizzle and a loud crack, and the deck quivered beneath their feet. Wingover twirled a brass ring handle and threw another tall lever. The great wings rose slowly in unison. The Cloudmaster lost contact with the ground. Down came the wings, folding inward as they came. The flying ship lurched forward, its wheels sucking free of the mud and bouncing over the scattered brush. The wings beat again, faster. Wingover grasped the steering wheel in both his small hands and pulled. The wheel swung toward him, the bow pitched up, the wings flapped crazily, and the Cloudmaster was borne aloft into the blue afternoon sky. "Hooray! Hooray!" Stutz said, jumping up and down. The Cloudmaster climbed steadily. Wingover eased the wheel forward, and the bow dropped. Kitiara yelled and lost her footing. Sturm let go of the handrail to try to catch her, and he fell too. He rolled against one of the levers, knocking it out of place, and the wings instantly stopped moving. The Cloudmaster wobbled and plunged toward the ground. There were several seconds of stark terror. Sturm disentangled himself from the lever and hauled back on it. The wings sang as the taut skin bit the air. Stutz and Kitiara, in a knot, rolled to the rear of the room. Shakily, Wingover steadied the ship. "I think passengers ought to leave the wheelhouse," Wingover said. His voice shook with fear. "At least until you get your air legs." "I agree," said Sturm. From his hands and knees, he grabbed the handle of the door and crept out on deck. Kitiara and Stutz crawled out behind him. The rushing wind was strong on deck, but by taking firm hold of the rail and leaning into it, Kitiara found it tolerable. The wings flexed up and down in close harmony. Kitiara slowly straightened her legs. She looked over the side. "Great Lord of Battle!" she exclaimed. "We must be miles and miles straight up." Stutz boosted himself to the rail and hung his head over the side. "Not as high as all that," he remarked. "You can still see our shadow on the ground." It was true. A dark oval sped across the treetops. Sighter appeared with his spyglass, and he promptly announced their altitude as 6,437.5 feet. "Are you certain?" Kitiara asked. "Please," said Sturm, "take his word for it." "Where are we headed, Sighter?" asked Kitiara. "Due east. That's the Lemish forest below. In a few minutes we should be over the New Sea." "But that's 70 miles from where we were," Sturm said. He was sitting on the deck. "Are we truly flying that fast?" "Indeed we are, and we shall go faster still," Sighter said. He strolled forward, his spyglass stuck to one eye as he surveyed the world below. "It's wonderful," Kitiara said. She laughed into the wind. "I never believed you could do it, but you did. I love it. Tell the Whistler to go as fast as he can." Stutz was almost as excited, and he agreed. He turned to re-enter the wheelhouse. Sturm called to him, and he paused. "Why are we heading east?" Sturm asked. "Why not north and east, toward the plains of Solamnia?" Stutz replied, "Rainspots says he feels turbulence in that direction. He felt it wouldn't be prudent to fly through it." He disappeared into the wheelhouse. "Sturm, look at that," Kitiara said. "It's a village. You can see the housetops and chimney smoke, and cattle. I wonder, can the people down there see us? Wouldn't that be funny, to swoop down on their heads and blow a trumpet? Ta-ta! Scare them out of 10 years' growth." Sturm was still sitting on the deck. "I'm not ready to stand up yet," he said sheepishly. "I was never afraid of heights, you know. Trees, towers, mountaintops never disturbed me. But this... It's wonderful, Sturm. Hold the rail and look down." I must stand up, thought Sturm. The measure demanded that a knight face danger with honor and courage. The Knights of Solamnia had never considered aerial travel in their code of conduct. I must show Kit that I am not afraid. Sturm grasped the rail. My father, Lord Angriff Brightblade, would not be afraid, he told himself as he faced the low wall and rose to his haunches. Blood pounded in Sturm's ears. The power of the sword, the discipline of battle were of little help here. This was a stronger test. This was the unknown. Sturm stood. The world spun beneath him like a ribbon unspooling. Already the blue waters of the new sea glittered on the horizon. Kitiara was raving about the boats she could see. Sturm took a deep breath and let the fear fall from him like a soiled garment. "Wonderful," she exclaimed again. "I tell you, Sturm, I take back all the things I said about the gnomes. This flying ship is tremendous. We can go anywhere in the world with this, anywhere. And think of what a general could do with his army and a fleet of these devices. No wall would be high enough, no arrows could reach you up here. There's no spot in the whole of Krynn that could be defended against a fleet of flying ships." "It would be the end of the world," Sturm said. "Cities looted and burned, farms ravaged, people slaughtered. It would be as bad as the Cataclysm." "Trust you to see the dark side of everything," she said. "It happened before, you know. Twice the dragons of Krynn tried to subjugate the world from the sky until the great Huma used the Dragonlance and defeated them." Kitiara said that was long ago, and men are different from dragons. Sturm was not so sure. Cutwood and Rainspot climbed a ladder to the roof of the wheelhouse. From there they launched a large kite. It fluttered back in the wind from the wings, whipping about on its string like a new-caught trout. "What are you two doing now?" Kitiara called out. "Testing for lightning," Cutwood responded. "He smells it in the clouds." "Isn't that dangerous?" Sturm said. "Eh?" Cutwood put a hand to his ear. "I said, isn't that—" The brilliant white-forked bolt hit the kite before Sturm could finish. Though the sun was shining and the air clear, lightning leaped from a nearby cloud and blasted the kite to ashes. The bolt continued down the string and leaped to the brass ladder. The Cloudmaster staggered, the wings skipped a beat, then settled back into their regular rhythm once more. They carried the scorched Rainspot into the dining room. His face and hands were black with soot. His shoes had been knocked right off his feet, and his stockings had gone with his shoes. All the buttons on his vest were melted as well. Cutwood lowered his ear to Rainspot's chest. "Still beating," he reported. The ship's alarm went, "Auga!" and the speaking tube blared, "All colleagues and passengers, come to the engine room at once." Stutz and the other gnomes filed toward the door, with the humans trailing behind. Stutz paused. "What about him?" He indicated the unconscious Rainspot. "We could carry him," Cider said. "We can make a stretcher," said Cutwood, checking his pockets for paper and pencil to draw a stretcher design. "I'll do it," Sturm said, just to end the discussion. He scooped the little man up in his arms. Down in the engine room, the ship's entire company collected. Sturm was alarmed to see Wingover there. "Who's steering the ship?" he asked. "I tied the wheel." "Colleagues and passengers," Flash said, "I beg to report a fault in the engine." "You needn't beg," said Roperig. "We'll let you report." "Shut up," said Kitiara. "How bad is it?" "I can't shut it off. The lightning strike has fused the switches in the on position." "That's not so bad," Cider said. Birdcall warbled in agreement. "But we can't fly around forever," Kitiara said. "No, indeed," said Flash. "I estimate we have the power to fly for, 6.5 weeks. 6 weeks? Cried Sturm and Kitiara in unison. 1,081 hours, 29 minutes. I can work out the exact seconds in a moment." "Hold my arms, Sturm. I'm going to throttle him." "Hush, Kit." "Could we unfasten the wings? That would bring us down," said Roperig. "Yes, and make a nice big hole when we hit," Bellcrank observed tartly. I wonder how big a hole it would be." Cutwood flipped open a random slip of parchment and started figuring on it. The other gnomes crowded around, offering corrections to his arithmetic. "Stop this at once," Sturm said. Kitiara's face was scarlet from ill-concealed rage. When the gnomes paid him not the least heed, he snatched the calculations from Cutwood. The gnomes broke off in mid-babble. "How can such clever fellows be so impractical? Not one of you has asked the right question. Flash, can you fix the engine?" A gleam of challenge grew in Flash's eyes. "I can. I will." He pulled a hammer from one pocket and a spanner from another. "Come on, Birdcall, let's get at it." The chief mechanic chirped happily and followed on Flash's heels. "Wingover, where will we go if we keep flying as we are now?" Sturm asked. "The wings are set on climb, which means we'll keep going higher and higher," Wingover replied. The gnome wrinkled his beaky nose. "It will get cold.
The air will thin out. That's why vultures and eagles can only fly so high. Their wings are too small. The Cloudmaster shouldn't have problems with that. Everyone will have to dress warmly, said Sturm. We have our furs, Kitiara said, having mastered her anger at the situation. I don't know what the gnomes can wear. Oh! Roperig waved a hand to be recognized. I can make personal heating apparatuses out of materials I have in the rope locker. Fine, you do that. Roperig and his apprentice hurried away with their heads together. Fitter listened so intently that he walked under an engine part and into the door frame. Rainspot moaned. Forgetting his burden in the excitement, Sturm had tucked him under one arm like a loaf of bread. The gnome coughed and groaned. Sturm set him on the deck. The first thing Rainspot did was to ask for his kite. Cutwood explained how it was lost, and tears welled up in Rainspot's eyes. As they trickled down his cheeks, they scored clean tracks in the soot. One thing more, Wingover, Kitiara said. You said the air would get thin. Do you mean as it does on very high mountain tops? Exactly like that. She planted her hands on her hips and said, I once led a troop of cavalry over the high Kalkist mountains. It was cold, all right, and worse, our ears bled. We fainted at the slightest exertion, and had the worst headaches. A shaman named Ning made a potion for us to drink. It eased our way. What a primitive shaman can do with magic, a gnome can do with technology, said Stutz. Sturm looked out the engine room porthole at the darkening sky. A rime of frost was already forming on the outside of the glass. I certainly hope so, my friend. Our lives may depend on it. Chapter 7. Hydrodynamics. It was quiet on deck. Sturm worked his way around the starboard side to the bow. Cider had mounted a telescope on a spindle there, and Sturm wanted to look around. It wasn't easy moving in his thick fur coat, hood, and mittens, but he decided that it was no worse than being in full body armor. The flapping of the wings scarcely could be heard as the Cloudmaster climbed steadily upward. The flying ship had pierced a layer of soft white clouds, which left a coat of snow on the deck and roof. Once it cleared the cloud layer, however, the rush of air over the wings swept the snow away. Great pillars of vapor stood around them, fat columns of blue and white that looked as solid as marble in the moon's light. Sturm studied their massive towers of cloud through Cider's spyglass, but all he could see was their sculpted surfaces, as smooth and still as a frozen pond. He hadn't seen a gnome in over an hour. Wingover had tied the steering wheel again, and they'd all disappeared below to work on their inventions. Occasionally he heard or felt bangs and crashes under his feet. Kitiara, fully and fetchingly buried in her fox fur coat, had gone to the dining room and stretched out on the table for a nap. Sturm swung the telescope left, over the pointed prow. Solinari shone between two deep ravines in the clouds, silvering the airship with its rays. He scanned the strange architecture of the clouds, seeing in them a face, a wagon, a rearing horse. It was beautiful, but incredibly lonely. He felt at that moment like the only man in the world. The cold crept through his heavy clothes. Sturm clapped his hands on his arms to stir his blood. It didn't help much. Finally, he abandoned his frosty post and returned to the dining room. He watched the sleeping Kitiara sway gently with the motion of the ship. Then he smelled something. Smoke. Something was burning. Sturm coughed and wrinkled his nose. Kitiara stirred. She sat up in time to see the entry of a bizarre apparition. It looked like a scarecrow made of tin and rope, but this scarecrow had a glass jar on its head and smoke coming out of its back. "Hello," said the apparition. "Wingover?" asked Kitiara. The little scarecrow reached up and twisted the jar off its head, and the hawkish features of Wingover emerged. "What do you think of Roperig's invention?" he asked. "He calls it the Refined Personal Heating Apparatus Mark III. "Mark III?" said Sturm. "Yes, the first two prototypes were not successful. Poor Fitter has a burn on his... well, he'll be standing at dinner for a while. That was Mark I. The Mark II took off most of Roperig's whiskers. I warned him not to use glue on the perfect observation helmet." Wingover held out his arms and spun in a circle. "Do you see? Roperig sewed a continuous coil of rope to a set of long underwear, then varnished the whole suit to make it watertight and airtight.
The heat comes from a tin stove, here." He strained to point at a miniature potbelly stove mounted on his back. "A fat tallow candle provides up to 4 hours of heat, and these tin strips carry the warmth all over the suit." Wingover finally dropped his arms. "Very ingenious," said Kitiara flatly. "Has anything been done about the engine?" "Birdcall and Flash can't agree on the cause of the damage. Birdcall insists the fault lies in Flash's lightning bottles, while Flash says the engine is fused in the on position." Kitiara sighed. "By the time those two agree on what to fix, we'll have run out of sky. Could anything fly as high as we are now?" "There's no reason why another flying ship couldn't get this high. It's largely a matter of aerodynamic efficiency." He thumped a dial or two and added, "I suppose a dragon might get this high. Assuming they still existed, that is." "Dragons?" Sturm repeated. "Dragons are a special case, of course. The really big ones, reds or golds, could achieve very high altitudes." "How high?" "They had wingspans of 150 feet or more, you know," said Wingover, enjoying his lecture. "I'm sure I could do a calculation based on a 50-foot animal weighing 45 tons. Of course, they couldn't glide worth shucks." "It's freezing on the inside now," interrupted Kitiara, scratching the frost off a small pane of glass. She breathed on the cleared spot, and it instantly turned milky white. Stutz started up the ladder from below, but his personal heating apparatus caught on the ladder, and there were some moments of struggle to free him. "Everything shipshape?" he inquired. "The controls are fine," Wingover responded, "but we're still going up. The height gauge has gone off the dial, so Cider will have to calculate how high we are." Stutz clapped his rope-wound hands together. "Perfect! That will make him very happy." The gnome's leader whistled into the voice tube. "Now hear this. Cider, report to the wheelhouse." In seconds, the little astronomer came banging up the ladder, tripped on the top rung, and fell on his face. Kitiara helped him stand and saw why he was so clumsy. He had pulled his jar helmet on in such a way as to cover his face with his long beard. Stutz and Kitiara worked and twisted to get the jar off. It came away with a loud pop. "By reorks!" Cider gasped. "I was beginning to think my own whiskers were trying to choke me." "Did you bring your astrolabe?" asked Stutz. "When am I without it?" "Then go up on the roof and shoot the stars. We need to know our exact position." Cider snapped his fingers. "Not a problem." He went out of the deckhouse through the dining room. They heard his feet stomping across the roof. "Uh-oh," said Wingover, staring dead ahead. Sturm said, "What is it?" "The clouds are closing in. Look." They had flown into a box canyon of clouds. Even if Wingover put the wheel hard about, they would still plow into a cloud bank. "I'd better tell Cider," Sturm said. He went to the door, meaning to shout up at the gnome on the roof. About the time he cracked the door open, the Cloudmaster bored into a wall of luminous white. Frost formed quickly on Sturm's mustache. Snow swirled around him as he cried, "Cider! Cider, come down!" The frozen mist was so thick that he couldn't see a foot beyond his nose. He would have to go get Cider. He slipped twice on his way up the ladder. The brass rungs were encased in ice, but Sturm knocked it off with the butt of his dagger. As he cleared the roofline, a blast of frigid air stung his face. "Cider!" he called. "Cider?" The rooftop was too treacherous to stand on, so Sturm crept forward on his hands and knees. Flakes of snow collected in the gap between his hood and coat collar, melted and ran down his neck. Sturm's hand slipped, and he almost rolled right off the roof. Though there was 4 feet of deck on either side, he had the horrible idea that he would tumble right off the ship and fall. Cutwood would calculate how big a hole he'd make. His hand bumped a frost-rimed boot, and Sturm looked up. Cider was at his post, astrolabe stuck to one eye and completely covered with half an inch of ice. Snow was already drifting around his feet. Sturm used his dagger to chip away the ice around Cider's shoes. His personal heating apparatus, Mark III, must have blown out, for the gnome was now stiff with cold. Sturm grabbed the little man's feet and pulled. "Sturm! Sturm, where are you?" Kitiara was calling. "Up here." "What are you doing?" "You and Cider get inside before your faces freeze off." "It's too late for Cider. I've almost got him loose. Wait, here he is." He passed the stiff gnome over the edge of the roof to Kitiara's open arms. With commendable agility, he then scooted down the ladder and hurried back inside.
Brr! And I thought winters at Castle Brightblade were cold.
He saw that Rainspot was on hand to doctor the frozen Cider.
How is he? Asked Sturm.
Cold, said Rainspot. He pinched the tip of Cider's beard with a pair of wooden tweezers. A quick snap of the wrist, and the lower half of Cider's beard broke off.
Dear, dear, Rainspot said, clucking his tongue. Dear, dear.
He reached for the astrolabe, still in place at Cider's eye, with Cider's hands clamped to it. No, Kitiara and Sturm yelled. Trying to break the instrument loose would probably take Cider's eye with it.
Take him below and thaw him out, said Stutz. Slowly.
Someone will have to carry his feet, said Rainspot. Stutz sighed and went over to help.
He's going to be very angry that you broke his beard, he said.
Dear, dear, perhaps if we dampened the edge, we could stick it back on.
Don't be stupid. You'd never get it aligned properly.
I can get some glue from Roperig. They disappeared down the hatch to the berth deck. Sturm and Kitiara heard a loud crash, and both rushed to the opening, expecting to see poor Cider broken to bits like a cheap clay vase. But no, Stutz was on the deck, Cider cushioned on top of him, and Rainspot was hanging upside down with his feet tangled in the rungs. Dear, dear, he was saying, dear, dear. They couldn't help but laugh. It felt good after spending so much time worrying whether they would ever walk the solid soil of Krynn again. Kitiara stopped laughing first. That was a crazy stunt, Sturm, she said. What? Rescuing that gnome. You might have been frozen yourself, and I'll wager you wouldn't thaw out as easily as Cider will. Not with Rainspot as my doctor. To his surprise, she embraced him. It was a comradely hug with a clap on the back that staggered him.
We're coming out of it! We're coming out! Wingover yelled.
Kitiara broke away and rushed to the gnome. He was hopping up and down in delight as the white shroud peeled away from the flying ship. The Cloudmaster emerged from the top of the snow squall into clear air. Ahead of them was a vast red globe, far larger than the sun ever appeared from the ground. Below was nothing but an unbroken sheet of cloud, tinged scarlet from the moon's glow. All around, stars twinkled. The Cloudmaster was flying headlong toward the red orb.
Hydrodynamics, Wingover breathed.
This was the gnome's strongest oath. Neither Sturm nor Kitiara could improve on it just then. What is it? Kitiara finally said.
If my calculations are accurate, and I'm sure that they are, it is Lunatari, the red moon of Krynn, said Wingover.
Cider appeared in the hatch. His hair was dripping, and his broken-off beard fluttered when he spoke.
Correct! That's what I discovered before the snowstorm hit. We're 100,000 miles from home and heading straight for Lunatari.
Chapter 8. To the Red Moon. The ship's complement assembled in the dining room. Reactions to Cider's announcement were mixed. Basically, the gnomes were delighted while their human passengers were appalled. How can we be going to Lunatari? Kitiara demanded. It's just a red dot in the sky.
Oh, no, said Cider. Lunatari is a large globular celestial body just like Krynn and the other moons and planets. I estimate that it is 3,500 miles in diameter and at least 150,000 miles from Krynn.
This is beyond me, Sturm said wearily. How could we possibly have flown so high? We haven't been gone more than 2 days.
Actually, time references are difficult to make at this altitude. We haven't seen the sun in a long time, but judging from the positions of the moons and stars, I would say we have been aloft for 54 hours, Cider said, making a few jottings on the tabletop, and 42 minutes.
Any other reports? Asked Stutz.
We're out of raisins, said Fitter.
And flour and bacon and onions, added Cutwood. What does that leave for food? Kitiara asked. Birdcall made a very unbird-like squawk. What did he say?
Beans. 6 sacks of dried white beans, said Roperig.
What about the engine? Asked Sturm. Have you figured out how to fix it? Tweet, tweedle, tweet.
He says no, Bellcrank translated. The lightning bottles are holding up quite well, Flash reported. My theory is the cold, thin air offers less resistance to the wings, therefore the engine doesn't have to work as hard.
Rot,
said Bellcrank. "It's my ethereal air. All that flapping impedes our flight. If we lopped off those silly wings, we could have flown to Lunatari in half the time."
"Aerodynamic idiocy. That big bag is just a big drag."
"Stop it," Sturm snapped. "There's no time for these ridiculous disputes. I want to know what happens when we reach Lunatari."
10 pairs of gnome eyes looked at him and blinked. They do it in unison, he thought, just to unnerve me.
"Well?"
"We land," said Wingover. "How? The engines won't shut off." The room fairly buzzed with the brains of gnomes furiously thinking. Roperig began to shake.
"What does a ship in distress do when it's driven toward the shoals?"
asked Roperig feverishly.
"Crash and sink," said Bellcrank. No, it throws out an anchor."
Sturm and Kitiara smiled. Here was something they could understand. Never mind lightning bottles and ethereal air. Throw out an anchor. "Do we have an anchor?" asked Fitter.
"We have a few grappling hooks about this big," Wingover replied, holding his hands out about a foot apart. "They won't stop Cloudmaster." "I'll make a big one," Bellcrank vowed, "if we scrap a few ladders and iron fittings."
"But what if we don't get the engine shut down?" Sturm said. "No anchor in the world will stop us." Kitiara cocked her head and regarded Stutz severely. "What about it?" she asked.
"How long will it take you to make an anchor?" asked Stutz. "With help, maybe 3 hours," said Bellcrank. "When will we hit Lunatari?" Stutz asked Cider.
Cider scribbled across the table, around one corner and up the other side.
"As it stands now, we will hit Lunatari in 5 hours and 16 minutes.
Flash and Birdcall will keep working on the engine. If no other course is open, we may have to smash the engine before we can set down."
The gnomes erupted with cries of consternation. The humans objected, too. "How will we ever get home if you wreck the engine?" demanded Kitiara. "We'll be marooned on Lunatari forever."
"If we crash, we'll be on Lunatari a lot longer than that, and enjoy it a lot less," Stutz said. "We'll be dead." "Fitter and I will make a cable for the anchor," said Roperig, heading below. "I'll fill the deckhouse with our blankets and pillows," Cutwood offered. "That way we'll have something to cushion us when we crash, or land."
The gnomes dispersed to their tasks, while Sturm and Kitiara remained in the dining room. The scarlet expanse of the moon was visible through the skylight. Together they looked up at Lunatari. Sturm said, "Another world. I wonder what it's like." "Who can say? The gnomes could give you theories. I'm just a warrior," said Kitiara. She sighed. "If we end up marooned there, I hope there will be battles to be fought." "There are always battles. Every place has its own version of good and evil." "Oh, it doesn't matter to me who I fight for. Battle is my virtue. You can't go wrong with a sword in your hand, and a good comrade at your side." She slipped a thickly gloved hand into Sturm's. He returned her grip, but could not dispel the anxiety that her words caused. The gnomes, when aroused, had formidable amounts of energy. In less time than it takes to tell, Bellcrank had forged a monstrous anchor with 4 flukes and a huge weight made of miscellaneous metal parts from all over the ship. In his zeal to add weight to his creation, Bellcrank took ladder rungs, doorknobs, spoons from the dining room, door hinges, and only by threat of force could he be discouraged from removing half of Wingover's control knobs. Roperig and Fitter wove an appropriately stout cable. Indeed, their first offering was too thick to thread through the eyelet that Bellcrank had fashioned in the anchor. Cutwood filled the dining room so full of pillows and blankets that it was hard to walk across to the wheelhouse. Lunatari grew visibly larger with each passing hour. From a featureless red globe, it had developed dark red mountain peaks, purple valleys, and wide scarlet plains. Stutz and Wingover debated endlessly as to why the moon was so dominated by red hues. As usual, they resolved nothing. Kitiara made the mistake of asking how it was that they seemed to be flying straight down at Lunatari when they had been going up since leaving Krynn.
"It's all a matter of relative reference," Wingover said. "Our up is down on Lunatari, and the down on Lunatari will be up."
She set aside her sword, which she'd taken out to polish and sharpen. "You mean, if I drop a stone from my hand on Lunatari, it will fly up in the air and eventually fall on Krynn?" Wingover opened and closed his mouth silently 3 times. His expression grew more and more puzzled. Finally, Kittyara asked, "What will keep our feet on the moon? Won't we fall back home?" Wingover looked stricken. Stutz chuckled. "The same pressure that held you to the fertile soil of Krynn will allow us to walk normally on Lunatari," he said. "Pressure?" asked Sturm. "Yes, the pressure of the air. Air has weight, you know." "I see," said Kittyara, "but what keeps the air in place?" Now it was Stutz's turn to look stricken. Sturm rescued them from their scientific quandary. "I want to know if there will be people there," he said. "Why not?" Wingover said. "If the air thickens and gets warmer, we might find quite ordinary folk living on Lunatari." Kittyara drew the whetstone down the length of her blade. "Strange," she mused, "to think that people like us live on the moon. I wonder what they see when they look up, down, at our world." Birdcall whistled for attention from the deck below. Bellcrank had removed the ladder halfway down so the chirping gnome couldn't reach a rung to pull himself up. Stutz and Sturm reached down the open hatch and hauled him out. Birdcall twittered a lengthy exposition, and Stutz translated. "He says he and Flash have figured out a way to disengage the engine before we land. They will cut the main power cable 100 feet up and time the wing beats so that the wings will lock in their extended position. That way we can glide into a landing." "And if they don't?" Birdcall held up one hand with the fingers flat together. His hand dived into the open palm of his other, making a crunching noise when they smacked together. "We have little choice but to try." The others agreed. Birdcall dropped to the deck below and hurried down to his engine. Roperig and Fitter pulled the anchor and cable on the deck by the ship's tail. Cutwood, Cider, and Rainspot boxed up their most valuable possessions, tools, instruments, and the big ledger with all the entries on raisin density and muffins, and buried them amidst the pillows in the dining room. "What can I do?" Sturm said to Wingover. "You could throw out the anchor when we say." "I can do something too," Kittyara said. "Why don't you go to the engine room and help Flash and Birdcall? They can't tend the engine and cut the power cable at the same time," said the gnome. She raised her sword until the hilt was level with her chin. "Cut it with this?" she said. "Certainly." "Right." Kittyara slipped the sheath over the blade and started down the abbreviated ladder. "When you want the cable cut, hit that crazy horn," she said. "That will be my signal." "Kit," Sturm said quietly, making her pause. "May Paladine guide your hand." "I doubt that I'll need divine aid. I've chopped through thicker things than cable." She smiled crookedly. There was nothing in view now but Lunatari. Though Wingover didn't change course, the moon seemed to sink from overhead to bows on. As the minutes sped by, the red landscape spread to every horizon. Soon the airship was flying with the purple sky above and the red soil below. The altitude gauge was working again. 7,200 feet. 4 minutes to contact, said Wingover. A line of jagged peaks flashed by. Wingover spun the wheel hard to port. The wings on the starboard side flicked past the sharp spires with scant feet to spare. The Cloudmaster careened farther, almost onto its side. Soft thumps and muffled yells came from the dining room. "Whoa, whoa, whoa!" Wingover cried. "More bumps coming up!" The prow smashed into a lofty pinnacle and carried it away. A cloud of red grit and dust hit the wheelhouse windows. Wingover frantically pushed levers and turned the wheel. The flying ship went nose up, then tail up. Sturm staggered back and forth. He felt like a pea being rattled in a cup. The cliffs fell away to reveal a landscape of flat mesas divided by deep ravines. The ship was down to 1,000 feet. Sturm opened the door. Melted ice ran along the deck outside. "I'm going aft," he said. Wingover bobbed his head rapidly in reply. He stepped out the door just as Wingover banked the Cloudmaster in that direction. Sturm almost pitched headfirst over the rail. The Scarlet World roared past at terrifying speed. Much faster, it seemed, than when they were cruising through the high clouds. He felt a rush of vertigo, but it quickly succumbed to his will. Sturm staggered aft, bouncing from the rail to the wall of the deck house. He glimpsed a queerly distorted face at one of the dining room portholes. It was Fitter, his bulbous nose and ruddy lips smashed flat against the pane. The wind whipped at Sturm as he neared the anchor. The hinged tail bowed and flexed under Wingover's control. Sturm wrapped an arm around the tail's hinge post and held on. The tableland was replaced by a featureless plain. The dark red soil was smooth and unrippled. At least Paladine had favored them with an uncluttered place to land the flying ship. Sturm let go of the rudder post and cradled the anchor in his arms. Bellcrank had done a good job. The big hook weighed nearly as much as Sturm. He wrestled it to the rail. They were very low now. The ground resembled a sheet of marble painted the color of blood. "Do it, Wingover. Blow the horn now," thought Sturm. They seemed too low. "He's forgotten," he thought. "We're too low. He forgot to sound the horn." Or had he himself failed to hear it in the rush of wind and the pounding of his heart? After a second of indecision, Sturm heaved the anchor over. The multicolored rope, woven from everything Roperig could find, cord, curtains, shirts, and gnomish underwear, spilled after the hook, loop after loop. Roperig said he'd made 110 feet of cable, more than enough. The skein rapidly shrank. With a snap, it ran out, and the heavy scrap metal anchor streamed out behind the flying ship. Sturm had dropped it too soon. He moved forward, watching the hook drop closer and closer to the red soil. By the door to the wheelhouse, Sturm paused, expecting the anchor to bounce and shatter as it hit, but it did neither. The anchor sank into the surface of the moon, plowing a wide, deep furrow. He threw open the door. Wingover had his hand on the horn cord. "Don't do it," Sturm yelled. "The ground below, it's not solid." Wingover snatched his hand away from the cord as if it had burned him. "Not solid? I dropped the anchor and it's flowing through the plane as though it were in water. If we land, we'll sink. We don't have any time left. We're less than 100 feet up now." Sturm went to the rail, staring desperately at the soft ground. What to do? What to do? He saw rocks. "Hard to starboard," he sang out. "Solid ground to starboard." Wingover spun the wheel. The right rear wing touched Lunatari. It dipped into the dust and came out unharmed. Sturm could smell the dirt in the air. The rocks thickened, and the smooth scarlet dust gave way to a stony plain. "Auga!" The Cloudmaster quivered like a living thing. The leather bat wings lifted in a graceful arc and froze there. Sturm threw himself through the door and landed on his belly. He covered his head tightly with his hands. The wheels touched, spun, and snapped off with brittle, wrenching sounds. When the hull of the flying ship plowed into Lunatari, the bow bucked, rose, and jerked to port. Sturm careened across the deck. The Cloudmaster tore along, trailing a wake of dirt and stones. Finally, as if too tired to continue, the flying ship settled to a creaking, grinding stop. Chapter 9. 40 pounds of iron. Are we dead? Sturm uncovered his head and lifted it. Wingover was jammed through the spokes of the steering wheel, his short arms squeezed tightly against his chest. His eyes were just as tightly closed. "Open your eyes, Wingover. We're all right," said Sturm. "Oh, reorks! I'm stuck!" "Hold on." Sturm grabbed the gnome's feet and pulled. Wingover protested all the way, but when he was finally free, he forgot his discomfort and said, "Ah, Lunatari." The gnome and the man went out on deck. The rear door of the dining room banged open, and the other gnomes piled out. Wordlessly, they surveyed the barren landscape. Aside from a distant hump of hills, Lunatari was flat all the way to the horizon. One gnome gave a high chortle of delight, and they all scampered inside. Sturm heard things flying as they sorted through the pillows for their tools, instruments, and notebooks. Kitiara appeared on deck with flash and bird call. They hadn't been able to see from the engine room, being too busy to stare out the porthole. Kitiara had a fine goose-egg bruise over her right eye. "Hello," said Sturm. "What happened to you?" "Oh, I knocked my head against an engine fitting when we crashed." "Landed," he corrected. "Did you break the fitting?" His rare attempt at humor left Kitiara silent for a moment. Then they threw their arms around each other, grateful for their lives. The ramp in the starboard side of the hull dropped down, and the whole gang of gnomes boiled out onto the red turf. Kitiara said, "I guess we'd better go down and look after them before they hurt themselves." The gnomes were lost in their specialties by the time Kitiara and Sturm joined them. Siter scanned the horizon with his spyglass. Bellcrank and Cutwood were filling jars with scoopfuls of red dirt. Rainspot stood apart from the rest, his nose and ears tuned to the weather. He reminded Kitiara of a hunting dog. Stutz was rapidly filling pages in his pocket notebook. Wingover walked around the hull of the Cloudmaster, kicking the tight wooden planks now and then. Roperig and Fitter examined their anchor line and measured the amount that it had stretched when pulled taut. Birdcall and Flash were in a heated discussion. Sturm overheard something about wing camber variants and listened no further. He scooped up a handful of Lunitarian dirt. It was flaky, not granular like sand. As it fell from his fingers, it made a tinkling sound. "Do you smell what I smell?" asked Kitiara. He sniffed. "Dust. It'll settle," he said. "No, not that. It's a feeling more than a smell, really. The air has a tingle to it, like a draught of Otik's best ale." Sturm concentrated for a moment. "I don't feel anything." Stutz bustled over. "Here are my preliminary findings," he said. "Air, normal. Temperature, cool, but not cold. No sign of water, vegetation, or animal life." "Kit says she feels a tingle in the air." "Really? I hadn't noticed anything." "I'm not imagining it," she said tersely. "Ask Rainspot. Maybe he's noticed." The weather-wise gnome came running when called, and Stutz asked for his impressions. "The high clouds will dissipate soon," said Rainspot. "Humidity is very low. I don't think it has rained here in a very long time, if ever." "Bad news," Kitiara said. "We haven't much water left on the ship." "Do you sense anything else?" Sturm queried. "Yes, actually, but it's not a weather phenomenon. The air is somehow charged with energy." "Like lightning?" "No," Rainspot pivoted slowly. "It's constant, but very low in intensity. It doesn't feel harmful, just there." He shrugged. "Why don't we feel it?" Sturm asked. "You're not the sensitive type," Kitiara said. "Like old Rainspot and me." She clapped her hands. "So, Stutz, now that we're here, what do we do?" "Explore. Make maps and study local conditions." "There's nothing here," said Sturm. "This is only one small location. Suppose we had landed on the plains of dust on Krynn. Would you then say that there is nothing on Krynn but sand?" Stutz asked. Sturm admitted that he would not. Stutz called his engineers, and Flash and Birdcall trotted up. Status report? "The lightning bottles are 2/3 empty. If we don't find some way to refill them, we won't have enough power to fly home," Flash said. Birdcall sang his report, and Flash translated for the humans. "He says the engine was shaken loose from its mountings by the hard landing, but the cut power cable can be patched." "I have an idea about that," said Wingover, who joined them. "If we install a switch at that juncture, we can bypass the fused setting damaged by Rainspot's lightning." "My lightning?" the weather gnome protested. "Since when do I make lightning?" "Switch? What kind of switch?" Cutwood asked. The sound of disputation had drawn him and Bellcrank. "A single-throw knife switch," said Wingover. "Ha! Listen to the amateur. Single-throw. What's needed is a rotary pole switch with isolated leads." Kitiara let out a blood-curdling battle cry and swung her sword around her head. The silence that followed was instant and total. "You gnomes are driving me mad. Why don't you just appoint someone to each task and be done with it?" "Only one mind on each task?" Siter was scandalized. "It would never get done right." "Perhaps Bellcrank could make the switch," Fitter suggested timidly. "It will be made of metal, won't it?" Everyone stared at him, mouths open. He edged nervously behind Roperig. "Wonderful idea," Kitiara said. "Brilliant idea." "There isn't much spare metal left," Wingover said. "We could salvage some from the anchor," Rainspot said. The other gnomes looked at him and smiled. "That's a good idea," said Cutwood.
Fitter and me'll pull in the anchor, Roperig said.
They picked up the thick cable hanging down from the tail and hauled away. 50 feet away, where the field of stones gave way to the deep dust, the buried anchor leaped ahead in dusty spurts. Then the hook caught on something. The gnomes strained and pulled.
"Want some help?" called Sturm. "No, we can do it," Roperig replied.
Roperig slapped Fitter on the back, and they turned around, laying the rope over their shoulders. The gnomes dug in their toes and pulled.
"Pull, Roperig! Heave-ho, Fitter! Pull, pull, pull!" shouted the other gnomes.
"Wait," said Kitiara suddenly. "The rope is fraying." The hastily woven cable was coming undone just behind Fitter. Twine and strands of twisted cloth spun away, and the two gnomes, oblivious, braced their backs against it.
"Stop!"
This was all Sturm had time to shout before the rope parted. Roperig and Fitter fell on their faces with a plunk. The other end of the cable, weighted down by the anchor, snaked away. Bellcrank and Cutwood took off after it. The roly-poly chemist tripped over his own feet and stumbled. The ragged end of the cable whisked out of his reach. Cutwood, with surprising verve, leaped over his fallen colleague and dived for the fleeing rope. To Sturm's amazement, he caught it. Cutwood weighed no more than 50 or 60 pounds, and the anchor weighed 200. As it continued to sink into the red dust, it dragged Cutwood along with it.
"Let go!" Sturm shouted.
Kitiara and the gnomes echoed him, but Cutwood was already in the dust. Then, as the others looked on in horror, Cutwood upended and disappeared. They waited and watched for the carpenter gnome to surface, but he did not. Bellcrank got up and took a few steps toward the rim of the rock field. He was shouted to a halt. "You'll go in too," Kitiara said.
"Cutwood,"
said Bellcrank helplessly.
"Cutwood!"
A ripple appeared in the motionless dust. It roiled and grew into a hump of crimson grit. Slowly the hump became a head, then developed shoulders, arms, and a squat torso. "Cutwood!" was the universal cry. The gnome slogged forward heavily, and when he was waist-high out of the dust, everyone could see that his pants had ballooned to twice their usual size. The waist and legs were packed with Lunitari and dust. Cutwood stepped to firmer ground. He lifted one leg and shook it, and a torrent of grit poured out. Bellcrank rushed forward to embrace his dusty friend.
"Cutwood! Cutwood! We thought you were lost!"
Cutwood responded with a mighty sneeze, which got dust on Bellcrank, who sneezed right back, prompting Cutwood to sneeze again. This went on for some time. Finally, Cider and Birdcall came forward with improvised dust-free face filters, handkerchiefs. The siege of sneezing overcome, Cutwood lamented, "My suspenders broke." "Your what?" asked Bellcrank, sniffling. Cutwood pulled up his deflated pants.
"The anchor dragged me under. I knew it was taking me down, but I couldn't let all our scrap metal get away. Then my suspenders broke. I tried to grab them, and the rope jerked out of my hands." He sighed. "My best suspenders."
Roperig walked around Cutwood, plucking at his baggy trousers.
"Give me your pants," he said. "What for?" "I want to do some structural tests. There may be an invention in them."
Cutwood's eyes widened. He quickly removed his rusty twill trousers and stood by in blue flannel long johns.
"Brr, this is a cold moon," he said. "I'm going for another pair of trousers, but don't you invent anything until I get back."
Cutwood hurried to the Cloudmaster with showers of dust still cascading from his shoulders. Sturm took Kitiara aside. "Here's a pretty problem," he said in a low voice. "We need metal to repair the engine, and all our scrap was lost in a lake of dust." "Maybe Bellcrank could salvage a bit more from the flying ship," Kitiara said. "Maybe, but I don't trust him not to ruin the whole ship in the process. What we need is more metal." He faced the crowd of gnomes who were busy examining Cutwood's pants as if they were the find of a lifetime. Now and then a gnome would turn his head and sneeze.
"Oh, Bellcrank, would you come over here, please?" Sturm said.
The gnome scurried over. He stopped, pulled out a handkerchief stained with grease and chemicals, and blew his nose loudly.
"Yes, Sturm?"
"Just how much metal do you need to fix the engine?"
"That depends on what type of switch I make. For a double-throw rotary pole,
the very least you'll need in any case." Bellcrank chewed his lip a moment and said,
30 pounds of copper or 40 pounds of iron. Copper would be easier to work than iron, you see, and...
Yes, Kitiara said hastily. We don't have 40 pounds of anything except beans.
Beans wouldn't work, Velcrank offered. All right, we'll just have to find some metal.
Sturm looked around. The high clouds were beginning to thin, and the twilight that had persisted since their landing was beginning to brighten. The sun that warmed Krynn was rising higher in their sky. Taking that direction as east, for convenience, they could see a distant range of hills far off to the north.
Velcrank, would you know iron ore when you saw it? Said Sturm. Would I know it? I know every ore there is.
Can you smelt it? The germ of Sturm's idea spread to the gnome, and he smiled widely.
A fine notion, my friend. Worthy of a gnome.
Kitiara slapped him on the back. There you are, she said. A few days in the air, and you start thinking like a gnome.
Never mind the wit. We've got to organize an expedition to those hills to see if there's any metal there.
Velcrank ran back to his fellows to share the news. Exclamations of joy rang across the empty plain. Cutwood, coming down the ramp from the Cloudmaster, was nearly bowled over as his fellows charged up. He was carried back inside with them. The thumps and crashes that always signified gnomish enthusiasm were not long in coming. Kitiara shook her head. Now see what you've done. The first argument began over who would go on the trek and who would stay with the flying ship.
Everyone can't go, Sturm said. What food and water we have won't sustain us all on a long march.
I'll stay, Stutz said. Cloudmaster is my responsibility.
Good fellow. Who will stay with Stutz?
The gnomes looked at the purple sky, the stars, their shoes, anywhere but at Sturm.
Whoever stays will get to work on the ship.
Birdcall whistled his acceptance. Hearing him agree, Flash said,
Oh, well, burn it. No one understands the lightning bottles but me. I'll stay. I'll stay behind, Rainspot offered. I don't know much about prospecting.
Me too,
Cutwood said. Hold your horses, Kitiara objected. You can't all stay. Rainspot, we need you. We'll be out in the open, and if storms threaten, we'll want to know beforehand. The gnome grinned and placed himself by Kitiara. He gazed happily up at her, pleased that someone needed him.
3 should be enough to watch over the ship, Sturm said. The rest of you get your belongings together. No one is to take anything more than he can carry on his back.
The gnomes all nodded vigorous affirmatives.
After we eat, we'll all get some sleep and start fresh in the morning.
When is morning? Asked Velcrank. Cider unfolded his tripod and clamped his telescope in place. He studied the sky, searching for familiar stars. After a lengthy perusal, he announced,
16 hours. Maybe more. Hard to tell.
He snapped the telescope tube shut. 16 hours, said Kitiara. Why so long?
Lunatari doesn't sit in the same part of the heavens as Krynn. Right now the shadow of our home world is over us. Until we move clear of it, this is all the light we'll get.
It will have to do, Sturm said. To Fitter, who was the youngest gnome, had permanent kitchen duty, he said, What is there to eat?
Beans,
said Fitter. Boiled beans, seasoned with their last tiny bit of bacon, was dinner, and it promised to be their breakfast, too. Sturm squatted under the overhang of the flying ship's hull and ate his bowl of beans. As he ate, he tried to imagine what lay beyond the dust and stones. The sky was not black, but purple, lightening at the horizon to a warm claret. Everything was wrought in tones of red. The dirt, the rocks, even the white beans seemed vaguely pink. Was all of Lunatari like this? Lifeless, he wondered. Kitiara sauntered up. She'd shed her heavy furs for a less confining outfit. The hip-length jacket and leggings she'd retained, and had slung her sword over her left shoulder as the Ergothites often did. In that position, it freed the legs for walking. Good, huh? She said, dropping down beside Sturm.
Beans are beans, he replied, letting them fall from his spoon back into the bowl. I've eaten worse.
So have I. During the siege of Silvamori, my troop's menu was reduced to boiled boot soup and tree leaves, and we were the besiegers. How did the people in the town fare? Sturm asked. Thousands died of starvation, she said.
The memory did not seem to trouble her. Sturm felt the beans turn to paste in his mouth.
"Don't you regret that so many died?" he asked.
"Not really. If 1,000 more had perished, the siege might have ended sooner, and fewer of my comrades would have died." Sturm all but dropped his bowl. He stood up and started to walk away. Kitiara, puzzled by his reaction, said, "Are you through? Can I finish your beans?" He stopped, his back to her.
"Yes, eat them all. Slaughter spoils my appetite."
He mounted the ramp and disappeared into the Cloudmaster. A quick flush of anger welled within Kitiara. Who did he think he was? Young Master Brightblade presumed to look down on her for her warrior's code. The spoon Kitiara had clenched in her fist suddenly snapped. The pieces fell from her fingers. She stared at them, her anger dissolving as quickly as it had come. The spoon was made of sturdy ash wood, but it broke cleanly where her thumb had pressed on it. Kitiara's eyebrows rose in amazement. Must be a defect in the wood, she thought. Chapter 10. The First Lunatari Exploration March. The gnomes emerged from the ship after a few hours' nap, staggering under a burden of tools, clothing, instruments, and other less identifiable rubbish. Kitiara spied Roperig and Fitter pushing a 4-wheeled cart between them. "What have you two got there?" she asked. Roperig dug in his heels to stop the cart.
"A few essential things," he said.
He had a coil of rope over his left shoulder that was so thick he couldn't turn his head in that direction. "This is ridiculous. Where did you get this contraption?"
"Fitter and me made it. It's all wood, you see, no metal."
Roperig thumped the rear wall of the cart with his foot. "Where did the wood come from?" said Kitiara.
"Oh, we knocked out a few of the inside walls in the ship."
"Great suffering gods! It's a good thing we're going on this march. Otherwise you gnomes would have the whole ship dismantled before long." The explorers mustered on the plain below the Cloudmaster's port side. The gnomes, in their usual endearing earnestness, lined up like an honor guard on parade. Despite the bleakness of their situation, Sturm couldn't help but smile at the goofy, ingenious little men.
"Stutz has asked me to lead this march to the hills in search of ore to repair the flying ship, and you all have agreed to follow my directions. My colleague, Kitiara, is to be equally responsible. She's had considerable experience in forays like this, and we should all be guided by her wisdom."
Kitiara did not acknowledge his compliment, but leaned back against the ship's hull and looked on impassively, one hand resting on the pommel of her sword.
"Siter estimates the distance to the hills as 15 miles. We should reach them at about the time daylight breaks. Isn't that right?"
Siter checked a column of numbers scrawled on his shirt cuff.
15 miles in 6 hours. Yes, that's right."
Sturm looked down the line of his troops. He couldn't think of anything else to say.
"Well, let's get going," he said, embarrassed.
So much for his first speech as a leader. Fitter and Roperig ran around their makeshift cart, fitting long poles into prepared brackets on the front and back. Bellcrank and Cutwood placed themselves on the pole in front, while Roperig and Fitter took up positions at the rear.
"A 4-gnome power exploratory wagon," said Wingover admiringly.
"Mark 1, added Rainspot.
"Move out," said Kitiara impatiently.
With no more fanfare than that, the First Lunatari Exploration March began. Stutz, Birdcall, and Flash waved from the roof of the deckhouse as their colleagues marched away. From their high perch, they watched the expedition's progress, long after the Cloudmaster was lost to the marcher's view in the fluid mauve shadows. Kitiara lifted the water bottle to her parched lips. The cool, sweet water of Krynn trickled between them. Just a sip, she thought. These 2 pints are all you've got. Sturm set a good pace, with his strong, long stride. He traded his fur hood for his war helmet, a fine Solamnic piece of iron and leather with 2 brass horns sprouting from the temples. He strode along on the right of the marching gnomes. Kitiara, on the left and a pace farther back, adopted an easy, economical lope that would not tire her quickly. They marched steadily for almost 2 hours. Sturm called for a rest, and the gnomes on the cart loudly protested. They wanted to make the journey in one go, but Sturm insisted. They would reach the hills soon enough. They sat in a circle with the cart at their backs. Kitiara rather pointedly sat away from Sturm. He sighed inwardly. What should he make of the woman? The measure of the Solamnic Knights held that women were always to be treated with courtesy and respect, even if their behavior had not earned it. That was clear enough. Sturm had great respect for Kitiara as a warrior. It was her moral laxity that troubled him. She lived with such two-fisted gusto, fighting and loving with an abandon he could not understand. But what allegiances did she make? It is the ties we make that anchor us against adversity, he thought. She mocked piety and the gods. She participated in raids and killing that lacked justice and honor. Where did Kitiara's heart lie? Sturm leaned back against the cart. How had his mother and father gotten along when they first met? They loved each other very much, though they were both proud and independent. He saw again the scene in the courtyard of Castle Brightblade, when his parents had seen each other for the last time. They embraced, but did not kiss, as the snow fell about them. Snow. A chill flashed over Sturm so hard and so fast that his teeth chattered. The crimson landscape of Lunatari swam before his eyes and faded. He was in the midst of a howling snowstorm. The countryside was unfamiliar, but he knew that it was Krynn. He saw a line of men, 4 in all, wading through the thigh-deep snow. They were wrapped in old blankets and strips of fur, and in the gaps in their cloaks he could see the rusty glint of armor. Scabbards banged into their legs as they labored through a desolate, icy forest. Sturm! Sturm! He blinked and saw Kitiara bending over him. What? He said weakly. What's the matter with you? You've been staring into space and groaning. Are you sick? She asked. He put a hand to his face. His skin was ice cold. I don't know, he said. All of a sudden I felt as if I were somewhere else. The irritation left Kitiara's expression. She said, Where? I don't know. It was Krynn. There was a snowstorm, and there were men. They were lost in the woods. He shook his head to clear his mind. I don't understand. Neither do I. Shall I ask Rainspot? The weather seer had some knowledge of medicine. No, I'm all right now. He stood. The thin, cool air of Lunatari felt balmy to him. Sturm inhaled deeply and exhaled. Let's get moving, he said. The gnomes hopped up and assumed their places around the cart. Roperig and Fitter pushed, and Belcrank and Cutwood pulled to get the cart started. But while they had rested, the weight of the cart had sunk the wheels into the spongy turf. The cart rocked a little, but refused to roll out of its ruts. Suffering gods, Kitiara complained. She stepped between Belcrank and the cart's side and gripped the push-pole with her left hand. Heave away, she said. She leaned away, tendons standing out in her neck, and crack! The pole snapped right where Kitiara held it. She and Belcrank tumbled backward. She broke the wagon, Fitter said. Nonsense, that pole is solid garnerwood, 2 inches thick, said Cider, picking at the shattered stump. Must be defective, Wingover said. Nope, Cider said. Sound as the slopes of Mount Nevermind. He squinted up at Kitiara, who still held the broken-off pole in her hand. You broke it with one hand. Wordlessly, she held the pole in both hands, straight out in front of her. Bending her elbows in, Kitiara bent the pole. The wood splintered with a loud crack. I had no idea you were so strong, said Sturm. Neither did I, she replied, equally astonished. Here, said Belcrank, picking up one of the pieces of the pole from where Kitiara had dropped it. Break it again. The piece was less than a foot long. Kitiara had to use her knee for a brace, but she snapped even that short length. Something is happening here, said Cider, narrowing his eyes. You've gotten undeniably stronger in the 20 hours we've been on Lunatari. Maybe we're all getting stronger, Cutwood said. He grasped another bit of the pole and tried to bend it. His florid face turned quite purple, but the wood did not so much as crack. Similar efforts by the others, including Sturm, showed no increase in strength. Kitiara beamed. "Looks like you're the sole beneficiary of this gift, whatever it is," said Sturm evenly. "At least it will be useful. Can you free the cart?" She snapped her fingers and swaggered around the rear of the cart. Kitiara flattened one hand against the cargo box and shoved. The cart leaped out of its ruts, almost running Fitter and Wingover down. "Careful," said Sturm. "You've got to learn to handle this newfound strength, or you may hurt someone." Kitiara wasn't listening. She ran her hands up and down her arms again and again, as if to feel the power radiating from her strangely augmented muscles. "I don't know why it happened or how, but I like it," she said. Sturm noticed a new swagger in her walk. First, his weird dream. It had been so real. And now Kit's new strength. All was not natural on the Red Moon. 4 hours later, the hills were well within range. Close up, they had an oddly soft appearance, rounded, as though a giant hand had smoothed them. Kitiara took over the lead when Sturm's step faltered. He was tired, and his meager breakfast of beans and water wasn't enough to keep him at his best. In fact, as the marchers approached 6.5 hours out from the Cloudmaster, Kitiara ran ahead to be first to reach the hills. "Kit, wait! Come back!" Sturm called. She waved and sprinted on. The gnomes let the cart coast to a stop at the foot of a hill. Kitiara shouted and waved from the top. She skidded down the slope, coming to a halt by bumping into Sturm. He caught her arms. Panting, she smiled at him. "You can see a long way from up there," she gasped. "The hills go on for miles, but there are wide trails running between them." "You shouldn't go off on your own like that," Sturm said. Kitiara lost her smile and shook herself free of his grasp. "I can take care of myself," she said coolly. The gnomes flopped down where they stood. Uphill tramping had considerably dampened their ardor for the march. Against all advice, they rapidly drank up their meager water supply and were soon wishing for more. "If only we could find a spring," said Wingover. "Or if it rains, we could spread our blankets and catch the water," said Cider. "Well, Rainspot, might it rain?" The weather seer, lying flat on his back, waved one hand feebly. "I don't think it has ever rained here," he said flatly, "though I wish to Reorx it would." At his words, a wisp of vapor, no denser than steam, abruptly formed over the exhausted gnome. The vapor expanded, thickened, and turned into a small white cloud 3 feet wide. The gnomes and humans watched, speechless, as the white cloud went murky gray. A single droplet fell on the motionless Rainspot. "That's not funny," he complained. Rainspot's eyes opened in time to catch the tiny shower that fell from his personal rain cloud. "Hydrodynamics!" he exclaimed. The other gnomes crowded in under the little cloud, their round, upturned faces ecstatic as the raindrops pelted them. Sturm came over. He swept a hand through it, and it came out sopping wet. Then, as quickly and mysteriously as it had come, the cloud faded away. "This smacks of magic," Sturm said. "I didn't do anything," Rainspot insisted. "I just wished it would rain." "Maybe you have the power to grant wishes now," said Wingover. "Like Kitiara has gained strength." The gnomes took up this theory and besieged their poor colleague with a barrage of requests. Wingover wanted a rib roast, Cutwood asked for a bushel of crisp apples, Bellcrank wanted a roast pig and apples, Roperig and Fitter wanted muffins, with raisins, of course. "Stop! Stop!" Rainspot pleaded tearfully. He couldn't bear so many demands at once. Sturm shooed the shouting gnomes away. Only Cider remained, staring at the weeping Rainspot. "If you can wish for anything, wish for a switch to repair the ship with," he said sagely. The others, Sturm and Kitiara included, were surprised by his wise suggestion. I wish for a new switch to repair our engine," Rainspot said loudly. "Made of copper," said Cutwood. "Iron," muttered Bellcrank. "Shh," said Kitiara. Nothing happened. Maybe you have to use the same formula each time, said Wingover. How exactly did you wish for rain? I said something about Reorx. Reorx, creator of the gnomish race, was the only deity the gnomes worshipped. So try again and mention Reorx, said Cider. Rainspot drew himself up, all 30 inches of him, and declared, I wish to Reorx that we had a copper iron switch to repair our engine with. Nothing happened. You're useless, said Belcrank. Worse than useless, added Cutwood. Shut up, Kitiara snapped. He tried, didn't he? I'm sorry, the weather seer said between sniffles. I wish it would rain again, then everyone would be happy. Hardly had he said this than a new cloud formed over his head. The rain poured down on Rainspot, making a puddle in the red dirt of Lunatari. It seemed insulting somehow, as if Reorx were teasing the gnome. Rainspot then did a rare thing. He got mad. Thunder and lightning, he cried. The cloud flashed once, and a puny clump of thunder sounded. Ha! Some storm, said Roperig. It proves one thing, said Cider, the limits of Rainspot's power. He can make it rain, that's all. Useless, useless, said Belcrank. Shut up, said Kitiara. Rainspot's ability is very useful. The gnomes regarded her blankly. We need water, don't we? As usual, once the gnomes were sparked off, they embraced a new concept with exasperating enthusiasm. Planks were torn off the sides of the cart and pounded into the ground with Cutwood's mallet. Roperig ripped their blankets into long triangles and sewed these together, leaving a hole in the center of the resulting circle of cloth. The edges of the blanket were nailed to the upright planks. One of Fitter's canvas buckets was put under the hole in the center of the blanket. Rainspot, sit in the middle and wish for rain, said Wingover. Rainspot complied, and the water was captured by the improvised funnel and led to the waiting bucket. Rainspot sat on the soggy blanket, soaked and bedraggled, wishing over and over for rain. I wish for rain. The cloud formed and sprinkled him. Wish for rain. Water ran in the bucket. The gnomes changed buckets and filled it too. Rain, said the sodden, tired gnome. Poor Rainspot didn't enjoy it at all, but he wished for plenty of water to save them from the agonies of thirst. Happy to do my part, he said flatly when they finally let him off the blanket, squishing in his shoes all the way. I wonder who will get it next, Wingover said as they plodded into the first gully. Get what? Said Belcrank. We seem to be acquiring new powers, Cider said. Kitiara's strength, Rainspot's rain-making. The rest of us may get new abilities, too. Sturm pondered Cider's claim. His dream, if it was a dream, had been so vivid. Was it part of this mysterious process, too? He asked Cider if he could think of a reason why they should be affected like this. Hard to say, said the gnome. Likely there is something on Lunatari that has done this to them. It's the air, said Belcrank. Some effluvian in the air. Piffle! It's all due to the red rays reflecting off the ground. Red light always has strange effects on living creatures. Remember the experiments done by the clumsy but curious doctor who wears the tinted lenses and frames on his face? Hush, said Kitiara. She held up a hand. The others watched expectantly. Do you feel it, Rainspot? She asked. Yes, ma'am. The sun's coming up. A brace of shooting stars raced across the heavens from west to east. The crests of the red hills glowed, and a subtle ringing sensation filled the air. They all felt it. The line of sunlight crept down the hillsides toward the shadowed ravines. As the explorers watched, the soft, spongy covering of the hills writhed. Bumps appeared in the turf. The bumps moved in an unpleasantly animal fashion, twisting and swelling under the crimson carpet. The explorers had to hop about to avoid the moving bumps. Then a single spear of pale pink poked through the turf. It grew longer and thicker, rotating in slow circles as it pushed itself toward the sunlight. What is it? Breathed Fitter. I think it's a plant, Cutwood replied. More pink spears bored through the ground and climbed on wine-colored stalks. Other bumps erupted into different types of flora. Fat, knobby puffballs sprang up and inflated themselves. Carmine sticks popped after growing straight out of the turf, and dozens of spider-like flowers floated to the ground from their ruptured stems. Toadstools with purple spots on top and lovely rose gills underneath emerged and grew visibly as the explorers looked on. By the time the sun shone fully into the ravine, every inch of the hillsides was covered with weird, pulsating life. Only a narrow track at the bottom of the ravine, still shadowed by the surrounding hills, was clear of the speedily growing plants. "An instant forest," said Cider. "More like an instant jungle," said Sturm, observing the clogged path ahead of them. He drew his sword. "We'll have to cut our way through." Kitiara drew her sword. "It's an insult to honest steel," she said, eyeing the garish plants with distaste, "but it has to be done." She raised her arm and slashed into the growth crowding the path on the right. With her greater strength, she had no difficulty hewing the pink spears and spider sticks cleanly off. Kitiara stepped back. The chopped-off parts lay on the ground, wriggling. The stumps oozed red sap that looked amazingly like blood. She noticed her sword was smeared with the same fluid. Holding the blade near her nose, she sniffed. "I've been in many battles," she said. "I know the smell of blood, whether it be human, dwarven, or goblin." She dropped the blade from her face. "This is blood." The gnomes thought this was terribly interesting. They bunched together over the bleeding stumps, taking samples of the blood sap. Bellcrank picked up the shorn length of a spider stick. It popped, and 8 white flowers burst out. Yellcrank yowled in pain. Each tiny flower had ejected a thorn into his face. "Hold still," Rainspot said. With a pair of bone tweezers, he plucked the thorns from his colleague's face. The gnomes filled 15 jars and boxes with specimens of the Lunitarian plants. Sturm and Kitiara had a head-to-head talk and opted to travel a little farther. If they didn't find any ore by nightfall, they would return to the ship. Steeling themselves, they started hacking. The plants groaned and screamed. When severed, they bled and twitched horribly. After a mile of this, Kitiara said, "This is worse than the massacre of Valkenord Marsh." "At least they don't appear to suffer long," Sturm said. But the screams and blood were wearing on him. The gnomes wandered through the path the humans had cut, poking and sniffing and measuring the dying plants. For them, it was, as Cutwood said, better than a train of gears. The trail led down a broad draw. Being well shaded from the low sun, there were fewer plants growing there, and Sturm called for a break. Kitiara borrowed a bucket from the gnome's cart and filled it with rainwater. She dipped a soft rag in the water and wiped the sticky blood sap from her blade. The sap dissolved easily. She lent Sturm the rag, and he cleaned his weapon. "You know," she said, as he rubbed the sap off his sword hilt, "I'm no coward, and I'm certainly no delicate lady who faints at the sight of blood, but this place is disgusting. What kind of world is it where plants grow before your eyes and bleed when they're cut?" "How's your sword arm?" Sturm asked. "How does it feel? I noticed that you're not even breathing hard. Look at me. I'm tired, as you should be, having swung a heavy sword for more than a mile through that weird jungle." "I feel fine. I feel strong. Want to wrestle?" "No, thank you," he said. "I wouldn't like to trust a broken arm to gnomish medicine." "I won't hurt you," she said mockingly. Kitiara's smile faded. She scraped a shallow line in the turf with her heel. "What are you so worried about? We're alive, aren't we?" "There are strange forces at work here. This new strength of yours is not normal." Kitiara shrugged. "Lunitari isn't my idea of paradise, but we haven't done badly so far." Sturm knew this was true. So why did he feel such foreboding? He said, "Just be wary, will you, Kit? Question what comes to you, especially what seems like a great gift." She laughed shortly. "You make it sound like I'm in personal danger. Are you afraid I'll fall into evil ways?" Sturm stood and emptied the sap-stained water from the bucket. "That's exactly what I'm afraid of." He wrung out the rag and left it to dry on a stone, then walked away to speak with Wingover. The empty canvas bucket sat by her boot. Where Sturm had poured out the water, the turf was dark and slick. It looked like so much blood. Kitiara wrinkled her nose and kicked the bucket away. The toe of her boot split the fabric and sent the bucket soaring over the tops of the pink and crimson foliage. Chapter 11. The Crusty Pudding Plant. The trail wound between the hills in no particular direction. Among the fast-growing plants, there was no way for the adventurers to identify landmarks or remember where they'd been. Sturm discovered that the path they had made grew tall again after they had passed. The explorers were virtually cut off in the living jungle. Sturm halted the party finally and announced that they were lost. Cider promptly tried to find the latitude by shooting the sun with his astrolabe. Even though he stood on Sturm's shoulders, the sun was too low for him to sight correctly, and he fell over backward trying. Fitter and Rainspot picked Cider up and dusted him off, for he'd fallen on a puffball and was coated with pink spores. "Useless," Cider said. Spores got up his nose and mouth, and he coughed in fits and starts. "All I can tell you is that the sun is setting." "We've not had but 4 or 5 hours of daylight," Wingover protested. "The position of Lunitari in the heavens is eccentric," the astronomer gnome explained. Rainspot tried to dab the dust from his face with a damp rag, but Cider swatted his hands away. "The nights are very long and the days very short." "We haven't found any ore yet," Bellcrank said. "True," said Wingover, "but we haven't tried digging either." "Digging?" said Roperig. "Digging," said Sturm firmly. "Wingover's right. Pick a spot, Bellcrank, and we'll dig to see what we can find." "Could we make supper first?" the tubby gnome asked. "My stomach's so empty." "I don't suppose an hour will matter too much," said Sturm. "All right, we'll camp here, eat, then dig." The gnomes fell to in their cheerfully scatterbrained way. Roperig and Fitter unpacked the cart in a very simple way. They upended it. Fitter was buried in the mound of junk and came out with his favorite clay kettle. "Supper will be ready in a jiffy," he said brightly. The other gnomes hooted derisively. "Beans, beans, beans! I'm sick of beans," Cutwood said. "I'm sick, sick, sick of beans, beans, beans." "Shut up, you dumb carpenter," said Cider. Kitiara warned as Cutwood picked up a mallet and tiptoed up behind Cider. "None of that." Fitter took a hatchet and chopped a plank off the side of the cart bed. Sturm saw this and said, "Have you been burning pieces of the wagon all along?" "Of course," said the gnome. "What else is there?" "Why don't you try some of the plants?" said Bellcrank. "They're too green," Wingover said. "They'd never burn." "Start a fire with the kindling you've got and lay the green plants on top. When the fire dries them out, they'll burn," Kitiara said. Fitter and Cutwood scavenged along the trail and returned with double armfuls of chopped Lunitari and Flora. These they dumped on the ground by the wagon. Fitter built an arch of pink spear plants over the smoky fire. Within a few minutes, a tantalizing aroma filled the air. The hungry band surrounded Fitter. "Fitter, my lad, I never would have believed it, but that bean pot smells just like roast pheasant," said Wingover. "Your gears are slipping," said Roperig. "It smells like fresh-baked bread." "Roast venison," said Sturm, wrinkling his nose. "Sausages and gravy," Bellcrank said, licking his lips. "I haven't even put the beans in yet," Fitter declared, "and it smells like raisin muffins to me." "It's those things," Rainspot said, pointing to the pink spears. The parts nearest the flames had darkened to a rich brown. The sap had oozed out and hardened in streaks along the stalk. Cider picked up one spear by the raw end. He sniffed the cooked tip and very gingerly bit it. Chewing, his suspicious frown inverted. "Pudding," he said with a catch in his voice. "Crusty pudding, like my mother used to make." The gnomes tripped over each other in a rush to try the other spears. Sturm managed to save one from the first batch. With his dagger, he sliced the roasted portion in two, stabbed a piece, and offered it to Kitiara. "It looks like meat," she said, then nibbled off a bit. "What does it taste like to you?" asked Sturm. "Otik's fried potatoes," she said, amazed, "with lots of salt." "A most unique experiment," Cider commented. "To each of us, this plant tastes like our favorite food." "How can that be, if it's all the same plant?" Kitiara asked, munching vigorously. "My theory is it has to do with the same force that has given you your strength and Rainspot his rain-making ability." "Magic?" asked Sturm. "Possibly. Possibly." The word seemed to make Cider uncomfortable. "We gnomes believe that what is commonly called magic is just another natural force yet to be tamed." The rest of the pink spears were rapidly consumed. For their size, the gnomes were hearty eaters, and finished the meal lying about the camp holding their bellies. "What a feast!" exclaimed Belcrank. "One of the finest," Roperig agreed. Sturm stood over them, fists on his hips. "A fine lot you are. Who's going to help dig now?" "Nap first," Cutwood mumbled, wiggling around to get comfortable. "Yes, must rest," said Rainspot, "to ensure proper digestion and adequate relaxation of the muscles." Soon the little clearing rattled with the high-pitched snores of 7 sets of lungs. The sun sank rapidly below the hill. When the light diminished to a deep amber glow, the tangle of plants began to wither. Almost as quickly as they had sprouted with the morning sun, they now shriveled. Spear tips dried and fell off. The spider flowers curled up and bored into the soil. The puffballs deflated. The toadstools crumbled into powder. By the time the stars came out, nothing remained above the ground but a fresh layer of red flakes. Kitiara said, "I think I'll stand watch for a while. Get some sleep, why don't you? Then you can relieve me later." "Good idea," he said. Sturm was suddenly aware of how very tired he was. Constant wonders had dulled his senses, and hacking through the daylight jungle had worn him out. He spread his bedroll beside the upturned cart and lay down. A full Krynnish day they'd marched, and still no sign of any ore deposits. He wondered what would happen if they dug into one of the hills and still found none. There was one desperate measure that they could resort to. He and Kitiara still carried their swords and armor. The gnomes could very likely forge new parts from the steel and iron of these, but he wanted that to be their last possible choice. The air of Lunatari, never warm, grew chillier. Sturm shivered and pulled his furry cloak up to his chin. The lining was wolf fur. He and Tanis had hunted in the mountains of Qualanost last winter and had done very well. Tanis was a dead shot with a bow. He heard the arrows hum. Sturm was on Krynn suddenly, and it was daytime, though cold and overcast. He was in a forest, and there were 4 men moving through the trees ahead of him. 2 men carried a third between them, his arms across their shoulders. When Sturm got closer, he saw why. The carried man had an arrow in his thigh. "Come on, Hurrick, you can make it," the leader was saying. Sturm couldn't see the 4th man's face, but he heard him urging the others on. There was a crackle in the dead brush behind him. Sturm looked back and saw dim figures in white, flitting among the trees. They wore wolfskin cowls and carried bows. He knew who they were, the dreaded trackers of Leereach, hired huntsmen who would track down anyone or anything for a price. "Stay with us, Hurrick. Don't give up," the leader whispered urgently. "Leave me, my lord," the wounded man replied. The leader stood with his men. "I'll not leave you to those butchers," he said. "Please go, my lord. They will want to give me to their master, and that will give you time to get away," Hurrick said. There was blood on his armor. Sturm could see it smeared across the man's coif. The two men carrying Hurrick propped him against a tree. They drew his sword for him and wrapped his fingers around the grip. Sturm could see his face, waxen from loss of blood. The trackers stopped. A snickering whistle rattled through the forest. The prey was turning, at bay. The signal meant close in for the kill. The leader, his face still hidden from Sturm, drew a long dagger from his belt and put it in the wounded man's left hand. "Paladine protect you, Master Hurrick," he said. "And you, my lord. Now hurry." The three unhurt men ran away as fast as their armor would allow. Hurrick raised his sword with pain-filled effort. A wolf's head parted a stand of ripe holly. "Come out," said Hurrick. "Come out and fight me." The tracker was having none of it. Coolly, he knocked an arrow and let fly. The broadhead found its mark. "My lord!" Hurrick cried. The leader paused to look back to where his comrade had died. Sturm saw his face. "Father!" He returned to Lunatari with that scream. Sturm was lying on his stomach, his bedroll in knots. Wearily, he sat up to find Kitiara watching him. "I had a nightmare," he said, ashamed. "No," she said, "you were awake. I saw you. You've been thrashing about and moaning for a long time. Your eyes were wide open. What did you see?" I was on Krynn again. I don't know where, but there were trackers. They were after some men, one of whom was my father." "Leereach trackers?" Sturm nodded. Sweat stood out on his lip, though the air was cold enough for his breath to show. "It was real, wasn't it?" he said. "I think it was. This may be your gift, Sturm. Visions. Like my strength, this is what Lunatari has given you." He shuddered. Visions of what? The past? The future? Or am I seeing the present in faraway places? How can I tell, Kit? How can I know? I don't know. She combed through her black curls with her fingers. "It hurts, doesn't it? Not knowing. I think I shall go mad." "No, you won't. You're too strong for that." She rose and came around the dying fire to sit by him. Sturm refolded his blanket and lay down. These visions which had been thrust upon him were maddening. They smacked of magic and tormented him without warning. However, Sturm found himself trying to fix every detail in his mind, going over and over the terrible scene. There could be a clue to his father's fate hidden in these specters. Kitiara laid a hand on his chest and felt the rapid beating of his heart. Chapter 12. Some of our gnomes are missing. The gnomes recovered from their post-prandial lethargy and bounced around the camp, shouting and tossing tools to each other. Belcrank found a long dowel and scratched a mark on the side of a hill. "There's where we dig," he announced. "Why there?" asked Cutwood. "Why not?" "Wouldn't it be better to go to the top and drive a shaft straight down?" suggested Wingover. "If we wanted to dig a well, maybe, but not when we're prospecting for iron," Belcrank said. After lengthy discussion about such esoteric matters as geological strata, sedimentation, and the proper diet of miners, the gnomes discovered that all they had to dig with was 2 short-handled wooden scoops. "Whose are these?" asked Citer. "Mine," Fitter spoke up. "One for beans, one for raisins." "Isn't there a proper shovel or spade in the cart?" "No," said Roperig. "Of course, if we had some iron, we could make our own shovels." Cutwood and Wingover pelted him with dirty socks for his suggestion. "If scoops are what we have, scoops it'll have to be," said Belcrank. He offered them to Cutwood and Wingover. "Why us?" said Cutwood. "Why not?" "I wish he'd stop saying that," Wingover said. He shoved his sleeves above his elbows and knelt by the circle that Belcrank had scratched in the turf. "Oh, rocks," he sighed. You'd better hope to reorcs we strike rocks, said Cutwood, else we'll be digging all day. The gnomes gathered around as their two colleagues fell to. The upper layers of flaky red fluff were easily scraped away. The diggers flung scoopfuls over their shoulders, hitting Cider and Rainspot in the face. The gnomes withdrew to a cleaner observation point. Bellcrank bent down and grabbed a handful of the soil that Wingover had tossed back. No longer dry and spongy, this dirt was hard, grainy, and damp. "Hello," he said. "Look at this. Sand." Sturm and Kitiara examined the ball of damp sand that Bellcrank had squeezed in his small fist. It was quite ordinary sand, tinged pale red. "Hug! Ow! Here's something," Cutwood grunted. He kicked a large chunk of something out of the tunnel. The thing wobbled down the slope a little way and stopped. Fitter picked it up. "Feels like glass," he said. Cider took it from him. "It is glass. Crude glass," Cider said. More bits of glass came out of the hole, along with sand, and more sand. Wingover and Cutwood had tunneled headfirst into the hillside, and now only their feet showed in the opening. Sturm told them to stop digging. "It's no use," he said. "There's no ore here." "I must agree with Master Brightblade," said Bellcrank. "This whole hill is likely one big pile of sand." "Where does the glass come from?" Kitiara asked. "Any source of heat can melt sand into glass. Lightning, forest fire, volcano." "That's not important," Sturm said. "We dug for iron and found glass. The question is, what do we do now?" "Go on looking?" said Fitter timidly. "What about Stutz and the others?" Kitiara asked. "Strip my gears. I forgot about our colleagues," said Roperig. "What shall we do?" Sturm said, "We'll go back. It'll be daylight again before we reach the flying ship, and we can harvest some spear plants for Stutz, Birdcall, and Flash to eat. Once we're all together, we can repair the engine." He regarded Kit gravely, "with the iron that Kitiara and I wear on us. You gnomes can forge our arms and armor into the parts you need." Murmurs of approval rippled through the gnomes. "Do you think I'd allow my sword, my mail, to be hammered into machine parts? With what will we defend ourselves? Scoops and beans?" Kitiara said furiously. "All we've used our weapons for so far is chopping weeds," Sturm countered. "This could be our only way home." Kitiara crossed her arms. "I don't like it. Nor do I, but what choice do we have? We can be well-armed and marooned, or unarmed and on our way home." "Not a handsome choice," she had to admit. "You needn't make up your mind right now. Whatever you decide, we should return to the ship first," said Sturm. No one disputed his decision. The gnomes prepared to break camp. Like their unpacking, this was a brisk procedure. Each gnome tossed an item into the righted cart. Sometimes they wrestled over the same item, and Rainspot and Cutwood even got carried away and threw Fitter in. Sturm pulled the littlest gnome out before he was buried. With a clear sky and plenty of stars, the explorers were able to plot their way back to the plain of stones. Once they left the chain of hills, they beheld a lovely sight. On the southwestern horizon, a blue-white glow lit the sky. Within a few hundred yards' walk, the source of the glow was revealed to be the world of Krynn, rising into sight for the first time since their arrival on the Red Moon. The party stopped to admire the great azure orb. "What are the fuzzy white parts?" asked Kitiara. "Clouds," said Rainspot. "And the blue is ocean, the brown land?" "Exactly right, lady." Sturm stood apart from the rest, contemplating his home world. Kitiara peered through the gnome's spyglass, squinting one eye closed and bending far down to Cider's level. When she was done, she went to where Sturm stood. "Don't you want to take a look?" she asked. Sturm rubbed his newly bearded chin. "I can see it fine." The bright white light of Krynn caught on his ring and glimmered. The emblem of the Knights of Solamnia's Order of the Rose caught his eye. He inhaled smoke and coughed. Not again. The vision was upon him without any warning. Sturm fought to stay calm.
Something always happened to trigger the experience. First the moon's chill air, then the feel of his wolf fur cloak, and now the light reflecting off his ring, the only real relic of his Solamnic heritage. It wasn't his father's ring, but his mother's. Sturm wore it on his little finger. A high, dark wall loomed over his back. Sturm was standing in the shadow of the wall, and it was night. 20 yards away, a fire burned. He seemed to be in the courtyard of a castle. 2 men in ragged cloaks stood hunched over the fire. A third lay on the ground, unmoving. Sturm came nearer and saw that the tallest man was his father. Sturm's heart raced. He held out his hands to Angriff Brightblade for the first time in 13 years. The old warrior lifted his head and stared right past Sturm. They can't see me, Sturm thought. Was there a way he could make himself known? We should not have come here, my lord, said the other standing man. It's dangerous. The last place our enemies would look for us is in my own sacked castle, replied Lord Brightblade. Besides, we had to get Marbred out of the wind. The fever has settled in his chest. Father, Sturm tried to shout. He could not even hear himself. Lord Brightblade squatted by the man on the ground. His breath had frozen on his beard, making it as white as Marbred's. How do you feel, old friend? Sturm's father asked. Marbred wheezed. Fit for any command of my lord. Angriff squeezed his old retainer's arm, stood, and turned his back on the sick man. He may not last the night, he said. Tomorrow there may be only you and I, Bren. What shall we do, my lord? Lord Brightblade reached under the tattered layers of cloak and blankets that hung from his broad shoulders. He unbuckled his belt and brought out his sword and scabbard. I will not allow this blade, forged by the first of my ancestors and borne with honor all these years, to fall into the hands of the enemy. Bren grabbed Lord Brightblade's wrist. My lord, you don't intend. You can't mean to destroy it. Angriff pulled 6 inches of the sword from its covering. The fitful firelight caught on the burnished steel and made it glitter. No, he said. As long as my son lives, the Brightblade line will continue. My sword and armor will be his. Sturm felt as if his heart would burst. Then, suddenly, the pain caused by the scene was replaced by an odd lightness. It stole into Sturm's limbs, and though he tried to hold himself in the vision, to keep everything in sharp focus, the image faded. The fire, the men, his father, and the sword of the Brightblades wavered and dissolved. Sturm's fingers clenched into tight fists as he tried literally to grasp the scene. Sturm found himself clenching the nap of Kitiara's fur coat. I'm all right, Sturm said. His heart slowly resumed its normal rhythm. You were very quiet this time, she reported. You stared into space as if you were watching a stage play in Solace. In a way, I was. He described his father's vigil. It must be the present, or the recent past, he reasoned. The castle was in ruins, but my father did not look so old. Perhaps 50 years. His beard had not grayed. He must be alive. Sturm became aware that he was lying on his back and moving. He sat up hastily and almost fell off the gnome's cart. How'd I get up here? He asked. I put you there. You didn't look as if you could make it on your own, said Kitiara. You picked me up. With one hand, said Wingover. Sturm looked down. All the gnomes but Cider were on the poles pushing the cart along. He suddenly felt embarrassed to be such a burden to his companions and jumped off the cart. Kitiara slid down too. How long was I out? Sturm asked. Better part of an hour, said Cider, referring to the stars. The visions are getting longer, aren't they? Yes, but I think they're triggered when I'm reminded of something from the past, Sturm said.
If I concentrate on the present, perhaps I can avoid episodes like this. Sturm doesn't approve of the supernatural, Kitiara explained to the gnomes. It's part of his nightly code. Krynn was now high overhead, and the terrain around them was as bright as day. No plants grew in the brilliant light, however. All was cold and lifeless under the planet's clear glow. Seider led his colleagues in another long discussion. Kitiara and Sturm were trailing behind the cart, so no one saw the ditch until the front wheels spilled into it. The gnomes on the front pole, Cutwood, Fitter, and Wingover, fell on their faces. Roperig, Rainspot, and Bellcrank struggled to keep the heavily laden wagon from turning over. Kitiara and Sturm rushed in and steadied the sides. "Let it roll down," Kitiara said. "Let go." Rainspot and Bellcrank stepped back, but Roperig did not. The cart bounded down the side of the ditch, with the humans running alongside and Roperig bouncing painfully against the push-pole. "What's the matter with you?" Bellcrank said when the cart halted. "Why didn't you let go?" I can't," Roperig complained. "My hands are stuck." He wobbled to his feet. Dust poured from his pockets and cuffs. His stubby fingers were firmly attached to the push-pole. Rainspot tried prying his colleague's fingers free. "Ow, ow!" Roperig yelled. "You're tearing my fingers off." "Don't be such a crybaby," said Seider. "Cutwood, did you put glue on this end of the pole?" asked Rainspot. "Absolutely not. By Gears, I would never do that without telling him first." Cutwood's invocation of the sacred word Gears proved that he was telling the truth. Kitiara drummed her fingers on the cart wheel. "Maybe it's more of this crazy Lunitari magic." "You mean I'll be stuck to this cart forever?" "Don't be distressed, Master. I can saw this pole off," Fitter said. He patted his boss on the back consolingly. "Rot," said Bellcrank. "If Master Brightblade will lend me his knife, I'll scrape your fingers off in no time." Roperig blanched. "You will not." "Then we can saw very carefully around your fingers." "No one's going to cut or saw anything," Kitiara said. "If this stickiness is related to my strength or Sturm's visions, then you ought to give some thought to how it works before you start hacking away on a fellow's fingers." "Quite so," said Seider. "Now, could it be more than coincidence that we acquire abilities connected to our life's work? Rainspot makes rain, Lady Kitiara grows mightier as a warrior, and Roperig, master of cords and knots, finds himself bound by his own hands. It's as though some subtle yet powerful force were enhancing our natural attributes." "Roperig can probably free himself if he wishes to," said Kitiara, "just as Rainspot can wish for his rain." "All I wanted to do was keep my grip when we slipped in the ditch," Roperig said glumly. He screwed his eyes tightly shut and wished hard. "Harder! Concentrate!" urged Seider. Cutwood whipped out his magnifying glass and peered intently at Roperig's stuck hands. Slowly, with faint sucking sounds, his hands peeled off the cart pole. "Ow! Ow!" Roperig whimpered, waving his hands about. "That stings!" The cart was shoved to the top of the gully rim. The gnomes passed a water bottle around. Fitter handed it to Kitiara, who had a short swig before offering it to Sturm. He held it a long time, staring at the ground and not drinking. "Now what?" she said, taking the bottle back. "This magic worries me. Couldn't we refuse it somehow? Give it back?" She pushed the plug back into the bottle. "Why should we? We ought to get used to it, learn to control the effect." Kitiara flexed a hand into a fist. She could feel the strength within her, like the warmth of sweet wine in her veins. It was intoxicating, that taste of power. She looked Sturm in the eye. "If we return to Krynn penniless, weaponless, and armorless, I hope our powers remain." "It isn't right," he said stubbornly. "Right? This is the only right that matters." The water bottle exploded when she crushed it in her fingers. Little Fitter stooped to get the glazed shards. "You broke the bottle, lady," he said. "Did you cut yourself?" She showed him her undamaged hand. "A lot of things may get broken around here before I'm through," she said angrily. By the hour Krynn had set on the northeast horizon, the explorers were more than halfway back to the Cloudmaster. There was nothing ahead but flat ground, rocks, and red dust. They trod on, the humans apart and silent, the gnomes once more chattering. The pilot of the flying ship walked slower and slower until finally he stopped. "Move along, lad," said Siter, pushing Wingover in the back. "Don't want to get left behind, do you?" "It's gone," announced Wingover. "What's gone?" "The ship. The Cloudmaster." "You're plain daft. We're a good 8 miles away. How could you see from here?" "I don't know, but I can see the spot clearly," said Wingover. He squinted into the distance. "There's a big rut, some skid marks, and a few broken crates lying around, but the ship is gone." Sturm and Kitiara converged on the far-seeing gnome. "Are you sure, Wingover?" said Sturm. "It's gone," the gnome insisted. Siter and the other gnomes were loudly skeptical, but Sturm ordered them to quicken their pace. The miles rolled aside, and still Wingover said the flying ship was missing from its landing place. He described in precise detail the jetsam left at the scene, and his certainty infected the party with apprehension. With barely a mile left to go, Kitiara could stand it no longer. She broke into a run and quickly left the rest behind. Sturm and the gnomes plodded on. Kitiara came jogging back. "Wingover's right," she said. "The Cloudmaster is gone." The gnomes immediately surrounded Wingover and started poking his face and pulling at his eyelids. The gnome pilot slapped at the intruding fingers while his colleagues, completely forgetting the news Kitiara had brought, tried to discover the cause of his remarkable eyesight. "It's the Lunitari magic," Wingover said. "Leave me alone." "Could Stutz and Company have repaired the ship themselves and flown away?" Sturm asked. Kitiara loosened her fur collar to let the cool air in. "There are tracks all over, little circular imprints. I think the ship was carried off." "Carried off?" said Fitter in awe. "Do you know how much that ship weighs?" said Siter. She put out her chin and replied, "I don't care if it's heavier than Mount Nevermind. Somebody or something picked it up and carried it away." Sturm said, "Then they are very strong, or very numerous, or both," said Kitiara grimly. Chapter 13. The Walking Trees. The sun shone over the field of stones where the Cloudmaster had first met Lunitari. The exploration party ringed the site, gazing helplessly at the empty furrow in the ground. As Wingover had seen from 8 miles away, the flying ship and the 3 gnomes who remained on it were gone. The landing wheels that had broken off when they struck the moon were the only part of the ship left behind. Aside from the wheels, there were 2 empty crates, some bean sacks, and the remnants of a campfire. "Who could have done this?" Bellcrank asked. Cutwood crawled about with his lens, studying tracks. Sturm kicked through the pitiful remains of the camp and said, "At least there's no sign of bloodshed." 60, Cutwood proclaimed. He had dirt on his nose and in his beard. "At least 60 people were here. They must have carried the Cloudmaster away on their shoulders, 'cause there are no marks of the hull being dragged." "I don't believe it," said Siter. 60 humans couldn't carry the Cloudmaster away on their shoulders." "Even if they were as strong as Lady Kitiara?" asked Roperig. That gave them all pause. Kitiara squatted by the trail of footprints. "No human feet made these," she said. "The impressions are round, almost like the hooves of unshod horses." She noted how closely spaced they were, too. The clumsy fools must have been treading on each other's heels. "We'll have to go after them, track them down, and get the ship back." "No question about it," said Sturm. Kitiara fished the whetstone out of her belt pouch and sat down to hone the edges of her sword. Sturm gathered the gnomes together. "We're going after your colleagues," he announced. The gnomes set up a cheer. Sturm waved for quiet. Because we don't know how much of a head start they had, we have to move as fast as possible. That means, he saw the anticipation in their faces, each of you can take along only what you can carry. That threw the gnomes into a tumult of preparation and counter-preparation. Before Sturm's eyes, they tore the 4-gnome power exploratory cart to pieces and began assembling single-gnome exploration packs made of wooden slats and strips of canvas and blanket cloth. The packs strapped on like knapsacks, but they towered twice as high as the gnomes stood. This called for all kinds of supporting straps and cords and counter-load balancing. Soon each gnome staggered under a complex tent of wood and cloth, but in the end they didn't leave one bit of their beloved equipment behind. Sturm looked them over and groaned inwardly. At this rate they would never find the Cloudmaster, never get back to Krynn, and never find his father. He wanted to rail at the little men, but he knew it would do no good. Gnomes proceed at their own rate, awkwardly and haphazardly, but they do proceed. Cider waddled past, scribbling his notes under a creaking canopy of canvas. "I'm starting a new log," he said, swaying from side to side. The top of his exploration pack just missed Sturm's nose. "This is no longer the Lunitari exploratory march." He walked on. Wingover puffed along behind him. "Now we are the Lunitari flying ship rescue mission," Wingover said. The trail was wide and plain, and as far as anyone could tell, no effort had been made to hide it. Either those who had captured the flying ship were not very smart, or else they thought Stutz, Birdcall, and Flash were the only crew on board. Kitiara and Wingover moved out ahead of the rest. She tested his long-distance vision by having the gnome describe arrangements of rocks from as far away as 6 miles. Poor Wingover got a terrific headache, and his short legs were no match for Kitiara's long, powerful stride. She shouldered his exploratory pack. Its straps were strained to the bursting point, and lifted him by the coat collar. Tucking Wingover under her arm, Kitiara took to sprinting far ahead, relying on the gnomes' far-seeing to keep them from getting lost. The trail carried on in an unswerving line due west. Sturm plodded along with the overburdened gnomes. They marched on both sides of the trail, arguing over the reasons for Wingover's gift of far-seeing. Sturm shaded his eyes from the sun and looked at the footprints. They were strikingly regular circular depressions in 5 distinct columns. He said to Belcrank, "Don't these prints seem strange to you?" "Undoubtedly, yes, Master Brightblade, as we've seen no animal life since arriving on the Red Moon," replied the gnome. "Exactly. Have you noticed how very precise the footprints are? All of them are perfectly aligned." "I don't follow." "Even a gaited horse will have a little jog, a sideways motion now and then that distinguishes its track." "A machine!" Belcrank exclaimed. "Master Brightblade, you've done it." Belcrank grasped Roperig by his lapels. "Don't you see? What else could pick up the Cloudmaster and carry it off but another machine?" "By Reorx, I hadn't thought of that," said Roperig. Fitter rattled Terrain Spot and told him Belcrank's theory. The idea then leaped the trail to where Cutwood and Cider were walking. Cider pooh-poohed the notion. "That doesn't solve a thing," he said. "Where there's a machine, there has to be a machine maker, yes?" Belcrank opened his mouth to vent his opinion, but just then Kitiara and Wingover came running at them. The warrior woman carried the gnome under her arm like a loaf of bread. Wingover's head bounced and jiggled each time her heel struck the ground. In another situation, the image might have been comic. Kitiara braced to a halt in front of Sturm. "There's a village up ahead," she said. She wasn't even out of breath. "Village? What sort of village?" asked Roperig. "A village, said Wingover from under Kitiara's arm. "There's some kind of keep in the center of the place." "Does the trail lead to this village?" asked Sturm. Kitiara shook her head. "It veers off to the north, avoiding it completely." "We ought to inspect this village," Cutwood called from 30 yards away. Sturm and the others looked at each other, then at Cutwood. "Can you hear what we're saying?" said Wingover in a bare whisper.
"Well, certainly. Do you think I'm deaf?"
Cutwood yelled back. Cider tapped him on the shoulder. I can't hear them, he said. He grabbed Cutwood by the ears and turned his head from side to side, peering into the carpenter's ears. Everything looks normal, he said. Does my voice sound loud to you? It does when you yell from an inch away. Cider took Cutwood by the hand to where the others stood. It's happened again, he reported. Cutwood can hear normal conversation from 30 yards away, maybe more. Really? This calls for some tests, said Rainspot. He lowered his pack to the ground and tried to disentangle himself from the cords and straps. Never mind, Kitiara said. What do we do about the village? How close will we have to pass if we follow the trail? Sturm queried. Spitting distance. He squinted into the sky. Half the day's gone. If we start now, we can be past the village before nightfall and not lose the trail. Cider grumbled about the humans' lack of scientific curiosity, but no gnome seriously considered going against Sturm's plan. Sturm formed the party single file and sternly admonished the gnomes to keep quiet. I feel trouble coming, he said. A keep means a lord of some kind and probably armed retainers. If, he added, if this world is anything like Krynn. Looking straight ahead, Kit said, Are you afraid? Afraid? No. Concerned? Yes. Our stay here has never been more precarious. A pitched battle could destroy us even if we win. That's the difference between us, Sturm. You fight to preserve order and honor. I fight for myself. If trouble is brewing, the only thing to do is come out on top. No matter what happens to the rest of us. He scored a touch. Kitiara's eyes flashed. I have never changed sides in a battle nor betrayed a friend. The little men need our protection, and I'll shed my last drops of blood defending them. You've no right to imply otherwise. Sturm walked on silently for a moment, then said, I'm sorry, Kit. It's becoming harder for me to know your mind. I think this magical strength you've gained has affected your outlook. My mind, you mean? Trust you to say it the most brutal way. Life is brutal, and so are facts. At the rear of the column, Cutwood could hear everything, and he said, I think they're mad at each other. Shows how much you know, Cider replied. Human males and females always act strangely toward each other. They never want their true feelings to show. Why is that? Because they don't want to seem vulnerable. Humans have a lot of this attitude called pride, which is sort of like the satisfaction you get when your machine performs correctly. Pride makes them act contrary to the way they really feel. That's silly. Cider shrugged under his towering pack and almost fell down. By reorcs. Of course it's silly, and these two humans have especially bad cases of pride, which means the fiercer they act and the louder they yell, the more they care about each other. Cutwood was dazzled by his colleague's understanding of human behavior. Where did you learn so much about humans? He said. I listen and learn, said Cider very ungnomishly. Though he didn't yet realize it, that was the change wrought in Cider by the magic of Lunitari. From an intuitive, impetuous gnome, he had become a logical, thoughtful, deductive gnome, a creature that had never before existed. The field of stones was largely barren of plants, even by day, so the first sign the marchers had that they were near the village was when stands of scarlet-capped mushrooms 7 feet tall appeared, growing in neat rows between two low stone walls. Roperig picked a section of wall apart to study. It was simply made of loose rocks stacked conveniently together. Very primitive, was his disdainful verdict. The mushroom orchard served to screen them from the village itself. Sturm, Kitiara, Wingover, and Cutwood crept through the rows of fungus to the very edge of the settlement. By Krynnish standards, it wasn't much of a village. There weren't any houses at all, just a series of concentric stone walls about waist-high, plus a few cribs filled with harvested food. The only full-scale structure was the keep, a squat single-story windowless block in the center of the village walls. A lone pole stuck up from the keep, and a dirty gray banner hung limply from it. Not exactly the golden halls of Sylvanost, is it? Said Kitiara. To the gnomes, she said, Can you hear or see anything stirring down there? Wingover could see nothing moving. Cutwood squinted one eye shut and listened hard.
"I hear footsteps,"
he said uncertainly. "Pretty faint. Someone's walking around inside the keep." "Fine. Let's bypass this place," said Sturm. The other gnomes waited patiently on the other side, chattering in whispers. When Wingover, Cutwood, and the humans returned, they shouldered their lofty packs and formed a single file again. "The village looks deserted," Sturm said, "so we're going past it. Be quiet anyway." The trail of the Cloudmaster bent away from the village just beyond the walls of the mushroom orchard. As they rounded the tall red stalks, Kitiara, who was leading, saw that the path was lined on either side by tall, leafless trees. "Odd," she said. "Those weren't there before."
"Did they grow up suddenly like the other plants?"
asked Roperig. Kitiara shook her head and drew her sword. The trees stood about 7 feet high. Their trunks were graduated in bands of color, ranging from deep burgundy red at the base to the lightest of pinks at their rounded-off tops. All had branches that grew out and bent down.
"Ugliest trees I ever saw," said Cutwood.
He left the line long enough to chip a piece of the flaky bark off with his 20-tool pocket kit. He was examining the fleshy gray wood when the tree's left branch flexed and swatted the specimen from his hand.
"Hey," he said, "the tree hit me."
The double row of trees launched into motion. They pulled their roots out of the ground and freed their limbs. Black dish-like eyes opened in the trunks and ragged mouths split apart. Sturm grabbed for his hilt. The gnomes bunched together between him and Kitiara. "Suffering, blood-stained gods, what are these things?" Kitiara exclaimed. "Unless I'm gravely mistaken, these are our villagers. They were expecting us," Sturm replied, keeping the tip of his sword moving back and forth to discourage the tree things. The tree folk emitted a series of deep hooting sounds, like a chorus of ram's horns. From recesses in their own bodies, they produced an array of swords and spears, all made of clear red glass. The tree folk closed the circle around the besieged band. "Be ready," Kitiara said, her voice taut with anticipation. "When we break through them, everybody run." "Run where?" asked Fitter tremulously. One tree man, the tallest of the lot, broke ranks with its fellows and advanced. It did not actually walk. Rather, the tangle of roots that made up its feet flexed and carried the creature forward. The tree man raised its crude, hiltless glass sword in one bark-covered hand and hooted loudly. "Yah!" Kitiara sprang forward and cut at the glass blade. She knocked it aside and swung again, this time striking the tree man below its left arm. Her sword bit deeply into the soft wood flesh, so deeply that it would not easily come out. Kitiara ducked the return cut by the tree man's sword and let go of her own. She retreated a few steps, leaving her blade embedded in the foe. The tree man did not appear too much discomforted by the yard of steel stuck in him. "Sturm, lend me your sword," said Kitiara quickly. "I will not," he replied. "Calm down, will you? That creature wasn't attacking, it was trying to speak." The impaled tree man regarded them with wide, unblinking eyes. In a raspy bass voice, it said, "Men. Iron. Men?" "Yes," said Sturm. "We are men." "And we're gnomes," said Belcrank. "Pleased to meet." "Iron?" The tree man plucked Kitiara's sword from its flank, grasping it by the blade. He offered the hilt to Kitiara. "Iron. Men." She gingerly took the handle and let the point fall to the ground. "Men, come," said the tree man. His eyes and mouth vanished, only to reappear on the opposite side. "Men, come, Iron King." The tree man reversed direction without turning around. The other tree folk did likewise. Their eyes closed up on one side of their heads and reopened on the other. "Fascinating," said Cutwood. "Completely saves them the trouble of turning around." "Do we go with them?" asked Rainspot. Sturm looked away to the trail of the stolen flying ship. "For now," he said, "we should pay our respects to this Iron King. Maybe he knows what could have taken our ship. The tree folk made straight for the village keep. Sturm, Kitiara, and the gnomes fell in behind them. Closer to the village, they saw signs of damage to the walls and gardens. Something had battered down a long section of wall, and a crib full of yellow fruit shaped like corkscrews had been plundered. Slippery pulp and seeds were splashed all over the place. The tree men's leader, the one Kitiara had cut, halted before the door of the keep. The gate consisted of overlapping slabs of red glass, hanging from hinges of the same material. The tree man boomed, "King! Men, iron come!" Without waiting for any reply, the tree man leaned on the gate, and it swung in. The tree man did not enter himself, but stood back, and with a sweep of his arm indicated that the visitors should go in. Kitiara slipped in, her back pressed against the rough stone wall. With a practiced eye for danger, she surveyed the scene. The interior was well lit, as it had no roof. The walls rose 10 feet and slanted in, but no thatch or shingles kept out the sun. The room she'd entered was actually a corridor branching off to the left and right. The facing wall was blank, though smoothly plastered with gritty mortar painted white. "It's clear," she reported. Her voice was taut and low. Sturm let the gnomes enter. "Man!" Sturm looked up at the impassive eyes of the tree man. "Iron King. Him." It pointed left. "I understand. Thank you." The tree man tapped his long, jointed finger on the gate, and Sturm pushed it shut. "Our host will be found down the left corridor," he said. "Everyone, be on your guard." Kitiara moved to the end of the line, steeled for signs of treachery. The hall turned right and widened. The high walls and lack of ceiling made Sturm feel as if he were in a maze. They came upon an unexpectedly familiar artifact. A low, thick door made of oak and strapped with iron hinges. This relic leaned against the wall. Fitter peeked behind it. "It doesn't lead anywhere," he said. "There's something familiar about it," mused Cutwood. "You silly loon, of course it's familiar. You've seen doors before," said Belcrank. "No, it's the style that's familiar. I have it. This is a ship's door," he announced. "It's not from the Cloudmaster, is it?" Sturm said, alarmed. "No, this door is oak. The Cloudmasters are pine." "Now how would a ship's door get on the Red Moon?" Wingover asked rhetorically. Cutwood was composing an answer when Kitiara shooed him on. They passed more debris from their world. Empty kegs, clay pots and cups, tatters of canvas and scraps of leather, a rusty broken cutlass. Some coils of rope were identified by an eager roperig as ship's cordage made in southern Urgoth. Excitement mounted as more and more tantalizing things cropped up. The corridor turned right again, this time into a wide room. There, standing by an overturned wooden chair, was a man. A genuine man, short and scrawny. He was dressed in a dirty tan vest and cut-off pants, rope sandals, and a peaked canvas cap. His face was dirty, and his gray-streaked beard came down almost to his stomach.
"He, rasped the man. "Visitors at last. I've been wanting visitors for a long, long time."
"Who are you?" asked Sturm.
Me? Why, I'm the King of Lunatari," proclaimed the tattered scarecrow.
Chapter 14. Rapaldo the First.
"You don't believe me,"
said the self-proclaimed monarch. "You hardly conform to the stereotypical archetype," said Citer. The King of Lunatari cocked his head.
"What did you say?" he asked.
"You don't look like a king," Sturm interpreted.
"Well, I am. Rapaldo the First, mariner, shipwright, and absolute ruler of the Red Moon. That's me."
He approached the band in a nervous, hesitant shuffle.
"Who are you?"
The gnomes eagerly pushed themselves up to King Rapaldo, shaking hands in quick succession and rattling off the shorter versions of their impossibly long names. Rapaldo's eyes glazed over from the barrage. Sturm cleared his throat and gently steered Fitter, the last gnome, away from the bewildered man. "Sturm Brightblade of Solamnia," he said of himself. Kitiara stepped forward and pushed back her fur collar. Rapaldo gasped aloud. "Kitiara Uthmatar," she said. "Lady," Rapaldo stammered. "I have not seen a real lady in many, many years." "I'm not sure you're seeing one now," Kitiara said with a laugh. Rapaldo gently took her hand. He held it carefully, looking at the back and palm with embarrassing intentness. Kitiara's hands were not refined or delicate. They were the strong, supple hands of a warrior. Rapaldo's reverent interest amused her. As if suddenly aware that he was being foolish, Rapaldo dropped Kitiara's hand and drew himself up to his full height, not much more than 5.5 feet, and announced, "If you would follow me to the Royal Audience Hall, I'll hear the story of your coming here and tell the tale of my own shipwreck." He went back to his overturned chair and righted it. "This way," said the King of Lunatari. They followed Rapaldo through a series of mostly empty rooms, all open to the sky. What furniture there was had a nautical cast to it. Here a seaman's chest, there a railed captain's chair. Other bits of ship were hung on the wall. A brass hawse pipeliner, some loops of anchor chain, a lathe-turned rail studded with iron spikes. Bellcrank tugged on Sturm's sleeve. "Metal," he whispered. "Lots of it." "I see it," Sturm said calmly. This way," Rapaldo said, gesturing. The very center of the keep was the audience hall, a square room 10 yards wide. When Rapaldo entered, a half-dozen tree-men snapped glass spears to their non-existent shoulders in salute. They hooted in unison 3 times and dropped their spears to a ported position. "My palace guard," Rapaldo said with pride. "Are they intelligent?" asked Wingover. "Not like you and I are. They learn things I teach them, remember orders and such like, but they weren't civilized when I first came here." At the far end of the room, a crude throne was set up, a high-backed chair mounted on a thick rectangle of ruby glass. The chair had obviously been cobbled together from ship's timbers. The peg-holes from the tree-nails were still visible. Rapaldo hopped upon the glass pedestal and picked up his scepter from the seat of the chair. He turned around and sat down with a sigh, laying the emblem of his office in the crook of his arm. It was a broadhead axe. "Hear ye, hear ye! The Royal Court of Lunatari may begin," Rapaldo recited in a high-pitched voice. He coughed once, and his skinny chest convulsed. "I, King Rapaldo I, am present and speaking. In honor of the unexpected guests who have arrived today, I, King Rapaldo, will relate the marvelous tale of my coming to this place." Roperig and Fitter, sensing that a long story was beginning, sat down. Rapaldo leaped to his feet. "You will stand in the presence of the king," he shouted, punctuating the command with a sweep of his scepter axe. The 2 gnomes stood with alacrity. Rapaldo shivered with fury. "Those who do not show respect will be removed by the royal guard." Sturm flashed Kitiara a knowing look. She bowed and said, "Forgive us, Your Majesty. We've not been in the presence of a king for quite some time." Her intervention had an almost magical effect. Rapaldo relaxed and sat on his wooden throne again. There was a distinct clink as he did so. Sturm spied a glint of chain around his waist. Better. What's a king without subjects who pay him respect? A captain without a ship without a rudder? Ta-ra!" Rapaldo gripped the arms of his throne tightly for a moment. "It's been 10 years since last I spoke to another human being," he said. "If I rattle and prattle, lay it to that fact." He drew a deep breath. "I was born, the son and grandson of sailors, on the island of Enstar, in the Syrian Sea. My father was slain by Kernathi pirates when I was but a lad.
and the day the word came home, I ran away to sea. I learned to use the axe and adze."
Cutwood heard this and squirmed to comment. Cider and Wingover both put hands over his mouth.
"The trade of the shipwright built a man out of a boy, and as the summers passed, I stopped going to sea and stayed ashore on Enstar, making craft that plied the wide green ocean."
The royal axe slid down to Rapaldo's lap.
"Had I stayed a land-bound shipwright, though, I would not now be the royal person you see before you."
A frayed sleeve slipped off his bony shoulder. Absently, Rapaldo replaced it.
"I would not now be on this moon," he muttered. "A prosperous ship-owner named Melvillin hired me to sail with him to southern Urgoth. Melvillin planned to buy timber to build a new fleet of merchant ships, and he wanted an expert along to grade the available wood. We were to depart from Enstar for Daltagoth on the 3rd day of autumn, an ill-starred day. The soothsayer, Durazo, the one I always consulted for times of good luck and bad, parleyed with the dark spirits and pronounced the sailing date as damned by the rise of Nuatari, the Black Moon. I tried to beg off, but Melvillin insisted the voyage begin as planned. Old Melvillin learned what it means to disregard the omens. Yes, he learned. Cold, contrary winds from the southeast blew us west of Urgoth. We tacked and tacked, but made little headway against the Carolus blow. Then, 4 days out to sea, the wind died. We were becalmed. There's not a more helpless feeling than being at sea with no wind. Melvillin tried all the tricks, wetting the sails, kedging with the anchors and such like, but we didn't move enough to measure. The sky sort of closed in on us, fish-eye gray, and then the father of all storms broke on us."
Rapaldo, caught up in his own monologue, stood abruptly. He made swift, jerky gestures to illustrate his story.
"The sea, it was running like this, and the wind, it was blowing like this."
His hands swung in from opposite directions and clashed in front of his face.
"Rain was screeching over the deck flat sideways. The Tarvalina, that was our ship, lost her topmast and yards straight away, and then it came down and grabbed us."
Rapaldo stepped upon his throne and crouched, his head ducked to protect himself from the memory.
"What was it?"
Rainspot burst out unwittingly. Rapaldo, waiting for this cue, didn't get angry this time.
"A water spout," he said, shivering. "A mighty, twisting column of water 100 feet wide at the bottom. It sucked up the Tarvalina like a dry leaf, and we went right through the hollow middle of it, up and up and up. Some of the sailors got scared and jumped overboard. Those that jumped down the middle fell all the way back to the sea, miles and miles. But those that hit the wall of twisting water—"
Rapaldo stamped his foot on the chair. All the gnomes jumped in fright.
"They were ripped to pieces. Might as well have jumped into an ocean of knife blades."
The metaphor seemed to please him, for he smiled. For all his scruffiness, the king of Lunatari had a fine set of straight white teeth.
"The waterspout carried us so high that the blue went out of the sky. Only 6 men out of the full crew of 20 lived to the funnel's end. The waterspout turned inside out and dropped the Tarvalina upside down here on Lunatari."
King Rapaldo hopped down to the glass throne base. His shaggy eyebrows closed in over his dark brown eyes.
3 men survived the shipwreck: Melvillin, Darnino, the navigator, and Rapaldo the First. Melvillin had a broken leg and died not long after. Darnino and I almost starved, until we learned to eat the plants that grow by day and drink the dew that collects in the red turf at night.
That's something we didn't know, Sturm thought.
Darnino and I stayed together until we met the Audauhai, the tree people. The tree folk had never seen men before, and they took us for their dread enemies.
Here, Rapaldo paused. He peered at each member of the group in turn.
Anyway, there was a fight, and Darnino was killed. The Lunatarians were about to kill me too when I raised my axe.
He suited the action to the words.
And they were so awestruck that they proclaimed me Aum Owa Oya, supreme ruler of them all and wielder of the holy iron.
Rapaldo finished his story with a giggle. Unmindful of the guards standing nearby, he added,
The worthless savages had never seen metal before. They figured it must have come from the gods, and that I was a holy messenger sent to look after them. "Have the Lunatarians no metal of their own?" asked Belcrank. "There's no metal on the whole bloody moon, as near as I can tell," said Rapaldo. He flopped into his throne and adjusted his ragged clothes with extreme care and dignity. "Now I would hear of your own coming," he said loftily. Wingover started to speak, but the king rapped the side of his axe on the throne. "Let the lady tell it." Kitiara unhooked her sword belt and stood the weapon in its sheath before her. She leaned on the sword and told the tale of how she and Sturm had met the gnomes in the rainstorm, the flight to the Red Moon, their expedition, and the theft of the Cloudmaster. Rapaldo laughed. "You can't leave things lying about unguarded, not even on Lunatari. The Mycones have taken your craft." "Mycones?" "The enemies I spoke of. The Aud Auhai have no predators to fear, as there are no animals on Lunatari, only plants. But the Mycones, when directed, are a plague indeed." "But what are they?" asked Kitiara. "Ants." "Ants?" said Citer. "Giant ants," said Rapaldo. 6 feet of solid rock crystal. The magic in this moon gives them the power to move and work, but they haven't got a single brain among them." "Who or what directs these Mycones?" asked Sturm. The king of Lunatari shrank from the question. "I've never seen it," he said evasively, "though I once heard it speak." Sturm saw Kitiara ball a fist in frustration. Rapaldo's quirky behavior was getting on her nerves. She relaxed her hand slowly and said as evenly as her temper would allow, "Who is this mastermind, Your Majesty?" "The voice in the obelisk. Some 10 miles from my palace sits a great stone obelisk 500 feet or more high. It's hollow, and a demon dwells within. It speaks in a sweet voice to the Mycones, who live in a burrow under the base. The demon never comes out of its tower, and I've never gone in to see it." "And these Mycones have taken our ship?" asked Sturm. "Did I not say it?" Rapaldo answered sulkily. 2 nights ago, a host of crystal ants marched past in the dark. They tore down one of our walls to clear a path. Evil, I tell you. They could have walked around. It must have been your craft that they were carrying." "Why didn't your warriors oppose them?" "Because they are trees, after all. When the sun sets, they root themselves where they stand and feed all night long. Only with the coming of day can they shake off the dirt and walk about." Rapaldo popped up again. He directed a glare at Sturm. "Your manners are impertinent. I won't answer any more questions." The shrillness left his voice, and he added, "We are tired. You may leave us now. If you follow the corridor to the right, you will find rooms you can sleep in." Kitiara and Sturm bowed, the gnomes waved, and the group filed out of the audience hall. A tree man led the way. "What did you think of that?" Kitiara said in a loud whisper. "Later," Sturm replied softly. The roofless walls were no guarantee of privacy. Along the corridor that Rapaldo had mentioned, they found a series of niches. Some were filled with more wreckage of the lost Tarvalina, others were empty. The tree man indicated that the empty niches were their rooms, then departed. The gnomes shrugged off their packs and set to work making as much noise and confusion as 7 gnomes could make. Sturm pulled Kitiara aside. "I fear that His Majesty is a bit out of the weather," Sturm whispered. "He's as crazy as a bug chaser." "That's another way to say it, yes. But, Kit, we need him to take us to this obelisk if that's where the giant ants have taken the Cloudmaster. So we'll have to humor his royal pose to keep his goodwill, at least till we leave." "I'd like to give him a good shaking," she said. "That's what he needs." "Use your head, Kit. There are probably hundreds of tree men around, all loyal to King Rapaldo.
How do we kill a tree? Even with your increased strength, all you did was cut a chunk out of one of them." "You're right," she said. Her expression darkened. "I'll tell you something else. He's wearing mail under those rags. I heard it clink when he sat down. There are two reasons for people to wear mail: when they know they're going to be attacked or when they think they're going to be attacked. Mad he may be, but old Rapaldo is afraid of something." She tapped a finger on Sturm's chest. "I say it's us." "Why us?" "'Cause we're human, and we've got metal of our own which probably confuses the Lunatarians to death. Most of all, we're younger, bigger, and stronger than His Majesty." "Oh, let him be king of the tree men if he wants. If Rapaldo's afraid of anything, it's this mysterious demon of the obelisk. Have any ideas about it?" "On this crazy moon it could be anything, but if the demon's got Stutz and the others with the flying ship, he'd better be prepared to give them over or face a fight." Fitter appeared with 2 steaming bowls. "Dinner," said the gnome, "pink spears and mushroom gills seasoned with puffball dust." Fitter handed over the bowls and returned to his colleagues. They ate their food in silence for a while. Sturm said at last, "I've been thinking about when we get back to Krynn." "Optimist," she said. "What were you thinking?" "If my visions so far have been true, then the first thing I should do is go to my ancestral home. It may be that my father secreted his sword there somewhere. He may also have left me a clue as to where he was going." Kitiara idly stirred her pink soup. "And what if you can't find it? Or him? What then?" "I shall keep searching," he said. She set the bowl down on the ground between her feet. "How long, Sturm? Forever? Haven't you thought of any life beyond your family? I never faulted you for wanting to find your father. It seemed a worthy cause and a great adventure, but I see now that there's more to it than that. You're not out to restore just the Brightblade name and fortune. You want to restore the entire knightly order." Her tone was derisive. Sturm's hands grew cold. "Is that such a terrible goal? The world could use a force for good again. These are modern times, Sturm. The knights are gone. The people cast them off because they couldn't change to meet the changing times. There's a new code among warriors. Power is the only truth." He stared at her. "Am I to give up my quest, then?" "Look beyond, will you? You're a good fighter and you're smart. Think of what we could do together, you and I. If we joined the right mercenary band, in a year's time we'd be the captains. Then the glory and power would be ours." Sturm stood up and slung his sword belt over one shoulder. "I could never live like that, Kit." "Hey!" she called to his retreating back. Sturm continued down the corridor. The heat of fury filled Kitiara's heart. It surged through her, and she felt an overwhelming need to smash something. How dare he be so righteous? What did he know of the world? The real world? Sentimental, boring, knightly rubbish. "Ma'am!" Fitter stood before her, the stew pot in his hand. "Are you all right?" The quickening heat in her limbs subsided rapidly. She blinked at the gnome and finally said, "Yes, what do you want?" "You were pounding on the wall," said the gnome. "Sprockets, you've cracked it." Kitiara saw a spider's web of cracks radiating from a shallow hole in the soft sandy mortar. There was white dust on her knuckles. She didn't remember hitting the wall at all. Rapaldo I watched as his royal guard members slowed to rooted immobility and froze where they were. Their eyes and mouths closed, leaving not a trace in the ridged bark. Seeing them this way, no one would ever imagine that they could walk and talk. Rapaldo walked over and kicked the nearest Lunatarian. It hurt his toe, and he hopped backward on one foot, cursing the entire pantheon of Enstar. "Soon I'll be gone, and you'll have a new king," he said to the unheeding tree man. "Flown away, that's what, in a flying ship built by gnomes. There's a neat trick.
I had an accursed whirlwind lift me to this rotten moon, and they go and make wings and fly here on purpose. Ta-ra-ra! They can stay here, too. They'll stay behind, and I'll fly home. He slipped an arm conspiratorially around the tree man and whispered to him, I could take the woman with me, yes? She is very beautiful, though a bit too tall. If the king commands it, she will go with me, yes? Yes, yes. How could she resist? I'll give the big fellow with a mustache to you. He can be the new king, Brightblade the First. I appoint him heir apparent. Remember that. For all I care, you can make him a god. I shall fly, fly, fly away home. The lengthening shadows crept across the royal audience hall. Rapaldo stared into the darkest corner and shivered. He grasped his axe and stalked to the middle of the room. I see you there, Darnino. Yes, it's you. You always come back to visit, don't you? Dead men should stay dead, Darnino. Especially when I kill them with my royal axe. He charged into the shadows, throwing the axe from side to side. The heavy blade clinked off the rock walls, striking sparks. Rapaldo flailed away at the ghost in his mind for some time. Fatigue chased Darnino away more surely than any of the king's axe cuts. There's a lesson for you, he said, panting. Trifle with Rapaldo the First, will you? He dragged his feet across the hall. By the throne he stopped, ear cocked to the open sky. Laughing? Who said you could laugh? He said. The Lunatarians were still. No one laughs at the king, Rapaldo cried. He hurled himself at the nearest Lunatarian, chopping fiercely with his shipwright's axe. Chips of gray flew off the tree man, who could not resist the unwarranted attack. Rapaldo yelled and cursed and chopped until the guard was a stump surrounded by scraps of broken wood flesh. The axe fell from his hand. Rapaldo staggered a few feet toward his throne and collapsed, sobbing. Chapter 15. The King's Garden. Sturm awoke to a tapping on his nose. He cracked an eyelid and saw Rainspot standing over him, his stubby forefinger poised for another tap. What do you want? He rumbled. The gnome withdrew his finger. We're having a secret meeting, whispered Rainspot. I can't find the lady, but we want you to take part. Sturm sat up. It was still night, and he could hear hushed murmurs from the gnomes down the hall. Kitiara's place was empty, but he wasn't too concerned. Sturm knew that she could take care of herself quite well. He tightened the lacings on his leggings and went down the hall with Rainspot. The gnomes flinched in unison when they appeared. I told you it was them, said the sharp-eared Cutwood. But you didn't say when they were coming, objected Bellcrank. You should learn to be more exact, said Roperig. There was general nodding of small pink heads. Sturm rubbed his forehead. It was too soon after waking to jump into a gnomish conversation. What's all this about? He asked at normal volume. Shh! 7 gnomes said at once. Wingover waved for Sturm to come to their level, so he knelt beside Cider. We're discussing plans to, abscond with some of King Rapaldo's scrap metal, said Wingover. We'd like to hear your ideas. Sturm was surprised at such tactics coming from the gnomes. My idea is, don't steal from your host, he said bluntly. Don't misunderstand, Master Brightblade, said Bellcrank quickly. We don't want to steal from the king. It's just that we haven't any gold or silver to pay him with. Then we must arrange some other method, Sturm said. After all, we sorely need his help, and it will serve us ill to rob a potential benefactor. Suppose he won't give us any metal, said Wingover. We have no reason to be so suspicious. His Majesty seems rather unstable to me, Cider said. He's completely off his gears, said Fitter. It's not our place to judge, said Sturm. If the gods saw fit to take Rapaldo's wits, it's because he was so lonely here. Imagine being on this moon for 10 years or more with no one but the tree folk for company.
You should feel pity for Rapaldo." Sturm looked over the gnomes' crestfallen faces. Why not think of some way to win Rapaldo's gratitude? Then he would probably give us the medal we need. The gnomes looked ashamedly at the ground. After a moment's silence, Wingover said, "Perhaps we could invent something to cheer His Majesty up." 6 gnome faces popped up, smiling. "Excellent, excellent. What shall it be?" asked Bellcrank. "A musical instrument," said Roperig. "Suppose he doesn't know how to play it," countered Cider. "We'll make one that plays itself," said Cutwood. "We could give him a personal heating apparatus, an automatic bathing device, an instrument." Sturm stood and backed out of the newest wrangle. Let them figure it out, he thought. It'll keep them occupied. He decided to find Kit. He wandered along the corridor. By night the way was dim and confusing, and more than once he walked into a dead end. This place is a maze, he decided. He doubled back to what he believed was the main corridor, and started again for the outside. There was a series of niches along the right again, but he didn't hear the gnomes. The niches were dusty and empty. It was not the same hall. At the end, the passage turned left. Sturm swung into the black gap and immediately stumbled over some dry sticks on the floor. He fell hard on his chest and banged his head against something solid that skittered away when he hit it. The object bounced off the wall and rolled back to Sturm. He heaved himself up on his hands. A wedge of starlight fell across the open end of the niche. Sturm held up the object that he'd knocked his head on. It was a dry, white human skull. The sticks he'd tripped over were bones. He went back out into the open passage and examined the skull. It was broad and well-developed. Certainly a man's. The most disturbing feature was the deep cleft in the bone of the forehead. The man had died by violence, as by an axe stroke. Sturm carefully replaced the skull in the cul-de-sac. Out of reflex, he checked to see if his sword was hanging in its scabbard. The cold hilt was reassuring to his touch. He was worried. Where was Kitiara? He bumped into Kitiara as she came skulking down the passage. She had a tousled, slightly wild look that made him think she'd been drinking. But no, ale was hard to come by on Lunatari. "Kit, are you all right?" "Yes, I am. I think." He put an arm around her waist to support her and steered her to a low stretch of wall where they sat. "What happened?" he asked. "I went walking," she said. "Rapaldo's gardens take longer to vanish after dark than the wild plants we saw. There were some big toadstools with pink spores coming out. They smelled good." "They've affected you," he said, noting the light dusting of pink on her shoulders and hands. "How do you feel?" "I feel strong. Very strong." She gripped his free hand and squeezed his wrist. Pain raced up Sturm's arm. "Careful," he said, wincing. "You'll break my arm." Her grip didn't slacken. Sturm felt the blood pounding in his fingertips. In her present state, it wasn't prudent to struggle. She might crush his arm without realizing it. "Kit," he said, as evenly as the pain would allow, "you're hurting me. Let go." Her hand snapped open, and Sturm's arm dropped out like a dead weight. He massaged the bruised arm back to life. "You must have inhaled those spores," he said. "Why don't you go lie down? Do you remember the way?" "I remember," she said dreamily. "I never get lost." She slipped away like a sleepwalker, making unerring turns and avoiding all the wrong passages. Sturm shook his head. Such uncontrolled strength was deadly. What was happening to her? To all of them? Then, curious, he decided to see those mushrooms from a safe distance. He went along the path Kitiara had used until he reached the outside wall. The neatly boxed-in garden beds were empty. No trace of the mushrooms remained. He stepped over the low wall and dipped his hand into the ever-present scarlet dust. Had she indeed been walking in her sleep? Or had the mushrooms withered in the short time between her seeing them and his arrival? The stars and setting silver moon offered no clues. Sturm noticed a dull light moving along the gallery on the north side of the palace. He cut across the gardens to intercept the light. It proved to be His Majesty, carrying a weekly burning oil lamp.
"Oh," said Ripaldo, "I remember you."
"Good evening, Your Majesty," said Sturm graciously. "I saw your lamp."
"Did you? It's a feeble thing, but the oil I make is not of the best quality."
"Your Majesty, I wonder if I might have a word with you."
"What word?"
Sturm fidgeted. This was as bad as trying to talk with the gnomes. "My friends were wondering, sire, if we might be able to get some scrap metal from you to fix our flying ship, once we find it."
"You'll never get it back from the Mycones,"
said Ripaldo. "We must try, sire. Could we get some metal from your supply?"
"What kind, and how much?"
asked the king sharply. 40 pounds of iron."
40 pounds? Ta-ra! That's a king's ransom, and I should know I am the king.
Surely iron is not so precious. Ripaldo hopped backward, the wavering lamp throwing weird shadows behind him.
Iron is the most precious thing of all. It was the iron axe I carry that made me master of the Red Moon. Do you not see, Sir Knight, that there is no metal at all here? Why do you think my subjects bear swords of glass? Every scrap of iron is a buttress to my rule, and I will not part with any of it."
Sturm waited until Ripaldo's quivering hands had grown more steady. He said slowly, "Sire, perhaps you would like to go with us when we leave on the gnome's flying ship."
"Eh? Leave my kingdom?"
"If you so desire." Ripaldo's eyes narrowed.
"My subjects would never allow it. They won't even let me leave the town. I've tried. I'm their link with the gods, you know, and they are very jealous of me. They won't let me go."
"What's to stop you from leaving at night, when the Lunatarians are rooted where they stand?"
"They would hunt me down by daylight. They move very fast when they want to, don't worry. And there's never been any place else to go. The ants have your craft and will not let you have it. The Voice has it now."
Sturm said firmly, "We intend to ask this Voice to return our ship."
"The Voice? Ta-ra-ra! Why not ask the High Lords of Heaven to bear you home on their backs like birdies? Tweet, tweet! The Voice is evil, Sir Nightblade. Beware of it."
Sturm felt as if he were swimming against a strong current. Ripaldo's mind could not follow the course of reason that Sturm had set out, but there were some nuggets of truth in what he said. The Voice, if it existed, was a great unknown quantity. If it refused them, their hopes for getting home were destroyed. Sturm made one last attempt to persuade Ripaldo. "Your Majesty, if my friends and I can convince the Voice to release our flying ship, would you then provide us with 40 pounds of iron? In return, we'll carry you back to Krynn, to your home island, if you wish."
"Enstar?"
said Ripaldo, blinking rapidly. Tears formed in his eyes.
"Home?"
"To your very doorstep," Sturm promised. Ripaldo set the lamp on the ground. His hand flashed to his hip and came back gripping the broad shipwright's axe. Sturm tensed. "Come," said Ripaldo, "I will show you the obelisk." He padded away, leaving the lamp flickering on the floor. Sturm looked at the lamp, shrugged, and followed the Mad King of Lunatari. Ripaldo's skinny, rag-wrapped feet made only the faintest thumps as he scampered ahead of Sturm.
"This way, Sir Bright Sturm. I have a map, a chart, a diagram,
Sturm followed him around half a dozen twists and turns. When he faltered or felt uncertain, Rapaldo urged him on. "The obelisk is in a secret valley, very hard to find. You must have my map to locate it." Then Rapaldo's tread abruptly ceased, as did his lunatic cackle. "Your Majesty?" Sturm called quietly. No reply. Carefully, Sturm drew his sword, letting the blade slip through his fingers to deaden the scrape of metal. "King Rapaldo?" The passage ahead was violet shadows and silence. Sturm advanced into the darkness, sliding his feet along the floor to avoid being tripped. Rapaldo leaped down from a recess in the wall and brought the axe down on Sturm's head. His helmet saved his skull from the fate of Darnino, but the blow drove the light from his mind and left him laid out cold on the floor. "Well, well," said Rapaldo, breathing quickly. "A rude dint, I'm sure, and not at all fitting for the new king of Lunatari, eh? The tree men would never allow their only king to fly away. Fly? So I'll take the flying ship, and lady I will, and the trees will have their king. You! Ha ha!" He giggled and picked up Sturm's helmet. The iron pot had taken the axe's edge with only a slight dent. Rapaldo tried the helmet on. It was far too large for him and fell over his eyes. The monarch of the Red Moon stood over his victim, spinning the helmet around his head with his hands and laughing ceaselessly. Chapter 16. The Royal Axe. The long night was almost spent when the gnomes dared wake Kitiara. She grunted with pain and got to her feet. "Suffering blood-stained gods," she muttered. "What happened? I feel like somebody's worked me over with a stick." "Are you sore?" asked Rainspot. She worked one shoulder around and grimaced. "Very. I have a liniment that may be of comfort to you." The gnome searched rapidly through his vest and pants pockets. He produced a small leather bag with a tight drawstring. "Here," said Rainspot. Kitiara accepted the bag and sniffed the closed mouth. "What is it?" she said suspiciously. "Dr. Finger's efficacious ointment, also known as the self-administered massage balm." "Well, thanks, Rainspot. I'll give it a try," she said, though she thought it more likely that the liniment would blister her skin than soothe her muscles. She tucked it away. "Where's Sturm?" Kitiara asked with sudden realization. "We saw him several hours ago. He was looking for you," said Cutwood. "Did he find me?" "How should we know? He told us we couldn't take any of Rapaldo's iron without asking permission. Then he went looking for you," said Bellcrank peevishly. Kitiara rubbed her aching temples. "I remember I went for a walk. Came back, obviously, but outside of that, my memory is dry." She coughed. "So's my throat. Is there any water?" "Rainspot called down a batch this morning," said Cider. He proffered a full bottle to Kitiara, and she drank deeply. The gnomes watched this process solemnly. When Kitiara at last lowered the water bottle, Wingover said, "Lady, we are unanimous in our resolve to be gone from here as quickly as possible. We think the king is dangerous. Also, the trail of the Mycones grows colder as we wait." Kitiara surveyed the serious little faces. She'd never seen the gnomes so united and intent. "Very well, let's see if we can hunt down Sturm," she said. Rapaldo was in his audience hall, flanked by 20 tall tree men when Kitiara and the gnomes arrived. He was wearing Sturm's horned helmet, padded out with rags so that it wouldn't fall over his eyes. The axe lay nestled in his arms. He regarded them idly. "I didn't send for you. Go away." "Cut the lip-wagging," Kitiara snapped. She recognized the helmet. "Where's Sturm?" "Do all of the women of Abyssinia have such bad manners? That's what comes of letting them carry swords." She drew both weapons, sword and dagger, and took one step toward Rapaldo. The Lunatarians promptly raised their glass swords and spears and closed ranks around their divine, though mad, king. "You'll never reach me," Rapaldo said, giggling. "It might be fun to see you try." "Your Majesty," said Cider diplomatically, "what has become of our friend Sturm?" Rapaldo leaned forward and waggled a bony finger at the gnome. "See? Now that's the proper way to ask a question." He slumped back in his high chair and pronounced, "He is resting. Shortly, he will be the new king of Lunatari." "New king? What's going to happen to the old one?" asked Kitiara with barely concealed fury. "I'm abdicating. 10 years is long enough to rule, don't you think? I'm going back to Krynn and live among my own kind as an honored and respected shipwright." He licked his fingers to smooth back his lank gray hair. "After my subjects take back the aerial ship, you all shall remain here except for whatever gnomes are needed to fly it." He cocked his head toward Kitiara. "I was going to take you with me, but I see now that you are completely unsuited." "Completely." "We won't fly you anywhere," said Wingover defiantly. "I think you will. If I order my faithful subjects to kill you off one by one, I think you'll fall in with my plan." "Never," said Kitiara. The rage was rising in her. Rapaldo looked up at the nearest tree man and said, "Kill one of the gnomes. Start with the littlest one." The gnomes closed in a tight circle around Fitter. The Lunatarian came at them straight on. Kitiara cried, "Run!" and moved to meet the tree man. She parried his strong but clumsy cuts. Chips of glass flew each time her steel blade met the glass one, but the haft of the tree man's weapon was so thick that she didn't think it would snap without a direct crosswise blow. The gibbering gnomes retreated in a body to the door. None of the other Lunatarians deigned to bother them. She had managed to pin the tree man's point to the floor, and now she raised her foot and smashed the glass sword in two. The Lunatarian stepped back out of her reach. Rapaldo applauded. "Ta-ra!" he crowed. "What a show!" There were too many of them. Though she hated to do it, Kitiara backed out of the room with her blood boiling. Rapaldo laughed and whistled loudly. Out in the passage, Kitiara halted, her face burning furiously with shame. To be whistled out of a room, what an insult! As if she were some juggler or painted fool. "We're going back in there," she said tensely. "I'm going to get that lunatic woodcutter if I have to—" "I have an idea," said Cider, tugging vainly at her trouser leg. "Suffering gods, we've got to find Sturm. We don't have time for a silly gnomish idea." The gnomes drew back with expressions of hurt. Kitiara hastily apologized, and Cider went on. "As this place has no roof, why don't we climb the walls? We could walk along the top of the walls and peer down into every room." Kitiara blinked. "Cider, you're a genius." He polished his nails on his vest and said, "Well, I am extremely intelligent." She turned to the wall and ran a hand over the dry plaster. "I don't know if we can get enough purchase to climb up," she said. "I can do it," said Roperig. He pressed his hands on the wall and muttered, "Strong grip, strong grip." To everyone's delight, his palms stuck, and he proceeded to climb right up the wall like a spider. The gnomes cheered. Kitiara hushed them. "It's all right," Roperig said from atop the wall. "It's just wide enough for me to walk on. Boost Fitter up, will you?" Kitiara hoisted Fitter up with one hand. Roperig caught his upstretched hands and pulled his apprentice up beside him. Cutwood and Wingover were next. "That's enough," said Cider. "We'll stay with the lady and divert the king's attention. You find Sturm." The four gnomes on the wall set off. Kitiara went back to the entry of the audience hall, banging sword and dagger together for attention. Bellcrank and Cider stood close behind her, filling the doorway. "You're back! Happy to see you!" exclaimed Rapaldo, who was still hooting from his roost. "We want to negotiate," Kitiara said. It was galling, even if it was a lie. "You touched me with your sword," Rapaldo said petulantly. "That's treason, impious blasphemy and treason. Throw your sword into the hall where I can see it." "I won't give up my sword, not while I still live."
Really, the king will see about that."
Rapaldo hooted some words in the Lunatarian's language. The guards in the room took up the message and repeated it again and again, louder and louder. Soon thousands outside were hooting the words. Roperig and the others could hear the tree men take up Rapaldo's chant as they fairly flew over the narrow wall tops, peeking into every room in the keep. Cutwood, of course, stopped to make notes of the contents of every room and passage, while Wingover kept probing the distant vistas instead of searching the nearer rooms below. Only Fitter took his task to heart. The little gnome raced along at blinding speed, running, leaping, searching. He doubled back to his panting boss.
"Where did you learn to run so fast?" Roperig gasped.
"I don't know. Haven't I always run this way?"
"No, indeed."
"Oh, the magic has gotten to me at last." Fitter flashed along the wall, sidestepping Cutwood, who was in the midst of compiling his umpteenth catalogue. Cutwood, startled by the speedy Fitter, lost his balance and fell. "Oof," said Sturm, as the 40-pound gnome landed in his lap. "Cutwood, where did you come from?"
"Sandchrist?"
He called out to Roperig, and the other 3 gnomes quickly found them. "My hands are bound," Sturm explained. He was sitting in an old chair, and his feet were tied to the chair legs. "Rapaldo took my knife."
"The lady has the dagger," said Roperig.
"I'll get it," said Fitter, and in an instant he was gone. Sturm blinked. "I know I've got the grandfather of all headaches, but our friend Fitter seems to me to have gotten awfully fast since last I saw him." "Here it is," called Fitter. He dropped the dagger, point first. Cutwood picked it up and started sawing away at Sturm's bonds. The dagger was made for thrusting, not cutting, and didn't have much of an edge. "Hurry," said Fitter breathlessly. "The others are in big trouble."
"What are we in? A pleasant daydream?" Cutwood said sourly.
"Don't talk, cut," said Sturm. Trouble was a mild word for what Kitiara and the 2 gnomes were facing. Scores of Lunatarians had filled the corridor behind them, and guards from the audience hall had seized each of them. Rapaldo strutted in front of them, tapping the back of the axe head against the palm of his hand.
"Treasonous piglets," he said imperiously. "You are all worthy of death. The question is, who shall field the royal axe first?"
"Kill me, you witless scab. At least then I won't have to listen to you spout on like the gibbering swabby you are," Kitiara said. She was held by no fewer than 7 tree men. Their wooden limbs were wrapped around her so securely that only her face and feet showed. Rapaldo smirked and lifted her chin with the handle of his axe. "Oh, no, pretty. I shall spare you. I would make you Queen of Lunatari, if only for a day." "I'd rather have my eyes put out." He shrugged and stepped in front of Cider, held by a single guard.
"Shall I kill this one?"
said Rapaldo. "Or that?"
"Kill me," pleaded Belcrank. "I'm only a metallurgist. Cider is the navigator of our flying ship. Without him, you'll never reach Krynn."
"That's ridiculous," Cider argued. "If you die, who will fix the damage to the Cloudmaster? No one can work iron like Belcrank." "They're just gnomes," said Kitiara. "Kill me, rotten Rapaldo, or I'll surely kill you."
"Enough, enough." "I know what to do, I do. You try to fool me, but I am the king."
He strode away a pace or 2 and dropped his axe. The king of Lunatari pulled apart the tied ends of his decrepit tunic. Under his shirt, but over his woolens, Rapaldo wore chain. Not chain mail, but heavy, rusty chain wound around his waist.
"You see, I know what it means to live on Lunatari," Rapaldo said.
He let his shirt fall off and untwisted a bale of wire that held the end of the chain in place. He unlooped several turns of chain. As the links piled up on the floor, Rapaldo's feet rose. Soon he was floating 2 feet in the air, and the tree folk were rapt in their devoted attention.
"I fly, Tara! Who are you puny mortals to bandy words with me? I float. If I didn't wear 50 pounds of chain, I'd drift away. They won't let me have a ceiling, you know, the tree people. Shade makes them take root. Without this chain, I'd fly away like a wisp of smoke."
Rapaldo let another loop of chain fall to the floor. He pivoted until his feet were floating out behind him.
"I am the king, you see. The gods have given me this power."
"No," Cider tried to explain. "It must be a consequence of the Lunatari magic."
"Silence!"
Rapaldo made clumsy swimming motions with his hands and drifted over to Kitiara.
"You wear armor, but you can take it off when you want to. I can't. I have to wear this chain every hour, every day."
He shoved his dirty bearded face close to hers.
"I renounce the power. I'm going home, I am, and walk like a man again. The trees will not miss me with Sir Sturmbright as king. Treason! Treason! You're all guilty."
Rapaldo somersaulted in the air, away from Kitiara. He scooped up his axe and flung it at his chosen victim. Chapter 17. Without Honor. The last loop of cord gave way, and Sturm's hands were free. He snatched the dagger from Cutwood and quickly worked through the ropes around his ankles. The hemp from the Tarvalina was old and quickly parted. Sturm leaped to his feet. "Lead me back to the audience hall," he said to the gnomes atop the wall. Fitter waved and ran all the way around the room before veering off for the king's audience chamber. Roperig and Wingover trotted behind him. "Come on, Cutwood," Sturm shouted, hoisting the gnome on his shoulders. The sun was going down. Sturm thanked Paladine for that. Without sunlight, the hordes of treemen loyal to the mad Rapaldo would soon revert to rooted plants. He passed through another opening in the wall and found himself facing a dozen armed treemen. They presented a solid front, barring his progress. Sturm had only Kitiara's dagger to oppose their long glass swords. "Hold on, Cutwood," he said. The gnome gripped Sturm's head tightly. Flat shadows climbed the walls. The sun was sinking fast. Already the lower halves of the Lunatarians were in shade. Soon their feet would fix where they stood. A treeman thrust the 40-inch span of his scarlet glass sword at Sturm. Though the guard was slow, the blade flickered past Sturm's chin, far outreaching his 12-inch dagger. Woodenness began to claim the Lunatarians' lower bodies, and they took root. The edge of night was midway up their trunks now. The treemen's arms wavered in slow motion, like weeds beneath the surface of a pond. The guard that Sturm faced snagged the tip of his sword on Sturm's fur hood and ripped through the hide and hair. That was the treeman's last act. Bark closed over his eyes, leaving him and the others featureless and inert. Wingover appeared atop the wall. "Master Brightblade, come quickly! Something terrible has happened!" Before the human could ask what, the gnome ran back the way he'd come. He was weeping, Cutwood noted in astonishment. "Wingover never weeps." Sturm thrust his arms and shoulder between the trunks of the treemen and heaved himself through. Their bark scraped and pulled at him, but he struggled on until he broke out of the rear rank of guards. The passage ahead was clear. Sturm and Cutwood burst into the audience hall. The knight looked first to Kitiara. Was it her? Was she hurt, dying, or dead? The woman and the two gnomes were locked tightly in the embrace of their now immobile guards. Blood stained the knotty fingers of the one that held Bellcrank. Bellcrank was dead. Rapaldo was nowhere to be seen. "Kit, are you all right?" Sturm called. "Yes, and Cider too, but Bellcrank—" "I see. Where's Rapaldo?" "He's nearby. Be wary, Sturm, he's got that axe." The room was thick with immobile treemen. The gathering darkness made the audience hall a forest of shadows. Out of the uncertain dark came Rapaldo's snickering laugh. "Who has a lamp to light you to bed? Who has a chopper to chop off your head?" "Rapaldo! Face me and fight!" Sturm cried. "He, he, he." Something moved overhead. From the wall, Wingover shouted, "He's up there! Duck, Sturm!" Sturm dropped to the floor just as the axe blade whisked through the place his head had been. "Kit,
Where's your sword? Rapaldo has mine." "On the floor, in front of Cider," she said. Sturm scrambled forward on his belly as Rapaldo flitted through the tops of the tree men. Kitiara called to Sturm, explaining the crazed king's ability to levitate. "He's dropped part of his weights," Cider added. "He's floating about 6 feet off the ground." Sturm's hand closed over Kitiara's sword handle and was up in a flash. Her blade was light and keen and seemed to slice the air with a will of its own. Sturm saw Rapaldo's tattered pants leg and rope sandals stepping on the heads of the tree men. Sturm slashed at him, but only succeeded in chipping off bits of the Lunatarian that Rapaldo was standing on. The king of Lunatari bounded away, giggling. "I can't see him," Sturm complained. "Wingover, where is he?" "On your left, behind—" Sturm ducked the axe blow and cut at Rapaldo. He felt the tip of Kitiara's sword snag cloth, and heard the cloth tear. "Close, very close, Sir Sturmbright. But you're too heavy on your feet," Rapaldo said, chortling. "Kit, I'd welcome any tactical suggestions you might want to make," Sturm said, his chest heaving in the chill night air. "What you need is a crossbow," Kitiara hissed. She strained against the enfolded limbs of solid wood that held her. Because her arms were pinned at her sides, she could not get any leverage. Kitiara tried to twist her shoulders from side to side. The tree man's arms groaned and cracked, but held firm. Sturm shifted the dagger to his right hand and put the sword in his left. The hall was very quiet. The gnomes, who had been crying for their fallen colleague, ceased all noise. Sturm crouched low and moved to the ramshackle throne. He climbed up on the chair and stood erect. "Rapaldo! Rapaldo! I'm on your throne. I spit on it, Rapaldo. You're a petty lunatic carpenter who dreams he is a king." The clink of chain warned him. A split second later, the axe bit deeply into the back of the chair and stuck there, wedged tightly by the tough oak of Krynn. Rapaldo tried frantically to free the axe, but his spindly arms and lack of leverage prevented him. "Surrender," Sturm demanded, presenting the point of the dagger to Rapaldo's throat. "Ta-ra-ra!" cried the king, planting his feet on the back of the throne. He heaved the tall chair over backward, sending him, Sturm, bare sword, axe, and dagger down together in a heap. There was a mighty crash, a scream, and silence. "Sturm!" called Kitiara. He shook himself free of the shattered chair and stood. A gash in his cheek bled, but Sturm was otherwise unhurt. Rapaldo was pinned to the floor, the dagger through his heart. His legs and arms floated above aimlessly. Drops of blood flowed up the dagger's hilt and detached, drifting up into the air. Sturm found the axe in the debris. Stolidly ignoring the fact that the trees would be living beings again by morning, he chopped Kitiara and Cider free. The other gnomes descended from the wall and helped get Belcrank out of the wooden bonds. They laid the stout gnome gently on the floor and covered his face with their kerchiefs. Fitter began to sob. "What shall we do?" asked Wingover tearfully. Kitiara said, "Belcrank is avenged. What more is there to do?" "Oughtn't we to bury him?" said Roperig heavily. "Yes, of course," said Sturm. He gathered Belcrank in his arms and led the sorrowing band outside. The gnomes stood together. The only sounds were sniffles and the scuffing of small shoes. Cider brushed the wood chips from his clothes and strode off. The others fell in behind him. He went to the middle of the mushroom garden and stopped. Pointing to the red fluff, he declared that this was the spot. The gnomes began to dig. Kitiara offered to help, but Cutwood politely declined. The gnomes knelt in a circle and dug the grave with their hands. When they were satisfied, Sturm stepped in and with great feeling laid the heroic Belcrank in his final resting place. Cider spoke first. "Belcrank was a fine technician and a good chemist. Now he is dead. The engine has ceased to run. The gears have seized and stopped." Cider tossed a handful of pale crimson soil over his friend. "Farewell.
Farewell." Wingover said, "He was a skilled metallurgist," and added another handful of dirt. "An excellent arguer," noted Cutwood, choking back emotion. "A dedicated experimenter," Rainspot said, sprinkling his portion. "The finest of gear makers," said Roperig sorrowfully. When Fitter's turn came, he was too upset to think of anything to say. He was a hearty eater," the littlest gnome murmured at last. Roperig managed a fond smile and patted his apprentice on the back. They mounded the dirt over their fallen friend. Wingover went back into the keep and returned with a piece of ironwork from Rapaldo's wrecked ship. It was a gear, part of the Tarvalina's capstan. The gnomes set this on the grave as a monument to their colleague. Kitiara turned her back and headed for the keep. After a moment of respectful silence, Sturm hurried after her. "You might have found something to say to the gnomes," he chided. "We have much to do before the sun rises again. We've got to gather our belongings and get as far from here as the night will let us," she said. "Why the haste? Rapaldo is dead." Kitiara swept an arm around. "His subjects are very much alive. How do you think they'll feel when they awaken and find their god-king dead?" Sturm pondered this a moment, then said, "We can hide the body." "No good," she said, crossing the outer wall. "The tree men will assume the worst if we're gone and Rapaldo's missing." Kitiara paused at the door to the throne room. "All the more reason to get out of here and find the Cloudmaster." She was right. Sturm found his dented helmet and put it on. Kitiara replaced her sword and wrenched the dagger out of the dead man's chest. Seeing Rapaldo bobbing like a cork gave her a macabre idea. She knelt on one knee and unwound the remaining chain from Rapaldo's waist. They could use it when they found the flying ship. Kitiara gripped Rapaldo's bloody shirt and guided the body toward Sturm. "Here's my idea of a quick and easy funeral," she said, letting go. The lifeless body of Rapaldo I rose slowly, turning slightly as it went. Within minutes, it was lost from sight in the violet vault of the sky. Sturm was aghast. "It could just as easily have been me he killed, you know," she said flatly. "My only regret is that you got to him instead of me." He was a demented wretch. There was no honor in slaying such a person. Honor? One day you'll face a foe without your concept of honor, and that will be the end of Sturm Brightblade. They went back to the mushroom garden. The gnomes were waiting. Their tall expedition packs were weighed down even further with bits of metal salvaged from Rapaldo's cache. Kitiara announced her intention to follow the path that the Mycones had been on before their tracks were lost in the rocks. Cider looked to Sturm. "What do you say, Master Brightblade?" "I have no better plan," he replied simply. A chill was growing in his heart. The woman who dealt so harshly with a dead foe was more and more like a stranger to him. This was their darkest hour since leaving Krynn. One of their own was dead, buried in the cold moon soil, and a poor, insane king spiraled ever upward, a weightless corpse with no place to land. It would be a long, unhappy night. And yet, when the sun next shone over Rapaldo's garden, a giant mushroom grew out of the grave of Belcrank. Unlike the scarlet fungi around it, this one was pure and shining white. Sturm had another vision. It came to him while he walked, yet his step never faltered. A horse neighed. Sturm saw 4 bony beasts tied to a charred post. It was day, but heavy shadows lay over everything. Sturm looked up and recognized the ruined battlements of his father's castle. Across the courtyard, he saw a broken wagon lying with one wheel off. A man was lashed to the remaining wheel, his wrists cruelly bound to its rim. Sturm closed on this desperate figure. He prayed to Paladine that it was not his father. The man lifted his eyes. Through the wild growth of beard and the bruises of a brutal beating, Sturm recognized Bren, his father's companion in exile. As in Sturm's last vision, Bren looked right through Sturm. The younger Brightblade was a phantom, a thing of no substance. 4 men shuffled out of the shadows on Sturm's right. They were lean, rough-looking men, of a type Sturm had often seen on the road. Vagabonds, brigands, killers.
"When is we moving on, Tauk?" said one of the men. "This here castle is haunted, I tell you." "You afraid of ghosts?" said the dirty-faced fellow with the brass earring. "I'm afraid of anything I can't stick my billhook through." "When are we leaving?" asked the last brigand in line. Dirty-Face laughed, showing yellow teeth. "When I'm sure there ain't no more swag hereabout, that's when." Tauk spat in the dirt. "Let's have a word with our honored guest." The bandit and 2 of his men stood over the prisoner. Tauk grabbed Bren by his matted hair and lifted his head. Sturm ached to help him, but he could do nothing. "Where's the treasure, old man?" asked Tauk, flashing a wicked knife under the old soldier's chin. "There's no treasure," Bren gasped. "The castle was sacked years ago." "Come on. Do you take us for fools? There's always a few coins tucked away somewhere, eh? So where are they?" He pressed the tip of the blade into Bren's throat. I'll tell," he said weakly. "Below the Great Hall. A secret room. I can show you." Tauk removed the knife. "This better be a straight story. No tricks. I'll take you right to it." They cut him loose and dragged him along. Sturm followed on their heels, close enough to smell the mingled stench of sweat, grime, fear, and greed. Bren guided them to the cellar beneath the great hall. There, in a long corridor, he counted the torch sconces on the right side. At number 8, he said, "That's it. That's the one." One of the brigands lit the stump in the sconce with the brand he carried. "The bracket turns," said Bren. Tauk seized the stout iron holder and shook it. It swung to the left and stayed there. A section of the tiled floor lifted with a loud grinding sound. Tauk tossed his torch into the widening gap. It bounced down a steep stone staircase and came to rest, still burning, at the bottom. Something shiny gleamed in the torchlight. "Good work," Tauk said, grinning. Without another word, he shoved his knife between Bren's ribs. Angriff Brightblade's loyal man groaned and slid down the wall. His head sagged as the dark stain spread over his chest. "Come on, lads. Let's collect our reward." Tauk led his 2 cronies down the steps. Sturm bent to see Bren's face. Though his skin had gone waxen, Bren's eyes still glittered with life. "Young master," he said. Blood flecked his lips. Sturm recoiled. Bren could see him. Slowly, with terrible effort, the old soldier gripped the rough stone wall and dragged himself to his feet. "Master Sturm, you've come back. I always knew you would." Bren reached out to Sturm, hands swaying. Sturm tried to clasp his hand, but of course he had no substance. Bren's fingers passed through him and closed on the sconce. As death claimed him, Bren fell, and his weight bore the bracket back to its original position. The trapdoor lowered noisily. One robber gave a yell and dashed to safety. At the top of the steps he stopped, riveted, staring at Sturm. "Ah!" he screamed. "Ghost!" He stumbled back, bowling over Tauk and the other brigand. The slab of stone descended, cutting off their screams for help. The world went red.
Sturm shook his head where the screams of Tauk and the other robbers still rang. He was plodding across the plains of Lunatari as before. "Back with us?" asked Kitiara. Sturm made inarticulate sounds. This had been his longest vision yet, and somehow, near the end, the men on Krynn had been able to see him. He told his companions his tale. It's said that dying men have second sight, Kitiara mused. Bren and the thief were both facing death. Maybe that's why they could see you. But I couldn't help them, Sturm complained. I had to watch them die. Bren was a good man. He served my father well. Did you see or hear of your father at all? Asked Cider. Sturm shook his head. That very omission preyed on his mind. What had separated Bren from Lord Brightblade? Was his father well? Where was he? Wingover let out a yell. "I see the tracks!" he cried. Where the slabs of wine-colored sandstone broke into fingers of rock, crimson sand had drifted in between, and there were the circular prints as regular as clockwork. Kitiara's notion had been right. The Mycones had come this way. Chapter 18. The Valley of the Voice. At last, Wingover spied the great obelisk. The band had come to a place where the rocky ledges reared up as low, jagged peaks. Kitiara and Wingover climbed this saw-toothed barrier and reported that beyond lay a magnificent bowl-shaped valley that stretched far beyond the limits of the horizon. Kitiara could not see the obelisk, but Wingover assured them that a single tall spire stood 40 miles away, in the exact center of the valley. The gnomes took heart from the news. They had been uncommonly subdued on the trek from the village. Bellcrank's death has them hanging their heads, Kitiara said privately to Sturm. I guess the little fellows have never faced death before. Sturm agreed. What the gnomes needed was a problem to stimulate their imaginations. He called them together. Here's the situation, Sturm began. Wingover estimates the obelisk is 40 miles away. 40 miles is a 10-hour march if we don't stop for food or rest. 15 hours is a more reasonable estimate, but by then the sun will be up, and the Lunatarians can be on the move too. If only we had some way to get down in a hurry, said Kitiara. Horses, oxen, anything. Or carts, for that matter, Sturm mused. Kitiara shot him a knowing glance. Yes, the slope down from the saw-toothed ridge is steep, but fairly smooth. We could roll quite a ways. The spirit of technical challenge was infectious, and ideas, wild gnomish ideas, began flashing about the little group. The gnomes dumped their packs into one big heap and went into a close huddle. Their rapid patter made no sense to Sturm or Kitiara, but the humans saw it as a good sign. As suddenly as the gnomes had put their heads together, they broke apart. Tools appeared, and the gnomes proceeded to knock their wooden backpacks to pieces. "What are you making this time?" Sturm asked Cutwood. "Sleds," was the simple reply. Did he say sleds? Asked Kitiara. Within half an hour, each gnome had constructed, according to his lights, a sled. That is, a single gnome inertia transport device. "By these, we expect to descend the cliff slope at prodigious speed," announced Cider. "And break your reckless little necks," said Kitiara under her breath. "These are for you and Master Sturm," said Roperig. He and Fitter pushed two flimsy sleds to the humans' feet. Having only short slats of wood to work with, the gnomes held their inventions together with nails, screws, glue, string, wire, and in Rainspot's case, his suspenders. Wingover had designed his sled to let him ride on his belly. Cider's allowed the rider to gracefully recline. Because of their relative size, Sturm's and Kitiara's sleds allowed them only a wide bit of plank for a seat. "You can't be serious," Kitiara said dubiously. "Ride that down there?" "It will be fast," encouraged Cider. "And fun," Fitter exclaimed. We've calculated all the available data on stress and strength of materials, Cutwood noted. He brandished his notebook as proof. There were 5 pages covered with tiny, closely spaced letters and numbers. In all cases except yours, there will be a safety factor of 3. What do you mean, in all cases except yours? Kitiara felt obliged to ask. Cutwood stowed his notebook in his vest pocket. Being larger and heavier, you will naturally put more stress on the single gnome inertia transport devices. Your chances of reaching the bottom of the hill without crashing are no more than even. Kitiara opened her mouth to protest, but Sturm forestalled her with a tolerant glance. Those are better odds than the Lunatarians will give us, he had to admit. He boosted the flimsy sled to his shoulder. Are you coming? She looked more than doubtful. Why don't we stay here and break each other's necks? Then we'll at least save the trouble of tumbling and rolling. Are you afraid? He knew just how to provoke her. Kitiara flushed and took up her sled. Want to wager who gets to the bottom first? She said. Why not? He replied. I haven't any money. What good is money here? How about if the loser has to carry the winner's bedroll all the way to the obelisk? It's a wager. They shook hands. Wingover was giving his colleagues an impromptu course on steering and braking. Mostly you steer by leaning in the direction you want to go, he advised. For stopping, use the heels of your shoes, not the toes. The downhill momentum can turn your feet under and break your toes. Rainspot and Cutwood flipped open their notebooks and scribbled furiously. Given a maximum velocity of 56 miles per hour and feet approximately 7 inches long, one can expect to break 3 toes on the left foot and 4 on the right, said Rainspot. The gnomes applauded. Wingover just told us not to use our toes, so why in the name of the suffering gods do you calculate something no one in his right mind would try? Kitiara asked. The principle of scientific inquiry should not be limited to merely the practical or the possible, explained Siter. Only by investigating the unlikely and the unthought of is the sum total of knowledge advanced. Sturm was looking at his feet. What I don't understand is why more toes on the right foot would break than on the left. Don't encourage them, Kitiara told Sturm. She dragged her shaky bundle of slats to the edge of the cliff. The glass-smooth slope plunged down at a breathtaking angle. Kitiara inhaled sharply and looked back. The gnomes crowded forward to the edge, quite unafraid. Obviously an example of vitreous concretion, observed Cutwood, running a hand over the smooth, bubbly surface. Do you think? Volcanic? Wingover said. Hardly. I should say this entire valley constitutes a thermoflexic astrobleam, theorized Siter. Kitiara uttered an angry snort that cut off further gnomish theorizing. She dropped her sled and straddled it. When she let her weight down on it, the slats creaked ominously. You did say even odds, she said to Cutwood. The gnome babbled something about within 2 standard deviations, and Kitiara decided not to query further. She pulled herself forward by hands and heels until she teetered on the brink. Come on, Sturm, or do you want to pack my bedroll for the next 40 miles? Sturm laid his sled on the ground. He told Wingover that he and Kit were going to race. Wingover replied, Oh, then you'll need someone at the bottom to see who wins. Wait. I'll go down first, and when I'm in place, I'll call you. All right with you, Kit? She waved a casual affirmative. All right, lads. Here I go, said Wingover. For science, he proclaimed, and slid over. Immediately, the other gnomes lined up and went right after him. Cutwood called, For Sandchrist, and went over. For technology, cried Rainspot as he tipped over the edge. For the Cloudmaster, was Roperig's toast. For raisin muffins. Fitter followed close behind his boss. Siter, the last, pushed his sled forward and slipped into the seat. For Bellcrank, he said softly. The gnomes' sleds bounded down the hill, swaying and leaping over bumps in the glass-like rock. Wingover, lying prone on his mount, steered skillfully around the worst obstacles. He'd built a front yoke on his sled and weaved a serpentine course down the slope. On his heels, Cutwood howled straight down, knees tight against his chin, his silky beard clamped firmly between them. Sturm and Kitiara heard his high-pitched "Woo-ha!" as he hit bump after bump. Rainspot had a drag brake on the tail of his sled, and he coasted along at a relatively mild rate. Roperig, who had designed his sled to be ridden in a standing crouch, whistled by the weather seer, frantically waving his outstretched arms in an effort to keep his balance. His apprentice was having all sorts of trouble. Fitter's mount was wider than it was long, and it tended to rotate as it slid. This made his progress somewhat slower than the others, but the spinning threatened to turn his stomach. Cider, cool and rational, proceeded under perfect control. He would touch his heels to the ground at specific points to correct the direction he was taking. All was going fairly well until Wingover reached bottom 400 feet away. There, the glass cliff face changed to dry red gravel, and Wingover's sled stopped dead on its runners. His stop was so sudden that the trailing gnomes piled right into him, Cutwood and Roperig immediately, Fitter and Rainspot a little later. Slats and tools and gnomes flew through the air after a series of hair-raising crashes. Sturm saw Cider move unflinching toward the pile, but averted his eyes and missed Cider's sharp turn, which left him 2 feet to the right of the scrambled group. Kitiara burst out laughing. Acres of slope, and they all have to stop on the same spot. Sturm frowned. I hope no one's hurt. Feet and legs and wreckage untangled into 6 shaky gnomes. Cider helped them untangle themselves. Wingover finally waved to the humans. "That means go," Kitiara shouted, and pushed herself off. Sturm was caught off guard. "Not fair," he cried, but dug in his heels and tipped over the cliff lip in hot pursuit. He immediately lost control. The sled careened sharply to the right, and Sturm leaned away from the turn. There was a sickening snap, and his seat sagged under him. Sturm lessened his lean, and the sled slowly corrected itself. Kitiara barreled straight down the slope at full speed, her feet pressed together and her knees poking out on either side. "Ya-ha-ha-ha!" she crowed. She was far out in front of Sturm, who couldn't seem to get his sled to run in a straight line for more than a few feet at a time. Kitiara hit a hump and bounced several inches off her seat. Instead of frightening her, the bump only increased her delight. A whole series of bumps approached, and she didn't slacken speed at all. It wasn't until she hit the 4th bump that she realized she was in trouble. That bump slammed her hard against the flimsy seat struts. The left runner splintered along its length. Kitiara put her left boot down to slow herself. The hobnails in her shoe sole bit, and her left leg was yanked back. Mindful of what Cutwood had said about breaking toes, she didn't resist the pulling and was swept off the sled. She landed hard on her right shoulder and rolled over and over. Sturm didn't dare try to stop his sled, and coasted to the bottom. The second his runners stuck in the gravel, he was on his feet. Kitiara lay motionless on her stomach. Sturm ran to her, closely followed by the gnomes. He dropped on one knee and gently turned her over. Her face was contorted, and she uttered a ferocious curse. "Where does it hurt?" he said. "My shoulder," she hissed through clenched teeth. "Could be a broken collarbone," said Rainspot. "Is there any way to tell for sure?" "Ask her to touch her left shoulder with her right hand," suggested Roperig. "If she can, the bone must not be broken." "Such anatomical ignorance," said Cider. "One must probe with one's fingers in order to find the ends of the separated bone." "Don't let them touch me," Kitiara whispered. "If they can't prove it any other way, they may decide to cut me open to examine my bones." Just then Sturm heard Cutwood saying something about exploratory surgery. Wingover, who was standing by Kitiara's feet, said, "No bones are broken." "How do you know?" asked Cutwood. "I can see them," he replied. "There don't even seem to be any cracks. It's probably a sprain." "You can see through flesh now?" Sturm asked incredulously. Put so bluntly, Wingover suddenly realized what he was doing. "By Reorx," he said, "this is terrific. I wonder what else I can see through." The gnomes crowded around him, Kitiara forgotten. They took turns having Wingover peer through their bodies and describing what he saw. Cries of "Hydrodynamics!" filled the air. Kitiara tried to sit up, but the pain took her breath away. "Keep still," Sturm cautioned. "I'll have to find something to bind up your shoulder." He rummaged through his belongings and found his only change of shirt, a white linen blouse made by the best tailor in Solace. Regretfully, he tore it into inch-wide strips and tied their ends into one long bandage. "You'll have to get your arm out of the sleeve," he said. "Cut the seams," said Kitiara. Sturm checked. "The seams are underneath. You'll still have to slip it off." "All right. Help me up." As easily as he could, Sturm helped Kitiara to sit up. Her face went pale, and as he tried to loosen the sleeve from her right arm, tears of pain trickled down her face. "You know, I've never seen you cry before," he said in a low voice. What's the matter? Didn't you think I could?" Sturm kept his mouth shut and turned her fur coat. The leather he could cut away, but underneath she still wore her mail shirt. "I'll have to bind you over the mail," he said. Yes, she said. Pain made her impatient. He sat down facing her and carefully lifted her right arm until she could rest it on his shoulder. Sturm wound the linen bandage over Kitiara's shoulder and under her arm. "Tight enough?" Gasp. "Yes." "I'll leave enough cloth to make a sling," he said sympathetically. "Whatever." She lowered her head into her left hand. Her face was flushed. "I thought she'd be stronger than this," Sturm thought, as he rapped. "Surely she's been wounded in battle worse than this." Aloud, he said, "With all your combat experience, you must be an old hand at field dressings. Am I doing this right?" "I've never been wounded," Kitiara murmured through her hand. "A few cuts and scrapes, that's all." "You've been lucky." Sturm was amazed. "I don't let enemies get close enough to hurt me." Sturm helped her stand. He draped the empty sleeve over Kitiara's shoulder. The gnomes were energetically debating the nature of Wingover's expanding talent. "Obviously, he is seeing a subtle variety of light that normal eyes cannot detect," said Cutwood. "Obvious to any fool," Cider countered. "The method is this. Wingover is now emitting rays from his eyes that pierce flesh and clothing. The source of his sight must be his own eyes." "Ahem," interrupted Sturm. "Could you manage this argument while walking? We have a long way to go and a short night to do it in." "How is the lady?" asked Roperig. "Can she walk?" "I can run. How about you?" said Kitiara challengingly. There wasn't much left to salvage from the smashed remains of the sleds. Sturm realized that for the first time the gnomes were going to have to travel light. They had no means left by which to carry their heavy, useless gear. They dithered over what to take and what to abandon. The gnomes were about to adopt Roperig's suggestion that they assign numerical values to each item and then choose a total value of items not to exceed 200 points per gnome. "I'm going," Kitiara said shortly. She tried to sling her and Sturm's bedrolls on her good shoulder. Sturm caught the straps and took both rolls away from her. "I lost the bet," she admitted. "Don't be a fool," he said. "I'll carry them." They walked about half a mile and stopped to let the gnomes catch up. How they rattled and jingled. Each gnome had a workshop's worth of tools dangling from his vest and belt. "I hope we don't have to sneak up on anybody," muttered Kitiara. The weary but steadfast party formed again and set out for the great obelisk and the voice that inhabited it. 10 miles had passed beneath their feet when Cutwood started complaining of a pounding in his head. His colleagues made jokes at his expense until Sturm shushed them. Rainspot gave Cutwood a cursory examination. "I see nothing out of the ordinary," he said. "You needn't shout," Cutwood said, wincing. Rainspot raised his wispy white eyebrows in surprise. "Who's shouting?" he asked mildly. Cider dropped back behind Cutwood, and when he was out of his sight, snapped his fingers. Cutwood ducked his head and put his hands up to ward off some unseen blow. "Did you hear that crack of lightning?" he said, his voice wavering. "Most interesting. Cutwood's hearing has intensified just as Wingover's vision has," said Cider. "Does this mean we're getting more of the power?" wondered Rainspot. "It would seem so," Cider said gravely. "Stop screaming," begged Cutwood in a whisper. Roperig quickly made a crude pair of earmuffs for Cutwood out of strips of rattan from his water bottle and a wad of old socks. Ears muffled, Cutwood smiled. "The pounding is much less now, thank you." "Don't mention it," Roperig said in a slightly lower than normal voice. Cutwood beamed and clapped his colleague on the back. "Do you feel any different?" Sturm asked Kitiara. "My shoulder still hurts." "You don't feel any new access of strength?" She shook her head. "All I feel is a crying need for a mug of Otik's best ale." Sturm had to smile. It seemed eons since they'd all sat at the inn and enjoyed Otik's brew. It felt as if it would be eons before they could do so again. At the 12-mile mark, the gnomes were trailing out in a long line behind Kitiara and Sturm. Their short legs simply couldn't maintain the humans' rapid pace. Reluctantly, Sturm called for a break. The gnomes dropped where they stood as though felled by a shower of arrows. The air stirred. Glimmers of roseate light showed in the east. The direction they'd decided was east. "Sunrise," Kitiara said flatly. Westward, toward the center of the valley, an answering flicker of light greeted the sunrise. Cider tried to get his spyglass trained on the source of this second dawn. Wingover moved over to him. "It's the obelisk," he said. He squinted into the far distance. "I can see a glow surrounding the peak." Brilliant white streaks, more shooting stars, sprayed across the heavens. A bright, steady glow in the east was soon mimicked in the west. The sun was coming up over the cliffs, yellow and warm. The glow from the obelisk was a stubborn and muddy scarlet. The rim of the sun broke over the cliffs. There was a clap of thunder, and bolts of red fire snapped from the far-off obelisk toward the surrounding chain of hills. The explorers put their faces to the ground and all felt a blast of burning as the red beams crackled overhead. 5 times the scarlet lightning lashed out, and the resulting thunder pounded the sky with ringing blows. When the sun was fully above the valley walls, the strange storm ceased. Sturm sat up. The ground around them steamed lightly. Kitiara struggled to her feet and surveyed the valley by daylight. Plants were beginning to emerge from the flaky soil. Wingover dusted himself off and looked back at the cliff they had sledded down. "Now I understand how the sides got to be as hard and smooth as glass," he said. "The lightning must hit them every morning." The gentlest gnome said shakily, "Those were not pluvial discharges." He tried to stand and failed. "The atmosphere is charged with another power." "Magic." Sturm felt his face harden with distaste as he practically spat the word. Though hardly unexpected, the sudden onset of such enormous magical power left him feeling vulnerable, exposed, and tainted. Chapter 19. Cupelix. The vegetation in the valley was much the same as elsewhere on Lunitari, but it grew less thickly and to greater size. The pink spears topped 12 feet in an hour's growth, and the toadstools towered 20 and 30 feet. One new species the explorers found was a 5-foot-wide puffball. After seeing one such puffball explode, sending a shower of javelin-sharp spikes in all directions, the marchers gave them a very wide berth. The sky seemed brighter, too, and a steady hum filled their ears. Cutwood complained constantly of a loud buzzing despite his makeshift earmuffs. Wingover took to shielding his eyes with his hands, just to cut down on the intense glare he saw everywhere. The other gnomes found their special attributes becoming more and more onerous. Roperig couldn't touch anything without his hands sticking. He once accidentally scratched his nose, and it took an hour to free his fingers. Fitter fidgeted about like a hovering hummingbird, moving with such speed that he seemed little more than a blur. He fell down a lot and continually bumped into other members of the party. Rainspot walked in a perpetual haze, a real fog that clung to his head and shoulders, his own private cloud. Moisture condensed on his face, and his ears and beard dripped non-stop. Of all the gnomes, only Cider exhibited no obvious ill effects. But Sturm noticed a subtle change in his expression. Cider's usually incisive gaze had given way to a hard smirk, as if he were listening to some lurid tale being whispered in his ear. Sturm wasn't certain that the world was ready for a logical gnome. Sturm worried about Kitiara, too. She kept ahead of the others, walking purposefully toward the waiting obelisk. Her right arm was still slung across her chest, but her left hand, firmly clenched in a fist, rose and fell with each determined step. Each strike of her heels left a deep notch in the ground. Sturm wondered how much power she could bear. He lost sight of Kitiara for a time among the pink spears and spider sticks. "Hello?" he called. "Kit, wait for us!" There was no answer but the hive hum that surrounded them. Sturm spied Kitiara standing under an enormous toadstool. Pink spores rained lightly over her. Her hand was at her throat, and she was looking at something. "Kit," he said, touching her shoulder. She flinched. "Sturm, I just noticed this." It was Tyrolan's gem, the amethyst arrowhead that had turned clear after Kit had used it to free herself from the spell of the goblin robbers. She held the crystal out for Sturm to see. It was blood red, like a heart's fire ruby. "When did that happen?" he asked. "At Rapaldo's palace. I saw that the gem was turning pale pink. The color has deepened since sunrise." "Get rid of it, Kit. It's a receptacle of magic. It too may be affected by the atmosphere of Lunatari. Nothing good can come of it." "No," she said, slipping the gem back under her mail shirt. "I intend to keep it. Have you so soon forgotten how Tyrolan helped us?" "No, I haven't forgotten, but the gem may be filled with a different power now. A power you know nothing about. Drop it on the ground, Kit, please. If you don't, the consequences may be horrible." "I will not," she said, her dark eyes flashing. "You're a fool, Sturm Brightblade. A frightened little boy. I'm not afraid of power. I welcome it." Sturm was about to argue back, but the file of gnomes appeared. He was not willing to provoke a confrontation in front of the little people. There was a thinly veiled rage in Kitiara, and to push her at this juncture would lead nowhere. "Wingover says the obelisk should soon be in view for all of us," said Roperig. His right hand was stuck to Fitter's back. The apprentice was running in place, his short legs nearly invisible with motion. Roperig saw Sturm's startled expression and added, "Fitter's having a hard time standing still. I'm the only one who can keep hold of him." "How are the rest of you?" Sturm asked. Cutwood and Wingover, muffled and blindfolded respectively, gallantly waved their good spirits. Rainspot looked sodden and forlorn under his cloud, but avowed that he felt well. Cider cleared his throat and arched an eyebrow in a maddeningly superior way. "It is evident that the closer we get to the obelisk, the more intensely the neutral power of Lunatari infects us," he said. "Let's push on," said Sturm. They continued on for about an hour, when they came upon a path, cleared from the strange jungle, and where the cleared path met the horizon, there stood a tall spire, the mysterious obelisk of Lunatari. They were still some 10 miles away, but the land sloped downward toward the obelisk at an easy grade. There were no other features to overshadow it. "Looks like we're expected," said Sturm. "The voice?" Fitter wondered. Who else? Cider replied. He hooked his thumbs under his suspenders. If I'm right, we're going to meet a very remarkable being. Someone who'll make all the other wonders of Lunatari seem like cheap carnival tricks. The obelisk grew from a slim red line to a robust tower 500 feet tall. It had a curiously striped appearance, caused by thin black bands that alternated with the red stone of its walls. The closer the explorers came, the higher the grand tower seemed to thrust into the sky. Cutwood broke the long silence. He said, "Have you noticed how the plants lean toward the tower?" It was true. All of them, even the spiny puffballs, were bent so that they faced the great obelisk. Like lilies turned to the sun, surmised Kitiara. They halted 50 yards away from the base of the obelisk. The red marble sides were beautifully dressed and squared, unlike the crude masonry of the Treemen's village. The black bands between the courses of marble were mortar of some kind. On ground level, facing the explorers, was an open entrance, a notch cut in the smooth stone. Inside was only darkness. At regular intervals, the obelisk's walls were pierced by long, narrow windows. "What do we do now?" asked Fitter in a very small voice. "Come closer." Sturm and Kitiara stepped back, reaching for their weapons. "Who said that?" called Sturm. "I, the keeper of the new lives," said a soothing bass voice within their own heads. "Where are you?" Kitiara demanded. "In the edifice before you. Come closer." "We'll stay right here, thank you," said Cutwood. "Ah, you are afraid. Is mortal flesh so dear that you would ignore the opportunity to feast your eyes on a rare and wonderful sight? Namely, myself? That the humans would be afraid I did not doubt, but I expected better of you gnomes." "We saw a colleague die not long ago, so you'll excuse us if we're a bit cautious," Wingover said. "You require proof of my goodwill? Behold." A small shape stirred in a dim doorway. It emerged into the light of day, stopped, and waved. It looked like Stutz. "Gears and sprockets!" Fitter crowed, dashing forward. Of course he dragged Roperig with him. Cutwood and Wingover stumbled after them, while Rainspot wandered over in a fog, with Cider chuckling at his side. "Wait," said Sturm, "it could be an illusion." But it was not an illusion. The gnomes engulfed Stutz, yelling with unrestrained delight. Birdcall and Flash appeared in the door and leaped on the pile of happy gnomes. After a heartily bruising hello, Stutz extricated himself from the press and toddled to Sturm and Kitiara. He shook Sturm's hand solidly and expressed concern for Kitiara's bandaged shoulder. "It is you," she said, pinching his ear. "It is, and I am quite well, thank you. We've been waiting for you all for days." "What happened to your stutter?" Sturm asked. Suspicion made him blunt. "Oh, that. It's gone. You know, poof. The Keeper says it's due to the leveling effect of the magic forces present on Lunatari." Stutz peered behind the humans. "Where's Bellcrank?" Sturm laid a hand on the gnome's shoulder. "I fear that we have grave news, my friend." "Grave? How?" "Are your fears alleviated?" intruded the voice. "For now," Kitiara said. "May we have our flying ship back, please?" "Don't be so hasty. We've not been properly introduced. Please come in, won't you?" "Explain later," Stutz said quickly. He took Kitiara's and Sturm's hands and led them to the door. "We've had the most tremendous adventure since you left a prospect for ore," he reported. "The Keeper has treated us marvelously." "Who is this Keeper? Where is he?" asked Kitiara. "Come and see for yourselves." Stutz let go of their hands. Sturm and Kitiara stepped through the deep door notch into the shadowed interior of the grand obelisk. Sunlight filtered down from the slit windows higher up in the obelisk. In the center of the floor, illuminated by the sunlight, sat the flying ship Cloudmaster. The ethereal airbag had shrunk to half its previous size, just a soft lump in many folds of loose netting. The wings had been detached from the hull, no doubt to allow the craft to fit through the door in the obelisk. The leather wings were neatly folded and lying on the red marble floor beside the ship. Clicking in the darkness beyond the Cloudmaster proved the presence of mycones. Inevitably, the warriors' gazes were lifted by the soaring hollowness of the interior. As Sturm and Kitiara raised their eyes, they saw a series of ledges and horizontal pillars set into the immensely thick walls. Perched about 50 feet above the floor was the occupant of the obelisk, the Keeper. A dragon. Where blades of sunlight struck him, his scales shone greenish gold. No dragon had been seen on Krynn in centuries. So long, in fact, that their actual existence was a sorely debated point among historians, clerics, and natural philosophers. Sturm believed from boyhood that there had been dragons, but face to face with a living example, he felt so much fear that he thought he'd faint. Be a man, a knight, he admonished himself. Men had faced dragons before. Huma had done it. So while Sturm's head swam from this newest and greatest revelation, he kept his feet firmly under him. Kitiara, too, was stunned. Her eyes were huge and white in the dim light. She recovered more quickly than Sturm, however, and said, "Are you the Keeper who spoke to us?"
"Yes."
"Or do you prefer spoken language?" asked the dragon. Its voice was not as booming as Sturm had expected it to be. Considering its size, 35 feet from nose to tail, and the distance to it, it was quite soft-spoken. "Spoken is best. That way I can be sure of what I'm hearing," answered Kitiara. "As you wish. I do enjoy speaking, and I've gone such a long time without having anyone to speak to. The ants, you see, respond best to telepathy." The dragon shook its broad, angular head with a noise of clanging brass. It lifted its feet off the ledge and dropped to a lower perch with a single fluff of its wings. The breeze washed over the amazed explorers. "Where are my manners? I am Cupelix Trisfendemir, Keeper of the New Lives and resident of this obelisk." The gnomes had retreated behind the humans when the dragon appeared. Now they spread out and began to bombard him with questions. "Keeper of what new lives? How much do you weigh? How did you get here? How long have you been here? Do you have any raisins?" The dragon was amused by this barrage, but he dismissed the gnomes with a wave of one giant foreclaw. "You are Kitiara Uthmatar and Sturm Brightblade, are you not?" he asked. The two nodded dumbly. "Your small friend Stutz speaks very highly of you both. Apparently you have impressed him with many sterling qualities." "Apparently?" said Kitiara dryly. "I have only the evidence of Stutz's impressions. Be that as it may, I am very glad you are here. I followed your progress along the trail I had the mycones make." Cupelix tilted his burnished head and peered at Sturm with dagger eyes. "Yes, Sir Knight, the trail was deliberate." "You read minds," Sturm said uncomfortably. "Not deeply. Only when a thought is so clearly on the tip of one's tongue." Stutz introduced his colleagues to the dragon. Cupelix exchanged witty banter with each one until Citer's turn came. "You are a bronze dragon?" questioned the gnome. "Brass, if you must know. But enough of these trivialities. You have come a long way and labored hard to recover your flying craft. Now that you have found it and each other once more, enjoy a moment of repose at my expense." "We'd rather be on our way," said Sturm. "But I insist," said the dragon. He slid along the edge of his perch, his rear legs gripping the stone ledge and his wings flaring out for balance. Cupelix worked his way around to just over the door, the only way out. Sturm didn't like what was happening. By instinct, his hand strayed to the pommel of his sword, which changed to a chicken drumstick when he touched it. The gnomes looked pop-eyed, and Kitiara's jaw fell open in surprise. "Please excuse my little joke," said Cupelix. In the wink of an eye, the poultry leg was gone and the sword was back. "Your weapons are unnecessary here. That was just my way of showing you the truth of it. Men so often have to be shown the truth before they believe something. And now," said Cupelix, drawing himself erect, "let there be victuals." His eyes flashed with an inner light that seemed to leave bright sparkles in the air. The sparkles collected in the open space before the bow of the Cloudmaster. When they faded, they left behind a broad oak table, groaning under the weight of food and drink. "Eat, my friends. Drink, and we shall tell each other tales of great doings," intoned the dragon. The gnomes fell upon the table with squeals of delight. Kitiara eyed the pitchers of foaming ale and sauntered over. Though the spear plants could taste like any food she wished, Kitiara had missed the sight of real food. Only Sturm remained where he stood, his hands folded at his waist. "You do not eat, Master Brightblade," said Cupelix. "The fruits of magic are not fit victuals," Sturm said. The reptilian nostrils twitched. "You have poor manners for one who styles himself a knight." Sturm answered carefully. "There are higher directives than mere manners. The measure tells us to reject magic in all its forms, for example." The brass jaws widened, revealing saber-sized teeth and a forked black tongue flecked with gold. For a second, Sturm's heart contracted to a tight knot in his chest, for he knew he could not withstand this monster's attack. Then he realized Cupelix was grinning at him. "Oh, how boring it has been these centuries past without creatures to dispute with. Bless your stiff neck, Sturm Brightblade. What pleasure you give me." The jaws closed with a metallic clank. "But come now, surely you have heard of Huma the Lancer." "Of course. He got along quite well with some types of dragons, did he not?" "So the histories say. I can only point out that while Huma was a brave warrior and a great hero, he was not a model knight." Cupelix burst out laughing. It sounded like a chorus of mighty gongs. "Do as you please, then. I would not want to be responsible for undermining such formidable virtue." With that, Cupelix sprang from his stand and, beating his wings furiously, flew up to the highest recesses of the hollow obelisk. Sturm went to the sumptuous table. The gnomes were gorging themselves on baked apples, doves stuffed with bacon and chestnuts, wild rice with saffron, whole sweet onions glazed with honey, venison steaks, blood pudding, pickled eggs, breads, punch, wine, and ale. Kitiara had taken her injured arm out of its sling and let it rest on the table. With her coat falling off one shoulder and the flush of new ale on her cheeks, she looked quite wanton. She sniffed when her eyes met Sturm's, and she popped a whole pickled egg in her mouth. "You're missing a feast," she said, after swallowing. "The old emperors of Urgoth never ate so well." "I wonder what it's made from," Sturm said, picking up a warm roll and letting it fall back into its tray. "Sand? Poisonous mushrooms?" "Sometimes you are tiresome beyond belief," said Kitiara, and quaffed a 3-gulp swallow of ale. "If the dragon wanted to kill us, he could do it without resorting to the subtleties of poison." "Actually," Cutwood said, leaning across the table and spewing breadcrumbs with every syllable, "brass dragons traditionally are not aligned with evil." "Have we nothing to fear from this creature?" Sturm asked the table at large. He glanced up at the darkness that held the dragon, and lowered his voice. "Our ancestors on Krynn fought long and hard to eliminate dragons from the world. Were they all wrong?" "The situation here is completely different," said Stutz. "Lunatari is this dragon's home. He has taken a kindly interest in our plight. We shouldn't refuse his help because of ancient prejudices that have no application at the present time." "What does he want from us?" "He hasn't told us yet," Stutz admitted, "but he, won't let us leave." "What do you mean?" Sturm said sharply. "Birdcall, Flash, and I wanted to go searching for you. We rerouted the engine control sufficiently to make short ascents, hops really, but Kubelik refused to allow us out of the obelisk. He claimed it wasn't safe and that he was taking steps to bring you all here.
Well, we're here now, said Kitiara, reaching for another broiled dove, and we'll soon be on our way.
Will we?
Sturm asked, craning his neck again to peer into the dim heights of the obelisk.
Now that he has us all, will he let us go?
Chapter 20. A New Age. After Kitiara and the gnomes had their fill, they stole off to the Cloudmaster for a nap. Only Stutz remained with Sturm. The two of them strolled around the interior of the vast obelisk, and Sturm related the story of Belcrank's death.
It was pure chance that Belcrank died instead of Kit or Siter.
They paused in their walk as Stutz plucked a handkerchief from his vest pocket and dabbed at his nose. Sturm told of Rapaldo's death, and how they placed Belcrank in the middle of the mushroom garden.
He and I were at gear-making school together, you know, Stutz said softly. I'll miss him a great deal.
They passed under the bow of the flying ship, and Sturm saw a smooth, round hole, 8 feet wide, bored in the hard marble floor. He asked Stutz what it was.
The Mycones live in a cavern below, Stutz said. They enter and leave by these holes.
He indicated 2 others not far away. Sturm stood on the lip of one of the holes and looked down. There was a feeble bluish glow below, and he could see the jagged shapes of stalagmites. A faintly bitter smell wafted up from the depths.
Did the Mycones build this place? Sturm asked.
Not as far as I can tell, Stutz replied, resuming his walk. The Mycones are a rather new addition to this place. Kubelik hints that he created them, but I don't believe he's that powerful. But to address your question, the obelisk was here even before the dragon.
How do you know that?
By observing Kubelik. While a healthy adult specimen of a brass dragon, his features are in many ways molded by the fact that he grew up inside this obelisk. Notice, for example, his short wings and powerful legs. He spends all his time perching on the ledges rather than flying. He can jump tremendous distances, even straight up. Stutz stopped, seeing that Sturm was studying him.
What?
Asked the gnome.
You're so changed, said Sturm.
Not just the lack of a stutter. You seem so calm and collected. Stutz blushed pink under his neatly trimmed beard.
I suppose we gnomes must appear awfully disorganized and impractical to you humans.
Sturm smiled. Not at all. Stutz returned the grin. He said, Being on Lunitari has changed me. All of us. The flight of the Cloudmaster, while erratic, has been the first true success in my life. I spent years in the workshops of Mount Nevermind building flying machines. They all failed. It wasn't until I learned of Belcrank's experiments with ethereal air that the Cloudmaster became possible. Mention of the lost chemist quelled conversation for a moment.
Be at peace, Sturm finally said. He was avenged.
They passed below the tail of the flying ship. A mixed chorus of snores issued from the open portholes. Stutz gestured toward the sound.
They are a fine band of colleagues, he said. They deserve to go home to the cheers of all Sandchrist.
Do you think we'll ever see Kryn again? Sturm asked.
That all depends on Kubelik and what he wants. I have a theory.
A wind flowed over them. With a customary metallic ringing, the dragon alighted on the lowest sill, perhaps 15 feet above Sturm and Stutz. The gnome sidled away from Kubelik. I trust you are satiated, Kubelik said to Stutz.
The meal was excellent, as always, Stutz replied.
He yawned. It weighs a bit heavy on my stomach, though. I think I shall join my colleagues. With a polite nod, Stutz returned to the ship. Kubelik loomed over Sturm. So it is you and I, Master Brightblade. What shall we talk about? Let us debate our philosophies, knight to dragon. What do you say? No magic?
Cupelix laid a burnished claw on his breast. "Dragon's honor." "How is it," Sturm wondered, "that you speak so fluently the Krynnish tongue?" "Books," replied the dragon. "My nest on high is plentifully supplied with books by authors mortal and immortal. Now I shall ask a question. What is it you seek from life?" "To live honorably and in the manner befitting an oath-taken knight." "My turn. Have you always lived inside this tower?" "From the days when I was a dragonlet no larger than a gnome, I have been the keeper. I have never seen outside these walls, save what I spy by the doors and windows." His broad pupils narrowed. "Do you ever question the tenets of the knight's oath or measure? After all, the Order of Solamnus was not revived after the cataclysm." Sturm folded his arms across his chest. "If you are well read, then you know the cataclysm was not caused by anything the knights did. They accepted the blame of the common people, as all preservers of order must do when that order breaks down." "Where did the Mycones come from?" "They were created to serve me. The Lunitarian treefolk did not prove reliable." Cupelix flicked out his tongue. "Are you in love with the woman Kitiara?" Cupelix's pointed query threw Sturm off guard. "I have some affection for her, but I'm not in love with her, if you understand the difference." The dragon nodded, human fashion. Sturm continued. "So, the Tree-men and the Mycones were created in succession as your servants, the Tree-men being a failed effort. Who created them?" "Higher powers," replied Cupelix evasively. "This is wonderful. I wish people had come to Lunitari centuries ago. But hark now. If you're not in love with the woman, why is she so predominant in your thoughts? Behind many of your spoken thoughts is an image of her." Drops of sweat broke out on Sturm's face. "I'm very concerned about her. The magical force that pervades this moon has invested her with enormous physical strength. Her temper has sharpened too. I worry about the power getting control of her. Yes, magic can cause problems. I studied Stutz, Birdcall, and Flash as the power changed them. It was most interesting. So the woman has become very strong. That must complicate your feelings. I've never yet heard of a human male who relished a female being stronger than he. That's ridiculous. I don't care." Sturm halted his outburst. Blast that sly dragon. He was deliberately probing for a sore point. "My turn to ask something," Sturm said. "Why does a powerful magic-using dragon like yourself need servants? What can they do that you can't?" "I cannot leave the obelisk. Isn't that obvious? The door and windows are far too small to permit me to pass through." "Ah, but a skillful magic user could overcome a problem of mere size." Cupelix's tail swept back, thwack, against the marble wall. "I'm not allowed to leave. I cannot pass the windows or door, and have not been able to break, cut, or bore through the walls, nor magic them aside. I am keeper of the new lives, and such is my lot until darkness claims me." "What new lives?" "All in good time, Sir Knight. A more pressing matter engages my attention, the matter of my freedom." "You need us to get you out," Sturm said. A wisp of fine vapor trickled from the dragon's nostrils. "Yes, I need you. Only clever machines can release me from this stifling prison. Tree-men could not do it. The Mycones will not. The gnomes can. You shall have your flying ship when I am free." The vaporous threads thickened until they enveloped Sturm. He felt the strength drain from his limbs. His eyelids drooped. A sleeping mist. Sturm's legs buckled. He mumbled, "No magic, you said." "Not magic exactly," Cupelix said soothingly. Merely a soporific vapor I have at my disposal. My dear fellow, you're so full of suspicions. This will help you. Sleep, and you will not remember this distressing conversation. Sleep, rest, dream. Sleep, rest, dream, forget. Kitiara woke up. She had that vaguely troubled feeling that often went with a sudden return to consciousness, as though she'd been having a bad dream that she couldn't remember. She was lying on the deck of the dining room aboard the Cloudmaster. Below, the gnomes snored with the regularity of a water-driven mill. Kitiara combed through her short curls with her fingers. Her skin was clammy and her hair damp with sweat. Outside, the air was cool. She inhaled deeply, but her breath caught when she saw Sturm lying crumpled on the stone floor some yards away. Kitiara hurried down the ramp and ran to where he lay. Sturm breathed, strong and steady, soundly asleep. Kitiara became aware that she was being watched. She whirled and saw Cupelix lying on his side along the lower ledge. His neck was bowed, and he held his tail off the stone. When he saw that she saw him, his tail came down and began to twitch from side to side in a very feline manner. "When did this happen?" she asked, gesturing to Sturm. "A short time ago. It's not a natural sleep," said the dragon. "He's been having visions since coming to Lunitari. We've all been affected by the magic here." "Truly? Visions of what?" Kitiara firmed her lips, unwilling to say. "Come, my dear. Master Brightblade has no secrets from you, does he? A man always tells his lover of his dreams." "We are not lovers." "That sounds definite. I see I'm guilty of inferring too much. No matter. He has told you what he visualizes, hasn't he?" She shrugged. "Scenes of home on Krynn. His father, mostly, whom he hasn't seen in 12 years. Cupelix let out a dragon-sized sigh that swirled dust in Kitiara's face. "Ah, Krynn, where once thousands of my kind lived, to fly the broad skies in absolute freedom." "You've never been to Krynn?" "Alas, never. My entire span of days has been spent within the stone walls of this structure. Sad, isn't it? Confining, at any rate." The tip of Cupelix's forked tongue flickered out. "You're not afraid of me, are you?" Kitiara lifted her chin. "Should I be? Most mortals would find me awesome. When you've been around as much as I have, you get used to new things. That, and the fact that those who can't adjust quickly die." "You're a survivor," said Cupelix. "I do what I can." The black tongue protruded farther. "How did you hurt yourself?" asked the dragon. Kitiara described the sled ride down the cliff. "Ho, I see. Very clever, those gnomes. I can heal your hurt." "Can you really?" "It's simply done. You'll have to remove the wrapping." Why not, Kitiara thought. She fiddled with the knot that Sturm had tied, but couldn't untie it with her left hand. She pulled her dagger and slit the linen with a few deft strokes. "The mail, too," said Cupelix. She raised one eyebrow, but put the point of the dagger under the rawhide lacing on her shoulder. The slightly rusty mail peeled back. Kitiara pulled her shirt off her injured shoulder, exposing a hideous purple-black bruise. "Come closer," said Cupelix. She stepped forward once and was prepared to go farther, when the dragon swung his head down on his long, supple neck. The black tongue lanced out, just barely touching the bruised area. A shock jolted through Kitiara. Cupelix flicked his tongue again, and a harder shock rocked her back on her heels. Cupelix reared back. "Done," he said. Kitiara ran her hand over the site of the sprain. Not a trace of discoloration or soreness remained. She worked her right arm around in a wide circle and felt no twinges. "Wonderful!" she exclaimed. "Many thanks, Dragon." "It was nothing. A simple healing spell," he said modestly. Kitiara stretched luxuriously. "I feel like a new woman. I could best 100 goblins in a fair fight." "I'm glad you are pleased," said Cupelix. "The time may soon come when you can repay the favor." She stopped in mid-arm swing. "What is it you want?" "Good company, some philosophy, and words with heat in them. Small things." "So talk to me. I have time to spare." "Ah, but the life of a mortal is a star falling from the heavens. I have lived 2,900 years in this tower. Can you converse for even half that time? A quarter? No, of course you can't. But there is a way to help me do these things to the end of my days." Kitiara folded her arms. "And that is?" "Free me from this obelisk. Set me loose, that I might fly to Krynn and live as a dragon should." "Men and elves would try to slay you." Cupelix said, "It is a chance I would willingly take. There are great changes in the offing, deep stirrings in the tide of heaven. You have felt them yourself, haven't you? Even before you flew here, didn't you notice a new tide rising in the affairs of Krynn?" Fragments of thought came back to Kitiara. Tyrolan and his elves on the high seas in direct defiance of their elders. Robbers and wicked clerics plundering the countryside. Strange bands of warriors, monstrous inhuman warriors, crossing the land intent on some mission. And a word muttered by the elvish seamen. Draconians. "You see it, don't you?" asked Cupelix softly. "Our time is coming again. A new age of dragons is about to begin." Chapter 21. Wood to Burn. As Kitiara pondered Cupelix's words, Wingover appeared, yawning at the ship railing. "Good morning. When's breakfast?" he asked, thick-tongued. "You ate not 5 hours ago," Kitiara chided. She slipped her shirt and mail back on her shoulder. Roperig and Fitter stood in the hull door. Roperig's hand was still firmly fixed to his apprentice's back. "Hello, Dragon," he said heartily. "Hello," added Fitter. "Did you sleep well, little friends?" asked Cupelix. "Very well indeed, thank you. We thought we might go outside and take in a bit of fresh air," said Roperig. "Stay close," Kitiara warned. "Every time one of you gnomes does something on his own, he ends up putting us to no end of trouble." Roperig promised not to stray, and Fitter had no choice but to agree. They strolled to the door of the obelisk in hilarious misstep. Small cyclones of wind swirled through the hollow interior of the obelisk. Kitiara realized that this was Cupelix laughing. She couldn't resist. Small chuckles burst out of her and changed to full-fledged guffaws. Sturm braced himself on his arms and shook his head. He heard laughter. His head cleared, though his memory seemed adrift in fog. He got to his feet, turned to the sound of laughter, and was bowled down by Roperig and Fitter. Kitiara hauled the gnomes off Sturm and held them up at arm's length. "What's the matter with you two? Didn't you see Sturm standing there?" But, stuttered Fitter. She shook them. "Well, out with it." "It was an accident, Kit," said Sturm, getting to his feet once more. Poor Fitter was running in mid-air, his short legs churning. Kitiara set the gnomes on their feet. "Tree-men!" Roperig exploded. "Outside!" "What? How many?" "See for yourself." They rushed to the door. Even as Sturm appeared in the outer opening, a red glass spear hit the pavement in front of him and shattered into 1,000 razor-sharp slivers. Kitiara grabbed him by his sword belt and hauled him back with one hand. "Better stay back," Kitiara suggested. "I can keep myself out of harm's way." Sturm pressed close to the right wall and peered out. The valley floor around the obelisk was thick with tree men. Thousands, if not tens of thousands of them. They began to hoot. "Au Stum Laud! Au Stum Laud!" "What are they saying?" Kitiara asked behind him. "How should I know?" "Rouse all the gnomes," he told Kitiara. "I'll speak to Cupelix." Kitiara got Roperig, Fitter, and Wingover to help her. "Cupelix," Sturm called, for the dragon had vanished into the top of the tower again. "Cupelix, come down. There's trouble outside." Trouble. I dare say there is trouble. A great rustle of brassy wings sounded, and the dragon alighted on one of the crossing pillars that ran from one side of the obelisk to the other. Cupelix's metallic claws closed over the marble pillar with a clack. He furled his wings and started preening himself along either wing. "You don't seem very disturbed by this development," Sturm said, planting his fists on his hips. "Should I be?" asked the dragon. "Considering the tower is besieged, I would think yes. The Lunatarians are not very intelligent. They would never have come here if you hadn't killed that fool of a mortal they made their king. Rapaldo was mad. He killed one of the gnomes and would have killed others if we hadn't resisted," said Sturm. "You should feel flattered that they have come all this way to kill you. The uncouth phrase they keep repeating, do you know what it means? Sturm must die." Sturm's hand tightened around his sword handle. "I am prepared to fight," he said grimly. "Your kind is always ready to fight. Relax, my knightly friend. The tree folk will not attack." "Are you so certain?" Cupelix yawned, exposing teeth green with verdigris. "I am the keeper of the new lives. Only a severe trauma would have compelled the Lunatarians to come here in the first place. However, they are not so bold as to trifle with me." "We can't just let them blockade us," Sturm insisted. "Shortly the sun will set and the tree folk will take root. The Mycones will awaken and clear them away." "The Mycones come out only at night?" "No, but they are practically blind in sunlight." Cupelix pricked up his ears when Kitiara returned, herding the gnomes ahead of her. The dragon reassured them all that they were in no danger from the Lunatarians. "Perhaps we should prepare a barricade just the same," said Stutz. "I think our time would be better spent repairing the Cloudmaster," said Cider. "With the scrap metal we brought from Rapaldo's keep, we ought to be able to make repairs in a few hours." Birdcall whistled a sharp note. Stutz nodded, saying, "We haven't the fire needed to work iron." "I may be able to help you there," Cupelix said smoothly. "How much wood will you need?" "You're being awfully helpful," Sturm said. "Why?" The beast's eyes narrowed to vertical slits. "Do you question my motives?" he asked. With his long ears laid back, Cupelix looked quite fierce. "Frankly, yes." The dragon relaxed. "Ho, ho, very good. I blink first, Master Brightblade. I do have a favor to ask of you all, but first we shall see to the repair of your ingenious vessel." Already the light in the obelisk had subsided to a dusty rose. The hooting of the tree-men, muffled by the thick walls, faded with the sunlight. It was soon quite dark inside the obelisk. Kitiara complained to Cupelix while the gnomes ranged noisily through the Cloudmaster in search of tools. "Oh, very well," said the dragon. "I forget your mortal eyes cannot pierce the simple veil of darkness." He spread his wings until the tips scraped the surrounding walls and bowed his neck in a swan-like curve. "Ob Bere Salem, creatures of the dark, bring forth a fair and living spark to light the tower bright as day. Come, Mycones, Salem Ob Bere." The glassy clicking that they all associated with the giant ants arose from the holes in the obelisk floor. It grew quite loud, as though hundreds of the formidable creatures were stirring below their feet. Something stroked Sturm's leg. He was near one of the large holes in the floor, and a Mycone had poked its head out to touch Sturm with one of its antennae. He recoiled, and the giant ant emerged, to be followed immediately by another and another. The floor rapidly filled with mycones, all clicking and gently waving their crystalline feelers. "To your places, my pets," ordered Cupelix. The ants nearest the walls climbed up to the lowest ledge and hung there, their broad, plum-shaped abdomens poised off the edge. When the entire interior was ringed with hanging ant bodies, the mycones began rubbing their bellies against the smooth marble shelf. As they did, their translucent abdomens glowed, first a dull red, then warmer and brighter. Like a mass of living lanterns, the ants gradually illuminated the whole lower half of the obelisk. Sturm and Kitiara stared. No matter how jaded they thought they'd become to the strange wonders of the red moon, something new and startling was always happening. "Better?" said Cupelix smugly. "Tolerable," said Kitiara, sauntering away. Sturm went to the door. The Lunatarians were a true forest now, still and tall in the starlight. This forest, though, was arranged in perfect concentric circles around the great obelisk that shielded the killers of their Iron King. Cupelix withdrew to his lofty sanctum. Not long after he did, Sturm returned to the Cloudmaster, where the gnomes were up to their elbows in repair work. When he descended to the engine room, he found to his shock that Flash, Birdcall, and Stutz had torn apart the entire engine, searching for defects. The deck was covered with cogs and gears, copper rods that Wingover called armatures, and hundreds of other examples of gnomish technology. Sturm was afraid to enter for fear of stepping on and crushing some delicate vital component. How goes it?" he ventured. "Oh, not to worry, Stutz said blithely. "All is in good order." He snatched a metal curlicue from Cutwood and snapped at Flash. "Stay away from the indispensable inductor coil. It mustn't be magnetized." Lunatari had finally bestowed its gift upon Flash. He was intensely magnetic. Bits of iron and steel had begun to cling to him. Flash meekly stepped away from the indispensable inductor coil. "We're trying to find what parts were damaged by the lightning strike," Stutz went on, "so they can be fixed too." "Keep at it," Sturm said, trying not to smile. He knew the gnomes would find an answer of sorts, eventually. He found Kitiara in the wheelhouse, sitting in Stutz's chair. She had one leg cocked over the arm of the chair, and was drinking from a tall clay tankard. "Dragon ale?" asked Sturm. Want some?" "No, of course you don't." She drank some more. "All the more for me, then." "The gnomes are hard at it," he said. "We could be on our way home in a day or two." "Can't be too soon for me," she replied. "Oh? Do you have plans?" Kitiara cradled the tankard in her lap. "Do you really want to know?" "I feel a bit useless with the gnomes working and the mycones working and us not doing anything." She let her head fall back as she slouched lower in the small chair. "I was thinking how I would like to raise an army of my own and not be a mercenary any longer. My own troops, loyal to me." "And what would you do with your own army?" "Make myself a kingdom. Seize an existing one in a weakened state, or carve one out of a larger country." Kitiara looked Sturm in the eye. "What do you think of that?" He sensed she was baiting him. He merely replied, "Do you think you're up to commanding an entire army?" She made a fist. "I'm almost an army on my own. With my new strength and my old experience, yes, I'm up to it. Would you like a commission in my guard? You're pretty decent with a sword. If I could break you of your foolish notions of honor, you'd be even better." "No, thank you, Kit." He spoke seriously. "I have a duty to my heritage. I know that one day in my lifetime the Knights of Solamnia will recover from their disgrace. I shall be there when they do." He turned away to the wide windows. "And I have other obligations. There's still my father to find. He's alive, I've seen that. He has left a legacy for me at our castle, and I intend to claim it." His voice trailed off. "Is that your final word?" she asked. Sturm nodded. "I don't understand you. Don't you ever think of yourself?" "Of course I do. Entirely too much sometimes." Kitiara let the tankard dangle from her fingers. "Name an occasion. It can't have been since I've known you." Sturm opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, a shadow fell across the bow of the Cloudmaster. Kitiara jumped up. It was the shadow of the dragon. "Will you come out a moment, my friends?" He thought at them. Kitiara and Sturm went down the ramp and descended to the obelisk floor. "What is it?" asked Kitiara. "I have set the Mycones to building a rampart that will impede the tree folk from entering the obelisk," Cupolix said. He preened himself with a foreclaw, as if proud of his ingenuity. "I thought you said they didn't dare come in," Sturm said sharply. Cupolix stopped in mid-preen. "That was true of ordinary times, but you, dear fellow, have incited the Lunatarians to overcome their fear of me. Their presence here is proof of that. It does not take deep wisdom to deduce they may soon decide to go where they have never been." "We can't have that," said Kitiara, folding her arms belligerently. "No, indeed. So I thought you might like to inspect my defenses, as it is your lives they will defend." Sturm roused the gnomes from their current work, salvaging scraps of wood from the Cloudmaster to burn in the forge fire. Everyone trooped to the open door to see what Cupolix had set the Mycones doing. The giant ants were lined up in echelon, parallel to the door of the obelisk. At some invisible, inaudible signal, the Mycones lowered their triangular heads to the ground. They pushed the red soil forward in a long heap, and repeated this process many times. Thus they created a trench around the obelisk. The dirt they piled into a high rampart. "Satisfactory?" asked the dragon from his perch. Kitiara shrugged and sauntered back to the ship. The gnomes followed in twos and threes as they grew bored with watching the mighty Mycones shift the red earth. Soon only Sturm was left. He watched until all the gaps in the rampart were filled. The loose dirt spilled down from the top of the wall, burying the nearest tree men until only their jagged tops protruded from the crimson soil. Chapter 22. Keeper of the New Lives. The forge fire's making showed the party yet another of Cupolix's powers. With scavenged stones, they erected a crude hearth. Kitiara, stripped to her shirt and with her pants legs rolled up, stood by, sweating, as the last of the stones was put in place. "Now," she said, "who's got the flint?" Stutz put his hand out to Wingover. Wingover stared at the open palm. "Come, come, give me the flint," Stutz said. "I haven't got the flint," his colleague replied. "I gave it to you when you went off on your march." "No, you didn't. Maybe you gave it to one of the others." A quick poll of the remaining gnomes failed to turn up any flint. "This is ridiculous. Who made the fires while we were on our own?" asked Kitiara. Fitter raised a hand timidly. "Bellcrank," he said. Stutz clapped a hand to his head. "He had the flint." "I think so," said Wingover, looking at his dusty, worn-out shoes. "Not to worry, little friends," said a voice from above. With amazing silence, Cupolix drifted down the shaft to alight on the nearest ledge. "Fire is what we dragons do best." Kitiara and the gnomes took shelter in the far corner of the obelisk, after first taking the precaution of dragging the Cloudmaster aside as well. Cupolix raised his long, scaly neck and inhaled so sharply that the air shrieked into his nostrils. The gnomes flattened themselves against the wall. Cupolix raked his wing claws back and forth across his brass cheeks, throwing out cascades of sparks. Then Cupolix exhaled, hard, through the fountain of sparks. His breath caught fire with a dull whuffing sound and streamed down over the kindling. Thick smoke roiled out of the hearth, followed by lighter white smoke, then flame. His great convex chest almost inverted from the exhalation, Cupolix ceased his fire-making. Smoke drifted in the still air, rising to hidden heights of the tower. "Come along," said Stutz. With a cheer, the gnomes hurried to their tools. They laid out all the scrap metal they'd liberated from Rapaldo's hoard, copper tree nails and iron brackets, bronze chain and tin buckets. All of it was going under the hammer to be recast and reforged into engine parts. The interior of the obelisk rang with the sound of steel and iron melding together. The firelight cast distorted monstrous shapes on the marble walls. The monsters were the gnomes toiling around the fire. Kitiara slipped past the busy little men and went outside. The cool air washed over her like a splash of fresh water. Over the head-high wall that the Mycones had built, she could see the cold stars. Faint streaks of haze crossed the sky, lit by a distant light source. She walked slowly around the obelisk's massive base and found Sturm, gazing up at the blue-white splendor of Krynn. "Rather pretty," she said, stopping behind him. "Yes, it is," he said non-committally. "I keep wondering if we will ever get back there." "We will. I feel it, here." Sturm tapped his chest. "And it is confirmed by these visions of mine. They seem to show the future." Kitiara managed a mildly crooked grin. "You didn't happen to see me on Krynn while you were perusing the future, did you? I'd like to know that I'll make it back, too." Sturm tried to summon up an image of Kit from his memory. All he got for his effort was a stabbing pain in the chest. He coughed and said, "I'm worried, Kit. Are we right to deal with this dragon? The gods and heroes of ancient times were wise. They knew men and dragons could not coexist. That's why the beasts were killed or banished." Chill forgotten, Kitiara planted a foot in the rising bank of red soil. "You surprise me," she said. "You, who are educated and tolerant of most creatures, advocating hatred for all dragons, even one of good lineage like Cupelix." "I'm not advocating hatred. I just don't trust him. He wants